Here we go. It's going to be Noah, the man from Maryland against the guy from Florida. It's Clef the God. We're going to give one of these guys their first belt here tonight. Mariota trying to buy time. Chunking up. It's a sack. It's a turnover on down near the goal line. And he goes across the middle. And it's picked up by Amos. Gets it to Chris Johnson. He finds a leg. All that speed. Will they catch him? Nope. Bob Felicia. Touchdown, Noah. Third down. They hand it to him. And he gets in there.
One stop and this. Man, let's go.
Has to pick up the first down. They cover A. He throws it anyway. And Reed hauls it in. Firing for the end zone. And it's picked off. And Noah's going to win the belt. Swagging around.
Who is next? Well, you just have to wait and see. What is up, everyone? Happy Sunday, fun day. I am Kimmy Chex. I am your host today for the Madden NFL 21 Challenge, but I'm not the only face and voice you will be seeing. We have two teams of incredible casters, and it's time to introduce you to them now. First up, we got my guy, Scott Cole, alongside Chaos. Now, Scott, you probably know him from covering the NFL, NBA, Madden, and oh so much more. Veteran sportscaster joining us today, alongside Chaos, who's a Madden Pro streamer and content creator. Y'all, we had a great day yesterday during the Classic, but now it is time for the challenge. Scott, you ready for this one?
I'm ready. First of all, my resume's long because I'm old. Second of all, it is the challenge coming your way. This is where names are made. I mean, Noah, we knew him a lot on the online scene, but really last year he sort of cemented with his legacy of where he's going to be and where his career is going to go. We're going to see if anyone today can knock off Drini. There's still some heavy hitters out there.
A lot of heavy hitters and some incredible matchups, which we will get to here shortly. Chaos, are you ready? Sunday, fun day, great matchups, Madden challenge. Let's go.
I'm super excited. There's so many great storylines today. We have Drini trying to make history, something that no one's ever done before. We have Wesley trying to bounce back. I feel like he was a little bit upset about how his day went yesterday. He's going to try to bounce back today. We've got some newcomers. It's going to be a great day in Madden.
All right, let's get to it, y'all. Not only is it going to be Scott and Chaos joining me, but we also have the incredible One Great User along with Bugs. One Great User, he's known as the mouth of Madden. He gets mad at me because I call him the mouthpiece of Madden, but it's just what I like to call you, Bug User. And then we got my guy Bugs, again, Madden Pro, content creator and streamer. User, are you still mad at me for calling you the mouthpiece of Madden?
Of course I am. You think you're going to slide off that easy, Kimmy? No, not that easy. Hey, it's going to be some great matchups today. We got Mr. Wendy's Drini 4 for 4 trying to keep up this historic run. Let's see if he can do it.
4 for 4. It's always food with you, but I like that about you. Now, Bugs, you ready? I know that we keep highlighting this Drini storyline, but there are some people who could sneak in for some upsets.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the Drini show. We're here for it. But I think today is the day that it ends, at least on one game, and that's the game he goes against CTG, Clef the God.
Ooh, okay. Cue the air horns, y'all. He's predicting an upset alert, but we just have to wait and see how the cookie is going to crumble. Now, speaking of the games, let me dish out what we've got for y'all today. Here's what's coming up. 6 matches. We have the semifinals and the finals. For the very first time ever, we will be crowning a Madden Challenge champion on both PS4 and Xbox One consoles. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets, starting off with PS4. First up, we've got 8 facing off against 2 Tenacious. The winner of that game will move on to the finals and face either Drini, who's looking to make history and go 4 for 4, or maybe it'll be Wesley, who also qualified for 3 out of 4, but had 2 tough losses yesterday. Now, User, it's time for your picks presented by Chunky. You got to let me know what you see happening in this PS4 bracket.
I think we're going to have a good game at the top 8 versus Tenacious. I think Tenacious is going to come out of that. We got Drini and Wesley at the bottom. Everybody in the community, Kimmy, we thought we was going to see at least 2 or possibly 3 Drini versus Wesley matchups. Yesterday, Wesley was unable to get it done. He seemed very upset on Twitter. I think he shakes it off today, and maybe he rocks the boat a little bit. But still, I might have to ride with Drini until I see it done. Drini versus Tenacious in the ship.
Ooh, okay, that is your prediction for the PS4 bracket. But let's rock over to the Xbox bracket to take a look at these matchups. That champion will be crowned on Xbox after we crown a champion on PS4. Now, the matchups and the roster here for Xbox is as follows. First up, we've got Clef the God facing off against Drini. They predicted that this could be an upset alert on this one. The winner of that game will go on to face either Scheeman or Dusty in the finals. That's what's happening, and that's what we're rocking with on Xbox. Now, user, back to you. Your picks presented by Chunky. What are the bold predictions for the Xbox lane?
Well, you know, I always want to ride with the jizzle, man, Clef the God. But listen, Clef the God still believes I'm the mush. Can you believe that, Bugs? He still thinks I'm the mush. So he said, user, don't pick me. Well, I'm still going to ride with Drini right here. I think Drini gets the job done over Clef. At the bottom, you got Scheeman versus Dusty. Bam Scheeman, one of the best Madden players in the community. So underrated. I think it's going to be Drini and Scheeman in the ship.
Ooh, Drini, Scheeman. That's going to be the finals, but that's just what he's predicting. Y'all have to tune in and wait to see how it all shakes out. Now, there is a belt on the line, but there's also some serious cash on the line as well. We have $50,000 worth of prize pool, and this is how we break it down, y'all. Fourth place, you get $4,000. Third place, $6,500 in your pocket. You come in second, $8,000. And the champion, the number one spot, you get $15,000. Now, user Boogs, Drini has already slept on the Classic on both consoles last night. He swept in PS4 and Xbox. He's currently on a 32-game win streak. A proper streak is 36 games. The question on everybody's mind this weekend is, can he go 4 for 4 with a clean sweep? Sweep. User, what do you think?
I mean, it's tough. I didn't think he was going to get this far. So now I'm starting to believe in the Drini magic. 4 for 4, but he has a tough task in front of him. Clef the God, one of the best. Wesley, one of the best. I mean, you got to understand, if he's able to accomplish this 4 for 4, it's no debate. Drini is probably the greatest of all time in the MCS era.
Ooh, greatest of all time. That's a GOAT title right there. Now, Boogs, the closest we saw to anyone stopping Drini yesterday was a 16-year-old prodigy Woes in an overtime shootout last night, but he couldn't quite seal the deal. Drini still won. Do you think he can sweep today?
I don't think he can get it done today because he has to play that guy CTG. Voles definitely played him the best out of anybody. He really gave him a tight run. He's young and inexperienced, and I think that's the thing that cost him. Now he's got to play Clef the God. Clef is going to finish the job, get it done. He's going to be the one guy that's able to knock Drini off today.
Ooh, I do like an underdog, so maybe I'm going to rock with Clef the God as well. But still rooting for my guy Drini. Clean sweep, 4 for 4. Now, y'all, we've also got some spots up for grabs tonight in the upcoming Madden Bowl. That is coming up April 25th through 28th and May 2nd through May 4th. Scott, Chaos, tell us all about the Madden Bowl, please.
Well, the Madden Bowl is what it's all about. That's what they're trying to grind out this whole season long. We've filled some spots last night. Drini and Spoto, they have punched their tickets, but Chaos, we still got a few more spots left to see who's going to be in the bowl.
Yeah, plain and simple, this is where you want to be if you're a competitive Madden player. You want to be the captain. You want to be in control of your team because you're going to have to rely on these teammates throughout the tournament. So you want to have your team ready to go.
Captain spot. I want to be a captain. Come on, y'all. Vote me in. Vote me in. I know it doesn't work like that. But that was a breakdown of the upcoming Madden Bowl. It's almost time for us to shut up and stop talking because we're just moments away from our very first game getting underway. Scott, Chaos, break down these two who are facing off.
Well, we got 8 versus Tenacious. This is kind of the West Coast side of the battle. The bottom side of the bracket is going to be East Coast, both from California. 8, of course, the runner-up in the Browns Club Championship. He just started playing last year, Chaos, so he's really getting his feet wet pretty soon here.
Yeah, he already made a run in the Browns Club Series, lost a joke, not a bad loss whatsoever. He's going to see if he can get it done today.
Yeah, then on the other side, he's going to be facing Tenacious, who's taken some time off. Remember, he was in the final 8 of the challenge all the way back in Madden 16. So it's good to have him back, and we'll see if he can continue his drive to finally win an MCS belt.
Yeah, if you've been around the competitive Madden community for a little while now, you know who Tenacious is. You know he's no joke.
Ooh, Tenacious is not a joke. It's going to be a tough matchup. Ace versus Tenacious. Here we are, our first live look at these two in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Look at Ace. He's blowing on the hands. He's getting warmed up. Two Tenacious locked in with the Colts jersey. Y'all, I'm excited. Do we have any bold predictions? You know I like bold predictions. This is a question I always ask. Who do you think is going to take home the cake in this one? Is it Ape or is it two Tenacious? Scott, starting with you.
Yeah, I mean, Tenacious has got his bed made, so that's a good sign. And then on the other side, I don't know. We got to get Ape to maybe straighten up over there. As we kick it off, we're ready to go. Ape's going to have the ball first as Reese works his way to the 41-yard line. That's a good return when you talk about Madden.
Oh, yeah, great start. I'm so used to starting at the 20, the 25. If you can get it anytime, get it above the 40, that's a great start.
Everybody in chat's loving the mental wealth hoodie to start this one off.
He's locked in, Scott. He's got his headphones on. He's rocking. He's rolling. He's ready to go.
Of course, this is Mutt Draft. Yeah, we got dots already. It's a hoodie dot, I guess.
Throwing lasers early.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mutt Draft, right? So they've gone through the draft. You've looked at the rosters. Anything popping off for Ape, especially on offense?
Yeah, well, first, just starting off, he's in the Washington playbook, which is a great gun bunch playbook, which I believe is going to be his main formation today. So that's just a great start off. And he's got Mitchell Trubisky at QB. So we're going to see how he does today. But keep in mind, Mutt Draft is more of a running mode. You're going to see a lot of running today.
A lot of balls on the ground, and that's because you're going to see guys like Mitchell Trubisky, no shade, Tyron Taylor. Sorry, buddy, but this is not the Aaron Rodgers that we saw yesterday. Second and 2. And there's Zeke Elliott. He's got some space, and he'll work his way to the 27. And that's why I think a lot of people are saying, hey, if Drini can do this on two separate modes, I mean, I think that would be 40 wins in a row. Something crazy like that. 35 to 40 wins straight.
I can't even imagine. In two different modes that are completely different games. Yesterday, you have Aaron Rodgers, the gunslinger, and then you go to Mutt Draft. You don't have any abilities, so you're playing just a regular game. You're going to have different players everywhere. It's going to be a very different mode.
And you go back to Zeke. Zeke powers his way to the 24-yard line. 3 carries, 35 yards. Not a bad start here for Ape.
Yeah, and the lack of that gunslinger is why you're going to see a ton of running today. I just feel like it's a lot harder, a lot tighter windows to fit those throws in. So the more you can keep it on the ground, the safer you'll be.
It brings up a 2nd and 7. Promising opening drive here for Ape. And Mitch, roll out. He'll throw to the corner of the end zone. No.
Wow, that was a great read. That was a great read. He sent out the delay fade, had Tenacious user bite on it, makes the perfect throw. Just can't get his feet in.
That brings up 3rd and 7 now. Back to the shotgun goes Ape. All bunched up to the right.
I like that Tenacious is trying to send pressure.
That box is loaded, Chaos.
Yeah, I like the look. I like the pressure look. Let's see if you can force a mistake early on in this game.
He motions him out to the right. Ape steps out in the pocket. The throw. No.
Went up to that Randy Moss. That's his star wide receiver. I definitely am okay with taking 3 here. It's hard to score in this mode. Taking a field goal is not a bad start to a game.
Yeah, that's at 96 Randy Moss. Couldn't haul it in. The kick is up, and it's good, and Ape is on the board first.
Again, I definitely think Ape is okay with that start. It's a tough mode to score in. Anytime you can get points on the board, you have to take it.
And Santana Moss will call for a fair catch, and to Tenacious. Haven't seen him a while on the big stage. He's back. Like I said before, it was Madden 16 right here at the Challenge. Well, that was a long time ago. I think I called a game with Patrick Peterson that weekend. I remember that because remember Duke, he was a huge LSU fan, and he slept in and missed Patrick Peterson. Sorry, Duke.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Can't sleep in, man. You can't be making Taco Bell runs at 2 p.m., 2 a.m., I should say.
Hey, Taco Bell runs are always better late. The later it gets, the better it tastes.
The Snickers virtual players round. You see Ape over there on the left. 2 Tenacious on the right. I don't know, man. It's just supposed there. Like I said, you got the clean room versus the Where's the mess? Whatever works for you. Here comes Tenacious on 1st and 10 at the 25. The old black Saints uniforms. Quick throw, and it's a pick. Dawkins comes up it. And Brian Dawkins will carry it into the end zone.
I'm honestly not quite sure what happened there. That was an RPO, but he motioned the receiver over. I'm not sure if he meant to throw that or if he just missed up the timing or what that was, but whatever it was, Ape will take it.
The 97 Brian Dawkins, the Hall of Famer from Clemson, ends up scooping it up on the tip. Tip are never good. And there's the pick 6.
That was an RPO bubble out of the trips tight end offset. It looks like he motions over the blocker, which turns into a streak, but that definitely was not the timing he was looking for.
Try to get cute. Now he finds himself down 10 early. Drini and Wesley on the bottom side of the bracket. That game comes up next. All kind of giveaways today. If you missed a lot of those items yesterday, they're back on the block here in this broadcast. Kimmy's going to be passing them out at halftime. Look at that throw. There's an RPO. Santana Moss, little stop and go as he puts on the Jets out the midfield.
Oh, like a run commit there, Scott. He's lucky that wasn't more yards.
Here's some motion, so I guess we're going to see a lot of RPO from Tyrod and Tenacious. As he falls forward to the 48, that's Raheem. You're going to get a lot of Raheem Mostert the rest of the game.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of runs. These trips tight end offset offers a lot of different looks that you can give from the run, and that's what's best in this mode, so we're going to see a lot of it today.
Speed certainly a factor. Kind of a combo back for Ape with Zeke Elliott. Do you know those 49ers? They got a lot of speed at running back.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
He's got to bring in Sanders here on 3rd and 6. And he's going to hand it to him. Doesn't have the power to break the tackle. And now it's decision time. And everything's going quick here.
Yeah, we're likely going to be maybe even see another run on this 4th and 4. It's going to be his first pass.
And he does pick up the first down. Do you like this no huddle offense?
Yeah, it's giving his opponent less time to set up, but with him running the ball, you got to worry about fumbles with your running back getting tired.
And Sanders gets to the 2nd level, and he'll pick up the first down.
Yeah, that being said, he did draft 2 running backs, which is likely why he feels comfortable going with that no huddle. He has Miles Sanders, he has Raheem Mostert, so he should be safe as long as he's making his subs.
Trips to the right here on 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. Quick RPO bubble to the outside, and Mike Evans will roll to the 22. So picks up 5 yards. This might be the final play of the quarter. There's a big hit.
Ape's run defense looks good so far, Scott. He hasn't broken any big ones.
Well, he might try to get a playoff here. No. He'll take it to the 2nd quarter.
The run is in play, and almost any situation here, as long as you're not losing yards, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5, run's still in play. It's probably the only mode in Madden where you'll see the run in a situation like this.
Good to see us back here in Pizza Hut Stadium here for the challenge as we move to the 2nd quarter. And Raheem will work our way to the red zone. There's not a lot of talk, Chaos, because we're going huddle up. We're going no huddles. Ain't got time for that. 4th and 4. Tyrod. Quick throw. In the little hitch, picks up the first.
Great read there, just a spacing concept. And Ape set him blitz, so he's going to have one of those reads open.
Got doubles here on 1st and goal. Here's the motion. And Tyrod's going to keep it. That picks up 4.
Yeah, Tenacious looks crisp right now. He's not forcing anything. He's playing his game. He's running the ball. Since that first mistake, he's looked good.
Tyrod Taylor, the former Virginia Tech Hokie. He is a dual threat, no question about it. Here's 2nd and goal. This offense does not feel meta to me. That's all I can tell you, Chaos.
This is not something you'll see in much at all, if at all, but it definitely works in this mode.
There's the stretch, and Tenacious finally gets on the board after throwing a pick six. We got a 3-point game on this PAT.
Great job right there. Really needed to answer after that pick six. Now gets a chance to play defense. He looked solid on that first drop. Let's see if he can get a stop.
We got a lot of speed on the outside in this game. Speaking of speed, Dante Hall giveaway coming up at the half.
Love to have that Dante Hall on my team.
He's a playmaker.
All the giveaways today I would take on my team. There's a bunch of stacked players.
You know, when he first came to Texas A&M as a freshman, he was a running back before they kind of moved him to that returner wide receiver kind of role there at Texas A&M. But Zeke Elliott keeps his legs churning to the 28.
Well, must have been the right decision to change because he was extremely successful at it.
I don't know if he had a great receiving career, but his returns were absolutely bananas. Second and 7. And Zeke will lose some yards.
It's the spot you don't want to find yourself in. You don't want to be on 3rd and 10s in this mode. It's such a tough thing to pass the ball. You don't want to be in pass-only situations.
They load up the box again on 3rd down. Will they bring pressure? Ape up by 3 with the football. I would be fine with Mitchell Trubisky going to the Texans and Deshaun coming to the Bears. And he drops it at midfield.
That's one of those throws that you can usually make in Mutt with Gunslinger. That pass gets in there a little bit quicker. It's an easier window, able to force the incompletion.
And they punt it away. Takes it at the 21. Santana.
Likely to see a few more punts today as well. I mean, with this mode, if you get in a long situation, you're going to end up having to punt the ball a lot of the time.
So Tenacious, after a slow start, went down 10-0. He's got an opportunity to come out here and tie the ball game or take the lead.
Since that first mistake, he's been very, very solid. Hasn't made any dangerous throws. He's ran the ball. He's been effective. He's doing a really good job right now.
2-minute warning. 2 timeouts left for Tenacious. Ape has all 3. And here's a little motion on 2nd down. Tyrod. Scrambling, buying time, and along the sideline, they say he caught it.
Big time playmaker, just making great plays with Tyrod Taylor back there. Had a ton of time up front, able to get a big time dot.
Boy, both teams really running this no huddle, and Raheem gets loose. Down near the red zone. They're going to mark him down at the 25-yard line.
There's so many different runs you have to worry about from this trips tight end offset. There's bubble screens, there's RPOs, there's inside zones, there's traps. There's lots of different things you could do.
Well, they try to go back to it there, but it's a committee meeting in the backfield, and he'll lose 2 yards. Certainly a chess match happening right now, but back-to-back losses in the backfield.
Yeah, if you're Tenacious here, 3rd and 14, that's a very tough pickup in this mode. You do not want to force anything right here. You want to make sure you at least get 3.
3rd and 14 now.
Not a fan of the pressure send right here. This could end up giving up this 3rd down that he does not need to do.
Taylor, quick throw. And that'll bring up 4th down with a chance to tie the ball game.
He almost got the pick with his blitzer, but there was something open out there on the outside.
It's going to be a 46-yard field goal from the left hash, and it's up, and it is good. So we're all tied up at 10 apiece with 45 seconds left here in the half.
This is a spot you really don't want to force anything. It's tough to move the ball. I feel like I'm stressing it a lot. It is tough to move the ball in this mode. You don't want to throw an interception before half here.
Got 2 timeouts to work with. But so does Tenacious. Move the running back to the other side. Setting up the protection. He'll hand it off to Zeke. Zeke's got a lot of room on the outside. And for some reason, he decides to lose a couple yards. Timeout.
He got too sticky, Scott. He was trying to do too much with it. He had 10 more yards out there.
So one timeout remaining. Still on this side of the 40.
Expect another inside zone here. I like the conservative calls here.
A lot of movement. Chess game up front. And Zeke gets a yard. That's his final timeout.
Looks like he possibly has some space to the outside, but I like the call. Probably have to pass the ball here, but you don't want to throw anything unless it's wide open.
We'll hear from Kimmy at the half. Got some giveaways coming up. And they'll stack them up on the left side here on 2nd and 9. Now he audibles down. They'll bunch it up again. He's got one-on-one out there to the left. And he throws it over the middle.
That's a scary one. Tenacious has timeouts here.
So 3rd and 9 now. Trubisky in the gun for 8. Both these guys from California trying to battle out to see who's the best. Here on PlayStation 4. And a quick throw to the outside. And it's hauled in at the 49, but it's not a first down.
This is tough. I feel like you probably should punt because it's going to be tough to get down inside field goal range. You don't have the top kickers with the top abilities in this mode.
This is a gamble. I'm not sure I don't take delay game here and punt it away.
I like that call too.
You know you made a mistake. You don't have to run it play here.
Even if you do pick it up, you're unlikely to get points anyways.
Swings it outside. He's got a wheel route, though, and Zeke gets out of bounds at the 41. What do we know?
Call me corrected. He's close to field goal range now. That ended up working out perfectly for him. So I guess I digress. He can run the ball and be able to get a spike off. He's close to field goal range.
Trying to see if I got the kicker information. I got a lot of the roster, but I don't know who his kicker is. Trubisky throwing across. Can he get to the sideline again? That's T.Y. Hilton. That's just a yard. All that for a yard.
Yeah, but he got to the sidelines. That's the biggest thing there. You're making sure you get out of bounds and not have to use that spike.
Clock stopped. 17 seconds to go in the half.
He can still run here and get a spike off if he wants to.
Nate needs a few more yards, I would think, to get in field goal range. It'd be a 57-yarder from here. Trubisky, good job picking up the blitz. And probably good that fell incomplete.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that throw, Scott, because even if he completes it, he probably doesn't get the spike off.
That brings up a 3rd and 9.
And now you
either got to take a shot or you got to get to the sideline.
Yeah, there's no play to spike here unless you somehow get a first down with time.
Picks up the blitz again. Trubisky throwing to the sideline. And he hauls it in at the 19, but that's not going to be enough time. We end the half 10 apiece as we head to Kimmy.
All right, it is halftime. Ape just escaping, putting some points on the board. It's currently tied up 10-10, both Ape and 2 Tenacious tied. Y'all, before we get to the second half, it is time for a giveaway because we all enjoy free things. Thanks to our friends over at EA Madden. We are giving away a Dante Hall card, right? 98 overall rating, a guy that you could go ahead and fill in on your MUT squad. He is a returner for the Kansas City Chiefs. The very lucky winner of this giveaway is Big Damo 2661. Congratulations, my friend. You have just won that Dante Hall giveaway. Again, 98 overall rating. Thank you guys at EA Madden for helping get this giveaway on the paper. Now, y'all, Second half is just about to get underway. We are looking at a live look, Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Both these guys are in an interesting spot, right? No one quite leading the score. They're both tied up 10-10. No one really looking nervous either. You see 8 get a sip of water, 2 Tenacious. He's tweeting, texting, getting ready. I don't know what he's doing, but it's time to turn it back over to you, Scott. Chaos, take us to the second half and see who is going to come out on top.
Appreciate it, Kimmy. A whole lot more giveaways coming up throughout the broadcast, so keep it locked. But we're tied up, Chaos, 10-10. I believe Tenacious is going to get the ball first.
Yeah, I thought Ape had a perfect start to this game, but Tenacious did a good job of rallying, tied the game up, looked really strong after that first mistake.
Just didn't have time to get a field goal before the half. And so with 10 minutes left here in semifinal number 1 on the PlayStation 4 here in the challenge, will it be Ape? Will it be Tenacious that faces the winner of Drini and Wesley? That game is coming up next. Bugs and User will be on the call as Raheem nearly got away.
The stick work right there to be able to cut back, hit that hole, make some people miss. Huge gain.
Boy, he's rocking now. You can see, I don't know what he's listening to. A little T Swift, maybe some Miley Cyrus. Whichever it is, it gets him rocking to the 49. He's in plus territory. And he goes back to the running game and picks up 4.
Yeah, the running game's starting to do a lot of work right now. He has those 2 running backs, so he can just continue to run the ball without having to worry about fatigue.
Got 11 carries for 51 yards. Back to the run and spins around in the backfield. That's going to lose 2.
Good run D there. 8 forces a 3rd and 9. We haven't seen a ton of passing from Tenacious outside of those RPOs, so this is a big down.
People in the chat acting like they don't listen to T Swift. Ain't no shame to have a little T Swift in the playlist. And that's a gain of 0. Here's 4th and 9, no huddle. He's going for it.
Gonna have to pass here.
Purple Monkey says this seems pre-recorded. You're absolutely correct. Days ago. Taylor. Throw it to the sideline, and it's overthrown. It's going to be a turnover on downs.
That's tough there. He had the receiver open, but this is mud drafts. You don't have those abilities to make sure you have those accurate throws every single time. That's going to happen from time to time.
So it's a turnover on downs. Here comes Ape. Able to stand tall in the opening drive of the second half. And he'll hand it off to Zeke. And Elliott maybe got a yard.
I know he didn't gain much there, but I really like that tight offset inside zone. He's flipping it so he goes away from the nickel corner. I'd like him to keep going back to that.
Randy Dandy Moss comes in motion. Little quick out that clears out for Mitch. Mitch on the run, and that's a dippity dot to the 31-yard line.
Stop, man, come
That's
on.
a big time. That's a big time throw right there. He scrambled, which forced Tenacious User down, and he makes a perfect throw.
Well, I thought he could maybe have taken off with Mitch, but instead he throws a laser. And Zeke will fight his way to the 26-yard line. Former Ohio State Buckeye. All of a sudden, Ape looks like he's in control.
Looks good here to start this half, for sure.
And Elliott right near the marker at the 21.
I really like that inside zone. Really like that inside zone.
Has been very successful. Just needs a yard here on 3rd down.
Every time he goes to it, I feel like Tenacious's User's been forced to make the play himself. If you can make him miss one time, you could have a big run.
What a day we had yesterday at the Classic. It was the Packers championship, it felt like. It was all Drini. He won them both. I know we got trophies, but I saw my guy Donnie Moore saying maybe we should send him a belt. He won both. Chaos, I don't know.
Yeah, when you sweep it like that, there's no argument. There was no, oh, this guy won PS4, this one won Xbox. He won them both. I'm on board with getting him a belt.
Yeah, is there some sort of like trade-in factor? Okay, if you got 2 trophies, trade in those 2 trophies for a belt.
It gets you 1 belt. I like it. I like it.
Well, he's got to settle for a field goal here. He's very confident on his defense, and the 38-yarder is up, and it's good.
With how the run is in this mode, I probably would have tried to go for it on that 4th and 1 there, but not a bad play to take the field goal either, because it is tough to move the ball. It is tough to score as well.
And Moss will just fair catch it. That'll move it out to the 25 for Tenacious. Coming up next, Drini and Wesley. As I said, bottom side of the bracket on the PS4. That's our East Coast side of the bracket. From Georgia, right outside of Atlanta. That's where Wesley's from, and Drini, of course, in the DMV.
Shout out to the DMV, Scott. That's where I'm from, too.
I was born around there, but when I was 8 months old, I had to get out of there, man.
Don't remember much then, huh?
It was too deep. It was too deep for me. I had to get out. 2nd and 10. Tyrod, quick throw to the outside. And he's gobbled up along the edge. Got to the 30, 3rd and 5.
See Tenacious open up the playbook a little bit now. That's probably his first pass on a 2nd down that I remember, other than the RPOs.
Good tackle there by Marcus Peters along the boundary. And Tyrod got that off. And that's how the 3rd quarter will come to an end. Put your 4s up. Here in the semifinals, we're going to have a 4th and 2 with 5 minutes to go. It's a big play.
This is the play of the game right here. Ape can take full control if he can get off the field right here.
We got some incredible matchups coming up. Drini and Wesley. And then Drini down in the Xbox will take on Clef the God in the semifinal. These feel like they should be finals, and they're just in the semis, and there's a dot.
Stop, man, come on!
What a laser right there. Big time composure. Picks up the 4th down.
Somebody in chat wants me to go watch the Go Jeezy stream. I'm busy, man. I'm working. Just like this. Raheem getting loose.
Raheem Mostert is working 9. Too.
He's almost got 100 yards.
The stick work that Tenacious has showed in this game has been very impressive.
Sunday says, is this live? Yeah, bro. I'm here. 1st and goal. Scott calling Chaos along with you. I'm just going to call you Kent. What's up, Kent?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. We got a good game right here. Tenacious trying to take the lead. He'll stretch it to the strong side. It goes absolutely nowhere.
Got to pick up some here.
I just don't know about this no huddle, man. I'm not feeling it.
Well, you definitely don't want to be on a 3rd and goal from the 10, so hopefully the no huddle works for him.
And boy, that was a dangerous throw.
Ooh, that was close. That was close. That was a really good user right there by Ape.
Electrified Gaming says he's got some fried chicken going on a Sunday, man. That sounds good.
You can bring it over my way. I'm down for some fried chicken on a Sunday.
3rd and goal. Trailing by 3. Don't get me started talking about food. I won't ever get off. And Tyrod hit as he throws. And now I don't think this is a decision. You got to kick it.
Oh, you have to. There's no way you can go for this. It's too tough to pick up a 4th and goal from the 10.
And it's up, and it is good.
I think he may have been showing us that he was throwing the ball away. I think that's what he was showing us with the controller right there. That's what I'm going to guess, because I would have been cool with a throwaway right there.
I always get hungry for some pizza at Pizza Hut Stadium. I got to have it.
Maybe some breadsticks, too. That sounds pretty good to me.
Now you're speaking my language. 3:50 to go. You know, in this mode, Chaos, I mean, you could run this 3:50 off.
Oh, this is definitely clockable. If Ape has a good drive right here, this will be the last drive of the game.
Goes to the gun. Tenacious loads the box one more time. And they'll hand it off. Zeke Elliott's got some space. Picks up the 1st down a little bit more, and it pushed out of bounds at the 43.
That's a great run. You don't want to be working the sidelines, but you'll always take a move the chains.
Some guy named Dad Bod's like, hey, you got me hungry. I feel you. Happy Sunday to everybody, wherever you might be. Thanks for making Madden a part of your day. And they'll mark him down at the 45. Here comes the 2nd and 8.
I'd like to see him go back to that inside zone. I felt like every time he ran it, even if he didn't break the run, there was space there for it.
Ape's got 3 timeouts. Tenacious has 3. Ape got off to an early 10-point lead, but Tenacious has battled all the way back to tie it twice. They go to Zeke, and Elliott maybe got a yard.
Huge play here, Scott. 3rd and 7. If you don't pick up any yards right here, I almost feel like you have to punt the ball away.
Needs to get cross midfield and plus a couple yards. Got to get to the other 47 here on 3rd and 7. Picks up the blitz. Trubisky, dippity dot, Randy Moss, and he's out of bounds at the 20.
Great dot, huge. He needed that right there. Again, you probably don't want to get out of bounds, but you'll definitely take the first down.
I don't know the guy's name that's on the dot button, but he's going to have some fun today.
I love it. I love the dot.
And Zeke. Going to bring up 2nd and 10.
Regardless of the play call here, if he hikes it at 1, it should get to the 2-minute warning, so he can pass. The playbook's open right here.
Yeah, he's got to have that in his mind. He snaps it early. That's a rookie mistake. Trubisky still running. He'll slide down, and that'll hit the 2-minute warning, but you should already be there.
Yeah, in case he threw an incompletion right there, you want to be hiking that with 1 second on the play clock. Either way, it works out for him. He gets to the 2-minute warning. Now that he picked up that first down, though, it's not really a possible clock. Tenacious has all of his timeouts, so you're focusing on getting 7 now.
Gets it off to Zeke Elliott. He'll work his way to the 7. Somebody was asking in chat, what's your favorite playbooks this year?
Mine? I love the Raiders book. I love Trips tight end. They have bunch tight end in there as well. And then I'd say probably second would be Jets. I love the bunch tight end again, and they have a really good gun bunch.
Raiders has pretty much been a staple for, I don't know, 5-6 years.
Got great run plays, got great pass plays. You can do whatever you want with it, whatever play style, it fits you.
Shout out to my guy, Justin Chow, big Raiders fan. Always working behind the scenes at EA, and they hand it off to Zeke Elliott. By the way, not a bad Madden player back in the day. Made it to a final, came up short against Problem.
Chow's the man. He actually grew up from around my area, too.
Yeah, I don't know how he became a Raiders fan, but he did. 3rd and goal. Clock stopped, 1:50 left. Trubisky here for Ape, and he takes a sack.
I don't mind not forcing anything there, not throwing the ball away so that Tenacious has to take his last time out. Now, Tenacious has time. You have to work the sidelines. Got to be ready to spike, but this is Madden. You have time here to tie this game up.
16-13. He's out of timeouts, but he's got a ton of clock. That's forever when you're talking about Madden as Santana Moss takes a knee.
Oh, it definitely is. This is definitely doable. However, the way Tenacious likes to play, he likes to run the ball. He likes to take short passes with his RPOs. That's not really going to be too big of a play here. He has to pass the ball. He has to open up the playbook.
Yeah, Mike Evans, Santana Moss, and Justin Jefferson, the all-world rookie from the Minnesota Vikings. And there's Raheem. If you just joined us, this is Mutt Draft. They drafted these players from the pool selected by EA and Madden Ultimate Team. And what a block. And Raheem works his way to the 44.
When you got stick work like that, I guess the run is in play.
Well, the other thing is he's been running no huddle the whole game, so this doesn't change anything he's done, but that's a big-time loss.
Yeah, inbounds. He has to go back to he has to take some time here. He needs to get a good play off. That's going to run some clock.
Got 115 yards on the ground. Taylor, oh boy.
I suppose he doesn't mind the incompletion there. He might have had some space outside, but at least the incompletion can stop the clock for him.
I feel like right now he's playing for overtime.
Oh yeah, seven's almost out of the question right now. Unless he breaks a huge play, it's going to be tough.
Here's Tenacious. He's got a guy though. It's a dot all the way to the 27.
And there's that big play. He gets out of bounds and he gets into field goal range. He just can't make a mistake right here, but he has time for spiking. He can open up the playbook.
Drini versus Wesley coming up next. And Tyrod Taylor hauls it in at the 11.
Back-to-back dots. He's in scoring distance. He's in striking distance. He's got a chance here for 7.
I think that's Joel CP.
I think it is too. It's his top of the way yell. I love it. It's great.
Well, we thought he was playing for overtime. He's playing for the win. 29 seconds to go. No timeouts. Ball at the 11. Tenacious. And he'll throw it away, and that is intentional grounding. Wow.
15-yard loss. That pretty much ends the 7. If I'm him, I run the ball right here. You can still spike on 3rd down. You take this to overtime.
I'll be honest, if he runs the ball here, I'm starting to use some timeouts. The scramble. Little tight end delay gets those yards back, but now the clock's on the move. And dare I say, Chaos, we're headed for a little bit of overtime here in the first semifinal.
Yeah, he's got to put together this kick. There's no kicking ability. He's going to have to kick with ice right here, but he made that a close field goal. He should be able to knock this down.
Going to be a 28-yard field goal to send us to OT. Ice, ice, baby. Yo, a VIP. Let's kick it. We're headed to OT. 16 apiece.
I don't know about you, Scott, but that kick looked a little scary coming off his leg. I thought he might have hit it left. We're going to OT.
Don't let the camera fool you. Overtime rules in effect. Go down here and score a touchdown. The game's over. You kick a field goal or turn it over. Now the player can come back and seal the ball game.
We've had mostly field goals in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a field goal and then we get a chance to go back on offense here for 8.
And there's a knee.
Outside of the one mistake that Tenacious made early in this game, I feel like both players have driven the ball pretty well. They've both gotten into the red zone most of their drives. I expect to see the same here.
2 timeouts apiece. Don't even worry about the clock. It doesn't matter. Evans in motion. And he'll hand it off. And he'll work his way to the 28.
He's going to keep this on the ground as much as he can. If 8 doesn't stop the run, he's going to continue to run the ball.
Second and 7 now. There's a motion out. Taylor throws. It might be a duck, and somehow he almost caught it. Pops out at the last minute. That was dangerous.
Throw out a sack, the scariest thing in Madden. He's lucky that wasn't picked off.
Someone in chat says, when do we give away another Dante Hall? We got a lot more. It's not Dante. Dante's gone. We're on to the next one. Jay-Z style. There's the wheel route. First down.
Nice read right there to the running back. A little bit of a pass lead inside. Able to get it inside that cloud flat zone.
First down at the 38 now. And Raheem now with 17 carries, 122 yards, and a touchdown. That's the only offensive touchdown we've seen. Remember, we had the pick 6 early.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the run game for Tenacious. It's been him. Sanders has gotten in there and done some work as well. He's done a great job on the ground today.
2nd and 5 now. Winner will face the winner of Drini and Wesley. That game's coming up next. Got Boogs and User chomping at the bit to bring you that one.
Tell you what, we've had a great slate of games all weekend, Scott. We've had close games, I feel like, in every single one.
Well, except for Spoto, but we'll just let the man live.
Hey, it was close for most of the game here. He got away from him late, but it was close most of the game.
Gets to midfield. That's going to bring up a second A as we go back to the no huddle. Swings it out, and it's picked off. Edmonds, can he get to his feet? We might have a walk-off. It's a pick six. He's going ape, and he's going to the final.
What a user. He was all over the running back wheel route.
And Tenacious took 5 years off. We might not see him again till 2026. It's a pick six for Ape, and that's the ball game. Unbelievable. He's moving on, and we're heading back to Kimmy.
All right, there we have it. Wild finish to our very first matchup of the challenge over here on PS4. That final score in overtime, 22-16, Ape taking it away with the win. Y'all, break down these highlights for me.
Well, what a game it was. A little back and forth chaos. Remember, Ape got out to a 10-point lead, and Tenacious would battle back in this one. But I tell you, anytime you got an overtime game, you're in a semifinal, so much on the line, the youngster able to clutch up.
Yeah, those nerves start hitting. And, I mean, just Ape made the plays today. He had 2 pick sixes on defense. The one thing in this one, you don't want to give up free touchdowns to your opponent. You want to make them work, and you don't want to give up free touchdowns like that.
There's the stretch. That would be our only offensive touchdown of the day. We had a lot of field goals in there. If you like kicking it, well, you saw a lot of that. There's the lead at 13-10. But the sack, that would set this up. And then Tenacious had to drive all the way down here with ice, kick it through to send us to overtime. And had some nice runs here by Raheem. He had a great day, over 125 yards, but when it came down to this chaos, this is the play.
Yeah, his user was all over it, Scott. He sent pressure. He knew that right side had no zone. It was his responsibility. Makes the play, was able to get up and take it for 6.
Yeah, Edmonds able to get to his feet, moving to the end zone, and more importantly, moving towards the final 22-16.
22-16, Ape moving on to the finals. Let's take a quick look at the updated bracket so you can see what matches are coming up next and who Ape could potentially be facing in the finals. In just a moment, we will be able to speak with Ape and get his thoughts on this first game and that huge win over Tenacious. But first, the bracket. Ape taking it home in this first matchup, 22-16. Ape will move forward into the finals and face either Drini, who's trying to make history and go 4 for 4, or Wesley. Just a few minutes away from that next game. But first, a very quick break. You guys are watching the Madden 21 Challenge. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We just saw our very first game of the day. It was Ape taking on 2 Tenacious. The final score taking us into overtime. It was 22-16. Ape coming out on top. So excited to welcome him in now to the conversation. Ape, welcome in. Congratulations on your first win. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing good. I'm fantastic.
You ready? You ready for this next round? You're heading on into the finals, meaning you will either be facing Drini, who's trying to do a clean sweep and go 4 for 4, or Wesley. Are you just putting this current win behind you and looking ahead? Are you going to soak in the moment for a bit?
Yeah, I'm looking ahead right now. I know I got to play either Drini or Wes, and I don't know, 2 really great players, and I just got to clean up some mistakes, honestly. And I think I'm confident.
So looking at this game that you just won, you went up early. It was 10-0, and you capitalized off of a pick 6. You actually had 2 pick 6s in this game. The last one we saw in overtime, which is what clinched your win. Talk about your defensive strategy and how you were able to capitalize off that.
I was honestly just sending everyone at that point, which is a mistake on my part, but thankfully it worked. But honestly, I played really bad defense. There was a lot of 4th downs that he converted, and I felt like I could have got stops, but I was just being dumb.
All right, so what are the mistakes that you're going to really hone into to make sure that you could possibly be the PS4 Challenge champion?
I got to play a lot of zone more, 7-3, that's what this game is, and I got to stop throwing the ball to the other team.
All right, I'm so excited for you. All right, so what is your mentality now when you play Madden? What is the #1 thing that you're focusing on to really make sure you're in the moment, you're winning, and you're delivering?
Honestly, for the person I'm playing, Drini or Wesley, 2 really great players. And I don't know, I just got to focus on playing my game. That's honestly, and yeah.
All right, well, you got it. Congratulations. You are heading into the finals. Congrats again on that overtime win. Final score, 22-16. Let's take a look at the updated bracket so we see who Ape could potentially be facing. The next game on the docket here, it's Drini versus Wesley. The winner of this matchup will be playing Ape in the finals to see who will be crowned the Madden 21 Challenge champion on PS4. Y'all, one quick break before we get our next game started. Stick with us, y'all. We'll be right back.
what a play call by Drini.
Pink, come on!
Oh, what a
He
lurk
is
from
blind,
Wesley
bro.
getting
I'm telling you, he
his
cannot
defense.
pass. Let's go.
Incredible.
Come on, man.
There
Don't
goes
get
Bo.
him.
There goes
Line.
Bo. Bo's heading out of here. Drini Joker retakes the lead.
Dive! Come on,
He's got
Finley.
Finley.
Come on.
10-5. He's down into the
Come
end zone.
on.
Wesley with
One
the clock
stop.
score, but a lot of time left on the clock for Drini. Does Drini Joker have some of the magic?
Let's
Here
go,
as he throws,
man.
and
Come
Wesley,
on.
it's on to the final lane.
All right, so as you can see, there is quite the history between the two of these guys. In just a moment, they will be facing off against one another. Wesley versus Drini. The last time they faced off, Wesley took home the dub. Final score 23-20. Will history repeat itself? I don't know. We will just find out in just a few minutes. User Bugs, welcome in. In case anyone watching does not know who these two cats are, please break it down and let them know.
I mean, you got two young titans, and we're now getting a chance to witness. Just like you guys just saw the video, Wesley is the last person to beat Drini in the Club Series tournament. That was the last time Drini lost. Wesley has really been dominating, but so far he's had a bad weekend. Drini, he's already went 2-0. He has the 2 MCS belts already, over 300K in earnings. I mean, he's the only person that's won 3 club titles with 3 different teams. I mean, what more could you ask for when you're talking about Drini?
Absolutely. Like you said, Bugs, Wesley is the last one that beat Drini. He's the one who really started this madness. He's the one who put Drini on the tear to make this historic run, to be Mr. Wendy's 4-for-4. And now Wesley, we was expecting to see back-to-back championships yesterday. This is his only chance he has to take Drini out. I want to see if he's going to grab hold of the steering wheel and put the car back in the road.
I'm so excited, y'all. Our very first live look at the two of them, Drini versus Wesley. They look locked and ready to go. User Bugs, I'm going to toss it to y'all to call this first half. Let's play ball, gentlemen.
User, we have Drini versus Wesley. You remember what the conversation was like in the Discord, hearing Drini and him being distraught after losing to Wesley. Now he finally gets his chance to get that revenge. It's going to be a great game. What are you kind of expecting to start this game?
I don't know, Bugs. I mean, what did we do to deserve this matchup? What did we do to deserve this matchup? This should be pay-per-view. I'm going to need at least 5 off you, man. I'm going to need at least 5 off you, man.
The people need to start paying for this matchup because that's how classic of a matchup this could possibly be. However, what I will say, based off of Wesley's kind of comments on Twitter and stuff like that, he seems kind of defeated. We'll see where he's at mentally. In case you guys are wondering, Drini is in Washington playbook. It looks like he has Washington playbook. I'm pretty sure this is Washington he's running right now. I'm not sure Wesley's playbook, but we'll figure that out as soon as he starts running on offense.
Yes, this is going to be tough for Drini. If he wants to continue this historic run, he's going to have to go through Wesley. Yes, Wesley was a little bit shook yesterday, but guess what? It's a whole new day. It's a whole new day. Wesley did not get to where he is by holding his head down and saying, woe is me. He's not the FNF GOAT, just because he took a couple losses. He knows how to bounce back.
Oh, yeah, and you see already he's coming right out in the 3-3-5 wide, the popular defense, the meta defense right now, and then Drini. You're going to see a lot of base. This mode is completely different than what you saw yesterday. Yesterday was regs, where you're going to see a lot more passing. It's a lot harder to play pass defense in regs than it is in MUT. This mode is more of a run mode. It's a running mode. You don't have gunslinger. You don't have the abilities to really kind of make your quarterback do the great things that you can do in MUT or regs and stuff like that. So now you're going to see Drini do a bunch of bases.
And what I'm thinking, and like you was talking about the base, I serve the base. These guys, I'm looking at their running back. Wesley has Raheem Mostert, and that's a dot right there by Drini. Wesley has Raheem Mostert. Drini has Latavius Murray at the backfield. You want to kind of rate those backs. I think Raheem is a better degree of back when it comes to Latavius Murray.
Oh, for sure, but that's not going to stop Drini from calling base after base after base. He's going to be calling it nonstop because that's how effective the run game is in this mode. That's what it is. You're going to run the ball. You're going to have to be smart with your play calls and really kind of control and think twice about the risk that you take.
Exactly, and I think that's what's going to give Wesley a chance. Him having Raheem Mostert, he'll be able to get to the house. Unlike Drini, he might get some nice runs, but Murray doesn't have that speed to get out of there. And that's a dot coming up if he throws it. Oh, but it could be. That was a little bit behind him. He should have passed, leave that out there.
And what you're going to see a lot of in this game right now, what you're seeing, you see with Drini, his only 2 passes has been thrown on the run. That's really kind of the best thing you can do in this mode because you don't really want to stand in the pocket. When you stand in the pocket, a lot of times you're going to get those throw out of sacks because it just takes long. The wind-ups on your quarterback.
Oh, that's
he throws a book.
That's a book. Can we get this how we go?
I mean, that's what Wesley said in the clip. He said he's blind. That's what he said in that clip where he beat him in the club series. He said he can't make a read. We're going to see this Drini expose him on defense.
And see, Wesley, you know, I don't want to say he maybe took those games for granted yesterday, but when you're so good, maybe you kind of look ahead, you know? But when it comes to the Wesley and Drini matchup, you can promise Wesley's going to be locked in. He's going to give you his best effort.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing about Wesley. He's going to play every single game at a high level. He's going to play it like it's his last. He's going to try his best. Drini looked like he has the base defense. Not many people look like they've had base defense. But Drini, that's one thing we know about Drini. He's always going to lab defense. He's always going to lab for the things he knows is going to come. If he knows that base is going to be a problem for him, he's going to make sure he puts in the time to make sure he can blow up those bases. You got Wesley coming out with he only has 2 receivers right now, so he doesn't want to have to go against that 1-4-6. He wants to make sure that or the dollar even. He wants to make sure he goes against the worst possible pass defense. As he gets a throw out of sack pick, and it might be 6. And it is. Drini starts off the game with a defensive touchdown, and that's the key to losing to Drini.
That's unfortunate, right? That's unfortunate. Bounce off the lineman pick at 6. Come on.
And that's why you see guys, more times than not, they run the ball. Look like the guy shaded right up the middle. He got a hold of the quarterback. The ball bounced right off the offensive lineman's head. He throws a pick 6. That's the thing when you're playing this mode, why people run the ball more in this mode than they do in any other mode, just because it's just very risky every time you step back and throw.
And plays like that can be deflating, especially when you're playing against a giant and colossal in the game like Drini. Wesley needs to keep his head on the swivel. Do not get shook. You know, at the end of the day, he still got 1 stop. The game is basically just the way it was when he kicked it off. You assume that your opponent can go down and get points. Wesley needs to answer.
And that's the thing that you have to do when you're playing this mode. You have to be willing to take the sack. You have to be willing to take that sack, because if you aren't, then you're going to make what a great click on.
Oh, my goodness. Drini in his bag. Drini is in his bag, Bugatti. Drini is in his bag. Mr. 444 is coming, chat. I don't know if you see it. I can see it. I can smell it. I can smell it. It's like grandma biscuits on Sunday morning before church. I can smell it. It's coming. History.
Yeah. It's looking like it right now, I won't lie to you. This is Drini's calling card. DC fits him because it's a defensive mode. So he can come out here, play defense, run the ball, play smart with the clock, great time management, and really just kind of control the game and allow his opponent to lose the game.
Wesley gonna have to tighten up. He gonna have to tighten up. Drini is locked in his bag. You can see how he's clicking on, making plays, bringing up a 3rd and 5.
And you see exactly what Wesley is doing.
Oh, that's a bag.
Absolute great defense right there by Drini. One of these, on this 4th and 5, he has to punt the ball. This is a defensive mode. You cannot press it. If it was another mode, Wesley 100% would go for it here. But because he's in this situation, it is DC. He knows he can possibly get that stop on Drini.
That's true. He stopped him before. Drini only scored by his defense. So at the end of the day, Wesley has to punt the ball and count on his defense.
Yeah, and that's the smart thing to do. Wesley, what you're seeing right now, he was constantly like flipping his bunch, trying to throw Drini off with his adjustments. run it on the short side and then hurry up and flip it. What Drini's going to do is simple. He's going to come out right here like he did on first down and call a base.
And see, and that's the big difference between these two offenses. You know, Drini has Murray, Wesley has Raheem Mostert. Murray just doesn't have that get up. He's only going to give you 6 or 5. But you know, if anybody can deal with that slower running back, Drini can. He's going to be patient. He's going to hand that ball off.
And he's just going to play
nice
smart.
delay.
When you see the difference, when Drini passes, he's trying to get outside of the pocket. He's not trying to stand in there and make mistakes and potentially throw out of sack picks or just get hit late with his quarterback or have those long thrown passes.
Here go to base again. Oh, but Wesley out here delivering the wood too now. He delivering the wood too. He banging.
But that's the thing. When you're watching Drini, do you think that discourages Drini at all from calling a base again?
No. It ain't gonna discourage somebody like Drini, but he better make sure he rotating them running backs because they will let that pill go.
And that's always the cue right there, chat. When you're seeing this right here, you see how it took Drini a little bit of time to pick his play. That means he's trying to get his stamina back on his running back to make sure that he gets right and because he never knows he's going to get hit again.
Good D by Wesley bringing up a 3rd and 9. And this is where you want them when it comes to draft chance. You want them in this 3rd and long. Well, that's really in any situation, especially with no abilities out here on offense. This is your best chance to get a stop.
And when you see Drini motion that slot receiver, he's going to block his tight end and put a delay on him. That's just a bad read right there. He just one of those assumption throws right there. That was a trusted assumption throw where he just assumed that Wesley was going to break back because that's what most people do with their user. They'll guard something for a split second and then they'll break off of it. And he just kind of assumed instead of just with draft champs, you got to wait that extra second.
Yeah, Wesley baited him. He gave him the little fat Joe lean back, made him think that he was about to come off of it, but now it stayed on there. It should have been a pick.
Yeah, and that's the risk that you run. The key to winning games in DC is all about not turning the ball over, not turning the ball over and giving your opponent points. You don't want to give them points when you turn the ball over, and you don't want to give them short fields either.
Uh-oh. Ooh. That boy Drini looking real sticky out there. He looking real sticky, real baity.
Yeah, and that's the difference between Drini's lurk and everyone else's. The way that he kind of lurk, he'll kind of strafe in the middle and act like he's guarding nothing, and then just jet to something to really kind of throw you off and make you feel like he's not really guarding anything, but he kind of has a plan already on what he's going to lurk. That's just great defense on 2nd and 3.
And that's what I was worried about Wesley when he has Raheem Mostert, 2nd and 3. I want him to hand that ball off. Like you said, this mode is for the run. You got Raheem Mostert, you got a good running back. You know Wesley's a dotter. He loves to pass. And sometimes that can be to his detriment.
Yeah, well, as a passer, sometimes you have to put your pride aside and you just say, you know what, I'm trying to win. And right now, Wesley is in a must-win type of situation because he's already lost 2 of his games. He needs to make sure that he can pull out something. And that's right there. When he throws up a corner out, throws a book. You just can't make those same throws. This is not full mud. This is not regs where you have Aaron Rodgers with Gunslinger and he can just zip it in there. You just can't make those throws.
Everything gonna be selling. Here's Drini back to the base. Big hit.
And that's the difference. You see in this game versus yesterday when we were watching Drini, he didn't really run base as much to the right as he's doing right in this mode right now, because in DC, the base is more effective. It's more effective. It doesn't really matter which way you go. It's just effective.
This is good D right here. Oh, he left him.
Oh, and he
that's
throws
a book.
It might be 6.
He need to take this to the crib. He got to get sticky. Oh, man. It's a lot of Bugatti books out here, chat. It's a lot of Bugatti books out here.
I mean, sometimes people make bad reads, but it's definitely a baggy Simpson right now. And right now, Wesley's going to have to figure things out and put it together. And if he can keep stopping Drini like this and get some offense going for him, he's definitely going to win this game because he's better suited offensively than Drini. Drini's not an offensive player. He's a defensive player. So if Wesley can get some rhythm offensively, Drini might be in trouble. Smart call right there on 2nd and 6
Nice.
by Wesley. Just to run the ball, hand the ball off, and take his time.
Take his time, because you know Drini is respecting the pass. So you got to keep him honest. You got to keep him honest. You got to make sure he's shooting that gap, looking for the run every play.
And the entire design of Drini's defense is to really keep his opponent from exiting the pocket. As Drini gets a big hit, stick
That's
fumble.
another book.
I mean, right now, the turnover battle is favoring Drini, even though he's really kind of just throwing picks back to him. He's going to have to get something going right here on this drive to really kind of get himself that 2-possession lead, because that's really what Drini's thinking in this spot.
What's good,
Nice.
chat? I see you. I see y'all, Real Joe Schmo, Shot Town Bears. We appreciate y'all boys in the chat. We appreciate y'all so much that we're going to have a giveaway in the halftime. You know Kimmy got the giveaways for you, boys. We appreciate y'all.
You see another base call to the left. Murray he's just pounding the rock. I mean, that's what you're going to see. In this mode, it's all about pounding the rock. You really have to be smart and just take your time, control the clock, and not turn the ball over. He is turning the ball over right now, but he's doing the one thing right when he's pounding the rock.
You know what's so crazy? Because the first game, you know, it was pretty, I ain't going to say it was high power, but it was a great game. It wasn't sloppy. It wasn't sloppy. And you see Drini and Wesley, these guys out here throwing some uncharacteristic picks right now. Look like we can go into halftime either 7-0 or best case tied up 7-7.
I mean, and that's the thing when you're playing DC, that's what happens. Like the more you pass, the more likely you are to turn the ball over. But Drini just throws a laser to Giuseppe. He might be 6.
Stop, man, come on.
Right there. Now he's in the red zone. This is what he's going to do. This is what he's going to do now. He's going to pound the rock. He's completely happy with getting 3 points here. He does not have to get 7. He's completely comfortable with just taking his 3 points and going in the half up 2 possessions.
Wesley's going to have to hold the door right here. He's going to have to hold the door right here. Slammer King James, what's good, boys?
The thing, how important do you think it is right now for Wesley to hold the door? What kind of a difference does it make for a Madden player to be able to hold him to 3 right here, especially when you're an offensive player like Wesley, even though he just gave up a touchdown to Murray. Murray just walks right in. We got a 13-0 ball game.
It's a tough one right here. This is a tough one right here. And the thing about it, Wesley has gotten at least 2 turnovers already from Drini, and he's being uncharacteristic on offense. As you see, Drini just easily walks in on 2nd and goal for the easy touchdown to go up 14-0. If it was anybody else, I'd be like, oh, Wesley's hit. It's all right. It's in good shape. But Wesley, as you can see, as he rubs his face, like, man, I'm playing against a giant right now. I cannot afford to go down 14-0.
Yeah, when you're Wesley and he's already kind of seemed like he was in his own head with his tweets and saying that he's kind of folding and all these different things like that. And now you're already down 14-0, potentially going into half.
I mean,
what does that do to your psyche?
I kind of feel like they be bluffing. You know how these Madden guys are, man. They do the fake humble. They do the fake humble like Lacey Jackson be talking about. Because before the tournament started, Drini tweeting out talking about, yeah, I'm ready to go 0 for 4 in these tournaments. Come on, man. Come on, man. They trying to bluff. You can't fool me.
And you see how Drini's defense is designed. He is refusing to allow him to get outside the pocket. He's going to make sure he contains down after down, because Drini knows the most effective way for you to pass the ball in this mode is to get outside the pocket. Get on the run with your quarterback and throw it on the run, because you have less of a wind up and the ball gets there a little bit faster.
Correct, chat. You already know Drini's looking for revenge. You know, Wesley is taking a lot from Drini this year. He took clubs, beat him in the final weight. The night after we got in the Discord, you know, Wesley was like, Debo took his change. You know what I'm saying? Took his chain. It was tough. It was tough. That was the night that Bugs removed Drini from the Discord. He was like, you know, I just don't think he got what it takes. And ever since then, Drini's been on a tear to prove the world that, hey, man, I'm the best of all time.
And we got a big dot by Wesley to get himself in position to kick a big field goal here and get himself on the board and at least get that sigh of relief, like, okay, I can move the ball just a little bit. And he can maybe come out with something in the second half. Great half by Drini and Wesley, 14-3 ball game. Kimmy, let the people know about the giveaway.
Let them know about the giveaway, but first, just a quick recap of halftime. Drini is up 14-3. Wesley just now getting on the board for the very first time with a field goal. All right, talking about giveaways, we like free things, right? I've said this once before. I'll say it all day. We are giving away some incredible cards. Next up, we got this good one here. Michael Dean Perry has a 98 overall rating. This is a guy that you want to go ahead and win and join on your Mutt squad. He's a defensive tackle for the Cleveland Browns. Again, 98 overall rating. The lucky winner of this one is Rodog with 2 G's, 316. Rodog 316. You are the very lucky winner of the Michael Dean Perry card. Congrats on that one. Now, y'all, the second half is just about to get underway, and this is an exciting one. Drini with the opportunity to truly go 4 for 4. Here they are, the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge, getting ready in just a few minutes to kick off on the second half. Drini, again, he's up 14-3. Wesley just now getting on the board with a field goal. User Bogues, I'm going to send it back over to you two. Hopefully a big second half. It was quite low scoring there for a while with the score only being 7-0 for the bit, and Drini only getting a score off of the defensive side of the ball, but then he put up points on the offense, and Wesley kicked the field goal for 3 points. This second half is just about to get started here in a few minutes. But User, what have you seen in this first half that you've liked?
That I liked? Not much, Kimmy. I ain't even gonna lie to you. These guys are being real sloppy with the ball. I'm expecting to see some of the most prolific offense ever seen by man. And right now, they're just turning the ball over.
Yeah. Man, we have him right back right now, and Wesley comes right out and runs a base to start off the half, running a base to the left, trying to get things going. As an offensive player, offense is all about rhythm. And what you're trying to see right now, what you're going to see from Wesley is him just trying to get himself in the rhythm, doing little things, trying to dump the ball off short and get some completions up. That way he can get himself in the right rhythm so that he can move the ball effectively.
And Wesley's just been starting these games too slow. I mean, he was down 17-0 the game before we saw him. He's starting these games too slow. And like, we're used to Drini starting off slow. And that's the thing about it. You know,
and that's another interception.
That's another
one, and it might be 6. I mean, every time it looks like it's 6, that's the thing with this Madden. You can kind of spam square, spam X if you're on Xbox, and really just dive so far and save yourself from pick 6s sometimes. I mean, at this point, Wesley's building a library with all these books, and it's starting to get out of control. He has to settle down and settle in. I was just going to say how if we've learned anything from Wesley, he's definitely going to fight. But at this point, it's starting to look like he's starting to just kind of lay down.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like the lay down, throwing those books. You know, Wesley, he has people open. He's just missing reads, throwing uncharacteristic books. You know, we know Wesley is 10 times better than this. And it's kind of shocking to see.
I mean, when you're playing DC, you're seeing how that hesitation, and that's the thing when he's playing from the pocket. That's why when Drini passes the ball, he's always only passing when he's getting outside the pocket. He's not passing from the pocket. He's getting outside every single time. That way he doesn't have to deal with a potential shed or anything like that can potentially hurt him.
Yeah, correct. Drini, he's looking real good. He's being efficient. Now you see he's getting into the pound game, milkman. You're going to go and try to milk this thing away and pound this ball in here and go up 3 possessions.
I mean, being down 3 possessions in DC is almost like being down 40 or 50. Like, that's how tough of a comeback that'll have to be for Wesley in this particular predicament.
You know, Bugs, being a player that you're kind of used to this position that Wesley is in, how do you bounce back? How do you fight back in these situations to take control of this game?
being that I've been down before, I know that the only thing I have to do is just go ahead and keep fighting, keep belief and faith in myself. Because the thing is, you're not down 3 possessions yet. Even though it feels like it already feels like you're down 3 possessions. You have to keep the faith, keep the belief in yourself and the confidence that you're always in the game. Wesley's a high-power offensive player. Although he's not looking like it right now, he is definitely a high-power offensive player, and the kid is he's great at Madden. So he has the possibility to make a comeback in this game. He just cannot give up 6 right here.
Oh, does he walk in?
Not.
No. Good D. Way to hold the door.
The question is, does Drini go for it here? Does Drini go for it here? We've seen already Drini is willing to go for it here at the 1-yard line.
I go ahead and put him away. I go ahead and put him away.
I think you definitely go for it.
We already done dig the grave 6 feet deep, man. Let's go ahead and drop the casket in there, man. Let's put him away.
And first thing Drini's doing is taking his time. The question is, does he burn his timeout at 1 second, or does he take the penalty?
Oh, well, he
burn the timeout. I think he might be going for it. I think he might.
If you burn the timeout,
okay. You don't burn that timeout if you're not going for it.
Oh yeah, he's going for it. Absolutely. Drini,
you don't burn the timeout if you're not going for it.
Oh yeah. Drini's ready to drop the casket right here. He's ready to punch it in here.
So, user, as a defensive player, what is the call right here? 4th and goal at the 1. Do you run commit? You sell out and run commit.
Okay. I'm run commit. If he dot me, he dot me. If he dot me, he dot me. If I die, I die, man. Oh, he's going to kick the field goal. Why run the timeout to kick the 3?
Yeah, he thought way too long and hard about that. I think if you burn the timeout, you got to go for it at that point. He must have thought about it at least. He just decided at the last second, you know what, I'm playing great defense. I'll just kick my 3, make it a solid 14-point lead.
I mean, that's what a smart veteran player would do.
I mean, the man's backpedaling as we check out Drini and Wesley in the Snickers virtual players lounge right now. Drini just looking super calm and collected, almost as if he doesn't even realize what's going on right now, almost as if he doesn't realize what he could potentially achieve.
Screamer!
Once again, Wesley's just playing from the pocket. You cannot pass this much and play from the pocket. Drini's just not going to allow you. He's making it tough on him to get outside of the pocket. You see, you're always going to have contains. And then 2, it's just way too tough to get out. It's way too tough to stand there.
Oh, my. Did he catch that?
I mean, he is risking it right now. That could have been GG's in the chat right there with that pass. And you see he has the 2 contains on the outside. He does not want to allow him to get outside the pocket. And he really can't go anywhere here. He's just going to have to throw something up.
And
throws another pick. I mean, the pick counter right now is starting to get out of hand. And Drini just runs, jukes into a hit stick, has the ball once again in scoring range, and this is a recipe for losing games to Drini. For 8 that has to play Drini next, because that's what it's going to look like, you're really going to have to make sure you limit your turnovers. You can't do things like this. You can't turn the ball over early. You cannot give him pick 6s, and you most definitely can't give him picks where he's just already in scoring range.
Absolutely. And, you know, when I think about Drini, his focus, how he's gotten here, you know, he was supposed to be on next one up. He talked to me, said, look, user, I know I said I was going to come through, but I really feel like I need to focus and get the job done. It seems like when I start putting other things than Madden in front, I tend to lose focus and don't get the job done. Let me talk to you after we see how things go. And let me tell you, I understand it, and you can see the focus and everything paying off. Drini is on the road to make that 4 for 4.
And right here, he's going to run the ball. Expect Drini to run the ball 3 straight times, no matter what. He's going to run the ball every single down from here on out for the rest of this game, because now time is his best friend. Time is on his side, so there's no need to pass the ball. Only bad things can happen from passing at this point. So he's just going to make sure he takes every single second off his clock. I honestly like to see him take a few more seconds. It doesn't matter if he knows you're running at the 1 second mark. Get every single second off the clock, because time is your best friend.
Yeah, he's easily going to be up 3 possessions, kick the 3 right here, and that's going to be GG's in the chat if you ask.
And although it's a rough one, we're still in the 4th quarter. Get your 4s in the chat. Doesn't look like Wesley's going to be able to fight his way out of this one. And user, kind of talk about, as we watch Drini kind of milk this game out or milk this quarter out a little bit, kind of talk about the mindset and how do you bounce back if you're Wesley?
It's tough. I mean, you know, you're going to be sick. This is going, especially what Wesley has done to make the run to get here. Wesley has been on a steamroll to get here. Him and Drini, both of these guys have been on a tear. And to come out here and, you know, as you see Drini line up to kick this three, he's going to milk this all the way down and kick the three. You come out here and not win at least one game to make it to the ship, that's tough, you know, because we were expecting Wesley to really put on the show with Drini, and it just so happens, you know, unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to do it. It seemed like other guys were just mentally more locked in, more focused and prepared, and Wesley knows that. He knows all the routes and plays. It's not like Wesley's a bad player. It's just like him making bad reads, and when you make these bad reads, you cannot overcome these turnovers. Throwing 3 to 4 interceptions, playing a guy like Drini, there's no way you're going to win that game.
As we kind of look ahead, I mean, we can kind of start to look ahead just a tad. Drini versus Ape. That's what it's looking like. Drini versus Ape. Any early thoughts on that game and what you expect from that game?
I mean, all I see now is that Ape is going to be a captain now, because anyone who plays Drini in the championship automatically becomes a captain, and Drini is just putting on a historic run. Can the Ape stop him? How you feeling about it?
I don't think so. I don't think that Ape is suited. But this is Ape's. If he's listening, this is your opportunity to prove me wrong.
He listening.
I don't think he's suited to really get this task done. We'll find out. And as we kind of watch Wesley, he's really kind of milking himself out the game at this point.
Yeah, he's waving the white flag. You know, Wesley, that what we're seeing right here is just kind of saying, hey, man, let me get out of here.
And this is more of what I like to see him do. Keep fighting it out. If you're going to stick in this game, I know you can't just jump out of the game and, you know, press that Xbox button or that PlayStation button and just go ahead and quit the game, quit the app. He really kind of has to fight it out. He's kind of milking himself out. I don't know if I can milk myself out.
How shocked are you to see this game go the way it went?
I'm not that shocked. This almost kind of what I expected based off of his tweets. If Wesley was at Wesley's best, I think it would have been a much better game.
That's another book, but we dropped it.
Yeah, Wesley at his best, I expected a much greater game than what it would have been. But I just didn't feel like Wesley came into this game at his best. I just felt like he was already mentally out of it.
As you would say, you expected Drini to just dominate Wesley?
I kind of did. I kind of expected him to just dominate this game and really just be able to do whatever he wanted to do. And we're seeing it right now. He didn't even really have to play offense in this game. He didn't have to play great on offense. And he really didn't play great on offense. He just was able to just sit back and allow Wesley to just throw book after book after book after book. I mean, he really kind of created a whole Harry Potter series with these books. And it's really kind of getting out of control. And he's really just going to have to fight his way and try to come back. Come back for Madden Bowl. Come back locked in and try to make it as much cheese as you can.
Yeah, you know what's kind of sad about it, Wesley didn't, really it's lucky. If you ask me, if I'm looking at the draft pool now, Wesley, we were expecting Wesley to be a captain. Wesley, his caliber player that he is, not going to be a captain. Easily, if you look at the draft pool, if you're a captain, you're kind of happy Wesley did not get the job done, because now you're like, hey, if I got that number 1 pick, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley's a great pick. He's a great pick. Coming off of this run, you have the number 1 pick. Are you considering picking Wesley if you're in the draft?
Oh, absolutely. With my eyes closed. With the number 1 pick in the draft, we select Joe Rice, a.k.a. Wesley Giddens. I mean, yes, he's getting flooded right now, but I believe by the time Madden Bowl comes around, he's going to bounce back.
And for my guy, Scott Cole, we got another book. Kimmy, take it over.
Y'all, what a finish. Final score, 20-3. Drini takes the dub over Wesley. As you just saw, the game actually ended in an interception in the end zone. Wesley not able to get on the board with anything better than a field goal. This was a crazy one, but as we've seen, history could be made. Drini looking to go 4 for 4. Guys, talk me through these highlights.
I mean, it was out of control. Sorry, go ahead, user.
I mean, it was book after book, as you see right here. Drini just had the defense the whole game. He had the baggy system, the crazy cage, whatever you want to call it. Drini had Wesley's number.
Yeah, he really never made Drini sweat. Although Drini was constantly throwing books, I think probably the only time Drini sweated was when he threw his first pick. And then once he got the pick 6 right back from Wesley, it was really never anything for Drini to worry about. From that point on, it was just out of control. And we see it was just bad. He really couldn't do anything.
Drini obviously excited. Look at him. He clenches his chest. He knows that he's moving on to the finals. Here's an updated look at our bracket. Next up, the finals for the PS4 Madden 21 Challenge. 8 will be taking on Drini. Drini looking to sweep and go 4 for 4. You guys, you're watching Madden 21 Challenge. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, I'll have a chance to talk to Drini and get ready for this final matchup. Stick with us, y'all. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Madden NFL 21 Challenge. You just saw Drini facing off against Wesley. The final score of that match, 20-3. Drini yet again will be headed into the finals, this time facing off against 8. But before that happens, let me welcome Drini in now. Congratulations. I interviewed you quite a bit yesterday because you kept winning these matches, and here we are yet again. How do you feel after that win?
I mean, honestly, I'm happy I got that W because I was off to a rocky start on offense. I was throwing a lot of picks, bad reads overall, and you know, at the end of the game, I threw for 42% with my quarterback. So to get a W playing that bad on offense, I'm happy with. So I just got to tighten up. And on offense, I feel like I'll be good for next game.
So was revenge on your mind in this game? Because I do believe the very last time you faced off against Wesley, he beat you. That final score was 23-20. And I also believe that was actually the last time that you lost. So was revenge a part of this win?
Yeah, a little bit. Honestly, I wasn't looking forward to no, my fault. I was looking forward to the game, but I just had the 4-for-4 on my mind. It was just not about any opponent specifically. It was just I just want to get this done, something that no one's ever seen before. But you know, I'm just happy that it continues. Maybe there's still a chance, and that's all that was, you know, in my mind.
So, Drini, did you like history back in school? Because you are on the way to potentially making history. You won 2 out of 2 yesterday on both consoles, PS4 and Xbox One during the Classic. But now you're on the way to the finals in the challenge for PS4. How intentional are you being about your gameplay so that you can be in the history books?
I mean, it's just like everyone knows me for being a defensive player, and I feel like I showcased that game, and that's all Draft Champs is about. This is the first tournament that I've ever won. It was Draft Champs. So, you know, this is the mode where you can showcase your defense, and that's what I'm doing right now. And I feel like that's why I'm here right now.
All right, so obviously we know defense is such a crucial part of this game, but talk about your offense, because your offense on the last game, as you stated, was a little bit shaky. You were throwing picks, you had some bad reads. What's your mindset going into this final matchup against 8?
Well, just yesterday, we were playing on a totally different mode, and I had to get adapted to that. Like, I had to adapt from a mode where I could just pass anything with Aaron Rodgers, the best quarterback in the game, to now there's no abilities on my quarterback, so it's going to be a little bit more tough to pass the ball. And, you know, in my mind, I was like, before the game, I'm like, I'm going to just air the ball out. It's just whatever it is because of what I did in the Classic. But now, you know, mid-game, I realized this is just a totally different mode. You're going to have to, you know, have a whole different view on the game when you're playing this mode. So that's what I have to do, and I'm going to run the ball a lot more in this next game.
All right, well, that game is going to be kicking off and getting underway here just momentarily. But one last question for you. I see there's a bookshelf or a bookcase right behind you. You got some hats and footballs. Are you ready to clear that out and put up some trophies and potentially a belt?
Oh, if I end up making all 4, I'm definitely clearing out everything in that bookcase, and I'm putting all 4 trophies there. So if that's the question, yeah, I'm ready to put them all there.
All right, there you have it. Congrats again on your very first win. Now you are heading into the finals here in just a few minutes. Good luck, my friend. Before we get to that game, let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket. This is a bracket for Madden 21 Challenge on PS4. The finals, it's going to be Ape against Drini. How did we get here? 8 beat 2 Tenacious. That final score, 22-16. Drini just took one home against Wesley. That final score, 22-3. So much more to come. The next match is just going to get started here shortly. But first, a very quick break. Stick with us. Thank you for joining. We'll be right back, y'all.
Champion, right? 20 sounds better.
When you looked at the stats to qualify for this event, you had Drini with the #1 winning percentage and Kiv with the #2 winning percentage. The guys that you thought would be here, they're here.
Trips to the left. Play action. Cousins throws it to the end zone. Touchdown, Drini. Goes heavy to the right, throws to the left. And all alone for the touchdown. And Drini, all of a sudden, up 11. And all the momentum is with young Drini. Oh, and here's a pick. He's going to take it to the house. Dr. Drini makes house calls. 21 unanswered. answered by Drini. And Kiv officially on tilt.
Oh man, you could just feel it. History in the making. The 18-year-old at his first live event.
Hilton fumbles it. And Drini recovers. This is bananas.
Oh, when it rains, it pours. And it is pouring on young Kiv right now. Could have tried to get some momentum going, but he can't even sniff momentum right
It's
now.
a touchdown for Drini.
The pick six, the fumble. It's just too much for him to overcome.
40-19 here in Los Angeles. Drini is going to be your Madden 18 Challenge champion.
Your first year of eligibility, your first major, you took the title. What is that like?
It's great that I can finally hold that belt and no one can take that away from me. Yeah.
Could you ever have imagined that you would win this tournament?
Yeah, that's the only reason I was playing this game.
Congratulations, kid. Welcome to the Ultimate League.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for our first championship match of the night, the PS4 Madden 21 Challenge Finals between Ape and Drini. An incredible matchup, but only one guy can be crowned the champion. Let's recap how they got here by taking a quick look at our bracket. So first up, we had Ape taking on two Tenacious. They went into overtime, final score 22-16. That sent Ape to the finals to take on the winner between Drini and Wesley. That final score was 20-3, with none other than Drini taking it home. Now we see the two of these guys, Ape versus Drini, facing off against each other. One of them is going to be a champion. Scott, Chaos, tell the people who's playing.
Well, you know, we talked about this David versus Goliath yesterday. I mean, this is as big as it gets here. Ape, I mean, he's in the Browns Club Championship, right? Runner-up, but he's never played a game like this. He's played Joke before. That was a test, but this is a real test. The hottest Madden player in the world he's going up against on the other side. It's going to be Ape taking on Drini, the Madden 18 Challenge winner. He's got two belts. They're going to have to change that 300,000 to 400,000, Chaos.
Yeah, he continues to impress. Drini's on an amazing run. But hey, Ape can go into this thinking, hey, everyone's picking Drini, no one's picking me. He's going to it with house money and play his best game and see if he can get a dub.
All right, maybe there could be an upset, but we won't know until the game gets kicked off and underway. Here they are in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Ape locked in, headphones over the sweatshirt. Drini locked into the same spot he's been all weekend in the white sweatshirt. I think that white sweatshirt may be giving him some good luck. Scott, Chaos, I'm going to turn it over to the two of you to call our champion match up. Only one can be crowned. Who is it going to be? Here's the first half getting started right now.
Thank you so much, Kimmy. It is the Madden 21 Challenge PlayStation 4 Finals. Ape, the youngster, going up against Drini, who's, I mean, he's young in his own right as far as you look at the government papers, Chaos, but this guy is seasoned in Madden.
Oh, yeah, he's a seasoned veteran now. He's done it. He's done it all. He's seen everything. Nothing's going to be a surprise to him. He's going to come out and play his game.
Won 2 championships yesterday on 2 different consoles. Trying to make it 3 in a row against Ape. Drini starting with it first. Looking downfield. He's going to throw it. It was nearly picked off.
Really nice user there from Ape. He stayed with the crosser just long enough to pass it off to his own. Bounce back to that delay fade.
As Brian Dawkins on the coverage, 3rd and 8. T.Y. Hilton coming in motion. And he's going to flip it back. Ape shaking his head. And it's Drini that calls a timeout.
A little bit of indecision there from Drini. It's the 3rd and 8. It's a tough down in this mode to pick up. So he's thinking here. And you don't want to go 3 and out on the first drive.
Chat saying make his bed. I was saying make his bed in the first game for Ape. After you win, though, you change nothing. Nothing.
I agree.
Same hoodie, same everything. 3rd down. Drini's going to chunk it, and it's overthrown.
Perfect defense again there from Ape. Perfect start to this game. Now, I want to stress here before Ape gets on offense, you don't want to make any mistakes and give free points to Drini. We saw Wesley do that last game. Drini's going to take advantage. You want to make Drini work on offense, especially in this much draft mode.
Ape beat Tenacious to get here. Drini just beat Wesley. Of course, this won't be the end of the night for Drini either. About 2 games from now, he's going to play Clef the God down on the Xbox side of things.
Yeah, Scott, we've been seeing a lot of Drini all weekend. We're going to continue with it. And with every win, he gets closer to that 4 for 4.
Seeing the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Setting up everything, getting ready to go.
Doing their audibles, making their subs, doing everything they have to do at the start of a game.
It'll be Ape. After the 3 and out. We'll start with it at the 41. And Zeke Elliott will lose 4 yards.
And Drini said that run is not going to work on me. Comes right through with his user. 5-yard loss to start this drive.
Yeah, they officially make it 2nd and 15. He's at the 41.5. He's got pushed back to the 37. This game mode is just built for Drini.
Running the ball, playing defense. That's what Drini does in any mode. So when you give it to him where it's his strength, it is the strength of the mode, he's going to excel.
Biggest game Ape's ever been in. As mentioned before, he did lose to Joke in the Browns Club Championship, but this is a whole different level. I'm not talking about the opponent. I'm talking about what's at stake. And Elliott doesn't pick up anything. It's 3rd and 19.
This is a spot you do not want to be finding yourself in any mode of Madden, but when you make it mud drafts, it's very tough to pick up. Don't want to make a mistake here. Don't try to force anything in. If you have to punt the ball away, that's okay.
Bunch to the left. Trubisky, quick throw to the outside, and T.Y. like a possession catch along the boundary. That makes it 4th and 12.
No question here. You're taking out the boot. You're going to punt this ball away. Got to make Drini put together some offense.
And it's a short punt. Taken out a hop by Santana Moss.
It looked like it was when you try to get that full power, you miss it. It comes all the way down and you get about as weak as a kick as you can get.
So not much distance on the punt. And Drini's got the ball back. No harm done. 2:54 to go here in the first. Trying to make it 3 championships in a row for Drini in just 2 days' time. And he's going for the bomb. And it's bounced around, incomplete.
And that one should have been picked off right there. That's where you don't have the exact QB that you might have in Mutt. You don't have that 99 speed wide receiver. Can't quite get over the top.
Drini trying to test him several times here early. Diggs will move to the right. Drini again, and it's picked off. I don't think Drini was watching the Ape Tenacious game because that's the exact same play.
Ape's user's been on point today. He made the play to win the game in the last one. He made some plays to force incompletions versus Drini last drive. Gets the big interception right there.
Got great field position here, too. Back-to-back stops. Now he's in field goal range. And Zeke Elliott will push his way forward.
I can't stress enough, Scott, this is not a mode that you want to be turning the ball over, giving free points to your opponent. You want to make them work the entire time on offense.
Both these players of the Washington playbook. 2nd and 8. And Elliott can't get loose. 4 carries for -5 yards. Ouch.
Yeah, Drini's run defense is all over all of these runs so far for Ape. He's shooting the gap easily with his user and making every play.
Got to make sure you at least get 3 here. Someone's got to break the scoring drought. Picks up the blitz and nearly threw a pick.
Oh, that should have been picked right there. I wanted to say, Ape, you got to be careful on this drive. You're playing great defense. Don't give the ball back. And he actually threw the lurk. Drini can't make the play.
And it's up and it's good. 15K on the line. No big deal. It's 3-0 in favor of Ape. And
defensive struggle.
Santana Moss.
Defensive struggle. No one's really feeling comfortable moving the ball. No one's really running effectively. The passes have all been risky and scary reads. The first person to really put together a drive is going to win this game.
PlayStation Final Xbox bracket coming up after this. And by the way, Drini's in that one as well.
I can't say I'm shocked.
That's McKissick, the speedy back. Picks up 9. He's been airing it out. At some point, he's got to keep it on the ground here.
He's got 2 running backs as well, so he needs to make sure he's utilizing them.
Edmonds trying to come on the outside, and that's a dot down to the 43.
First dot of the day right there. Huge for Drini.
I was just making sure the dot guy was paying attention, yeah. Especially on a game like this. Here's McKissick, though. That's a long run all the way to the 29 now.
And this is that drive. He's putting it together right now. If he can somehow get in the end zone on this drive, he's going to be in a great advantage.
Scott Cole Chaos along with you. Someone in chat says, is this the first game of the day? No, my friend. This is game number 3. This is the final on PlayStation 4. And he throws it away in the pocket. That's intentional grounding.
I don't like trying to stop the blitz with the max protect in this mode. You have to really get out of the pocket to make accurate on the sideline run throws. I'd rather just send 5 out against the blitz. You don't want to risk an intentional grounding just like that Drini just had.
And that's the end of the first quarter. 3-0 in favor of Ape. The underdog with a field goal lead as we head to the second quarter. Go back to McKissick. The only play that's working for Drini.
I love the run call there, honestly. I mean, you're probably not going to pick up that 3rd and 18. Get yourself into field goal range. Tie this game up. See if you can get a stop.
48-yarder right down Main Street. We're tied here in the final. Still looking for our first touchdown. This defensive battle. T.Y. runs out of bounds at the 27.
I really think this one's going to come down to whoever makes the mistake to give their opponent a free score, or whoever drives down and actually gets into the end zone gets that 7.
Hands it off to Elliott. He goes nowhere. Got a giveaway coming up at halftime. It's Ryan Shazier, the Goon middle linebacker. Kimmy will have the giveaway coming up at the half.
Shout out to my Steelers fans out there.
2nd and 11. Nowhere to go, and you can sack them up.
Nothing's open every play, I feel like, for both these guys. They're playing such great defense. Their lurks are on point. They're really making this tough on each other for the offensive side of the ball.
By the way, it's rumored that dump truck's coming at the end of the broadcast again. That's
Whoever
not
wins
a reason
that is making a nice come up.
Yeah, that's the reason to stick around. And it's a blitz by Drini. Rashard Breeland out of Clemson comes off the edge.
Drini again dialing it up, user and everything across the middle of the field. 4th and 29, you don't want to be going backwards on this mode. We need to see a little bit more runs. 8 needs to find a run that's going to work against Drini's run defense that's been so stout.
All right, I'm going to have to release a punting ebook. Is that a thing, Chaos?
It might need to be 2 punts, about a total of 20 yards gained. They're not what 8 wants when he's punting the ball away.
Great field position here for Drini. Hands it off. McKissick. Good run stick. Still on his feet. That's close to the marker at the 11.
Drini's in scoring distance now. He has a chance to get that 7. He can really take full control of this game.
Hands it off again, and it's going to be 3rd down.
I expect another run right here, just trying to use McKissick to try to get that 1st down and move the chains.
And he'll plow his way forward for the 1st down and take it down to the 2-minute warning. But 2 bad punts. I mean, that was like 40 yards of field position.
Yeah, that honestly is as good as an interception, to be honest with you. That's a mistake, essentially, just that you don't want to make. It's giving Drini free points when he really hasn't shown that he can move the ball yet this game.
Well, he's knocking on the door. 1st and goal from the 6. Fullback in motion. They're going to run it behind the big fella. But great defense there by Ape.
Huge stop. 8 really needs to hold to 3 right here. He does not want to give up a touchdown.
That pushes him back to the 9-yard line now. Ape used the timeout. Clock stopped. And Drini nearly threw a pick.
Oh, that was it. That was his stop. That was going to put him right back in business. That might have went for 6 too. He needed that interception.
Third and goal. It's a hot pocket. And there's the sack. Nothing going for Drini.
Good job holding to 3 there. Of course you want that pick. You want that interception. That's a read Drini cannot be making if he wants to win this game, but at least it wasn't a touchdown.
If you're a fan of FIFA, you're loving this one so far. 6-3, 98 seconds to go in the half.
Yeah, very low scoring, a lot of defense being played. I still stand by the first person to really break through is going to win this game.
Got 3 punts, 3 field goals, a couple picks. Drini's really making bad reads, though.
Yeah, a couple drop picks, too. Even in the last game, Drini looked shaky on offense. Wesley allowed him to make scores on defense, which allowed him to not have to throw the ball as much. If 8 makes him throw the ball, there will be more mistakes, most likely, because of the way this mode plays.
Drini with 2 big wins yesterday. Looking to add a 3rd. Ape's got an opportunity here. 1:36 to go, 1 timeout. Hands it to the power back, Zeke Elliott. We'll get to the 31. He's still
like
negative yards rushing.
Yeah, I like the audible down there, though. He needs to find a run that's going to work for him in this second half. You can't win the game passing the ball every down. So this is going to be a drive at the end of this half to search for a run that's going to work against Drini's run defense, because he's been shooting the gap almost every play.
Goes that 3-3 wide, and Drini just controls the middle of the field, holding it down like a fat kid on a blanket. 2nd and 7. And there's a tender space right at midfield. That's a dot.
That's definitely a dot. Definitely needed right there. That gives Ape a chance here before half to get 3.
.103 to go now. Out of timeouts. Trying to tie it up or maybe take the lead. Ooh, that's a bad drop.
That's rough. That's rough right there. But I do love what Drini's doing on defense. If you notice, he's actually covering out his ends in the 3-3-5 wide, and he's blitzing his linebackers to get a little bit more of an outside rush, keep the quarterback in the pocket, and make tough passing that much tougher.
11th play so far for Ape. He's run the ball 6 times. He's thrown it 4. And he finds a guy right up the seam. That's, I think, Vernon Davis down to the 6-yard line.
That was almost 7 there, Scott. He's got to be careful. He doesn't have timeouts, but he's got the time if he needs it. He can definitely pass the ball a couple times here and then have the playbook open on 3rd down. I would pass the ball here on 1st, though.
Busting cover 2s and man for a long time, and then Zeke Elliott finds the end zone.
Never mind me. Run the ball on 1st down, punch it in, take the lead, and Ape is in business.
First touchdown of the ball game, and he'll go up 4 with 30 seconds left in the half. Look at this again. Untouched.
Great stick work, found the hole, hit the gap, was able to punch it in.
Boy, he's locked in.
Oh yeah, he's got his hoodie on, headset on. He's got the lead against one of the best players of all time. He's feeling it right now.
Well, Drini's got 2 timeouts, ball at the 25. Got to make sure he doesn't make this worse. And there's a sack.
Yeah, I was going to say it before that down, but definitely after taking that sack, just run the ball here. Take this to half. Don't make any mistakes. Your defense has been good. You made 1 mistake all day. Take this to halftime.
Drini again. This time he picks it up, and he gets sacked again, and we're going to the half, 10-6, as we head to Kimmy.
10-6 is right. Ape taking the lead. At first, I was going to say, if you like kickers, then you'd like this game because it was just a lot of field goals. But Ape finally able to get on the board with a touchdown. He is currently leading 10-6. We'll see what can happen in the second half in just a moment. But first, it is time for yet another giveaway. This time, it is Pittsburgh Steeler legend Ryan Shazier, a 98 overall rating, middle linebacker for the Steelers. Stand up, Steeler Nation. What's up? The lucky winner of this giveaway is Go For It _ GOFORXIT_ Go For It _ you have got yourself a Ryan Shazier card, 98 overall rating. Get him into your MUT squad. Now, the second half is just about to get underway here. In just a moment, we will see if history can be made and if Drini is going to be crowned champion. However, Ape is the one who is ahead right now. The score, 10-6. A lot of mistakes being made that we saw in the first half. Scott, break down what needs to happen in the second half.
Drini's got to stop making bad reads. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, he's kind of made his living on the running game. He's made his living on the tight end delay. I haven't seen any of that in the first half, and he finds himself in a little bit of a hole, a little bit of a rut even.
Now, Chaos, you keep saying whoever is going to make the first huge offensive play, that's going to be the guy who's going to take home the championship run. Does that still stand in the second half?
Yeah, it's been a struggle for both of them. Neither of them was really passing the ball comfortably. Ape is able to punch that through. That's a huge advantage going into the second half. But I still think one of them needs to find a run that's going to work. They're both playing great run defense. So you keep searching, you audible to different things, you flip. And if you can find that run, you can start to open up your offense a little bit.
I'm interested to see if Drini is going to run the ball a bit more in the second half. We've seen him making some wobbly, not so great passes. As you guys noted, he has 2 speedy running backs. And if he wants to emphasize on that, well, he needs to use them in the second half. If you were to predict who was going to take home the cake now, just based on what you saw this first half, Scott, who you got?
I don't make predictions. I just call the plays. But right now, I think Bobby Knight said whoever scores the most points is going to win the game. That's kind of where I hang out.
That's smart. Chaos, what about you?
I think Scott could be correct with his prediction there. It sounds about spot on. No,
whoever puts up the most points is going to win.
I got Drini winning this one. He's one of the best of all time, if not the best of all time. I think that he's going to try to figure out something on offense. He'll get his run game going. He'll get just enough passing game going, and he'll come out with the win.
I think Drini also, just from talking to him earlier, he also has that kind of self-reflection that's needed to know when to pivot and when to make changes, what's working, what's not working. He even said the very first game that he played earlier against Wesley, and he won pretty easily against, he said he made a lot of mistakes. He did not like the reads that he was making. He knew that he was not passing the ball efficiently. I'm curious to see if he can continue to lock in on the second half. Second half kicking off now. Ape versus Drini, 10-6. Scott, Chaos, take us through it.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kimmy. And as Ape will start with it first here in the second half. Drini's got to be concerned right now, Chaos. It's a long way to go, but he hasn't looked good.
No, he hasn't. And this is a huge possession here, because if Ape gets a 2-possession lead, if he gets 7, I would say this one's almost over because of the way Drini's looked on offense. But if Drini gets a stop, he's still right there.
Mitch hands it off. The big fullback, Reese. Picks up 9.
I expect Ape just to continue to try different runs, running them different directions, just trying to find something that'll work for him consistently.
Well, I think he's put Zeke on the bench. Did not have a good first half run of the football. Did have a touchdown run.
Yeah, that was about all Zeke had that half.
And then there's an absolute man sack. That's Melvin Ingram, former Gamecock, throws him to the turf.
Not a big fan of the 1st and 10 pass. Keep searching for that run. It's not gonna. You're not gonna be able to make a living in this mode passing the ball that often. I feel like you need to keep searching for that run.
Sometimes I gotta throw the chat a bone or two. You know what I mean? 2nd and 16. So we got a early timeout here by Ape. That ain't good.
Yeah, probably not a timeout you want to be taking. I'd almost take the delay. 2nd and 16 is already tough. Making it a 2nd 21 doesn't make it that much worse, and you might need that timeout later.
Ball at the 33-yard line. There's Elliott in motion.
So you got tired of Zeke running the ball. You moved him out wide and allows him to audible a couple different things as well, different personnel.
You see right there, Drini's won 33 straight in these tournaments. He's got a man downfield, and it's a dot to the 26.
Stop, man.
Great throw by Trubisky right there. I didn't think he had space to throw it, but you got Randy Moss out there. You got to utilize him. Great pass.
Oh, Randy Dandy Moss. What a play. In business at the 26 now. They go to Zeke. Nothing going.
Yeah, Zeke's still struggling. This is going to be huge here. If he can get that 7, he's in such a great spot. Drini knows he needs to buckle down and get this stop right here.
Someone in the chat saying, is this a replay of yesterday? No, that was the classic. This is the challenge. We're in the PlayStation 4 final. And Ape trying to come up with maybe the biggest upset of the year. And Trubisky right down the seam. It's Vernon Davis again.
You don't want to make a living testing Drini's user like that. He got away with it that time. I would not try it again.
You know, Mike Singletary was coaching the 49ers. He's like, I can't win with him. I don't want to play with him. Ape's like, I'll take some Vernon Davis.
Beatster, man.
1st and goal. Hands it off to Zeke. Zeke trying to get to the edge. Not happening, but he does pick up 2. He's got 10 carries for 5 yards.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for Zeke. These are probably the 2 biggest plays of the game coming up. 2nd and goal and 3rd and goal if we get there, because that's going to change the entire game.
2nd and goal. Drini's got to hold him to 3. And Zeke does work his way to the 3-yard line.
Zeke's getting a little bit of a rhythm now. He's getting a few. It's not in the backfield anymore. He's picking it up a little bit.
Well, Drini's got to dial something up here. Needs a goal line stand on 3rd down. Zeke's in the backfield. Mitch barking out the changes. They go to the I formation.
Those spies are going to help him from the safeties to play the run.
And they pull him down at the 2.
Huge stop. The safety comes through. You see Drini there's putting his safeties in a spy that helps put them in the run fit and help pursue the football a little bit better. They end up coming in. They make the play. They keep this a one-possession game.
And the kick is up, and it's good. It's a touchdown spread now with 35 seconds to go in the quarter. That was a long drive.
That was a long drive. That's almost a perfect drive for Ape. Obviously, the most perfect drive would have got 7, but taking that much clock, taking a full touchdown lead, you have to love that start to the half.
Only 45 yards of offense for Drini thus far. Been pretty abysmal. And he finds a man there. There's T.Y. Hilton, stop and go. Out to the 39.
I like the hurry up here. Let's mix up the tempo. Let's change the way that the game's been going because it has not been going well for Drini so far on offense.
That was just his second completion. He's 2 of 7 as McKissick now has 52 yards on the ground.
Yeah, it has been a struggle passing the ball. He's ran the ball okay, but if there's a time to go, it's right now. This is go time for Drini. He has to put together a drive right now.
Put your 4s up. We're in the finals. $15,000. Chance to get into the Madden Bowl. You get an instant 5K for just seeing your name on the list. And Trubisky will throw it away for Drini.
How do I get on that list, Scott? I'd like to be on it. I'll take a free 5K.
Well, unlike you, I know I'll never be on the list. So 3rd and 6 now. T.Y. Hilton goes wide to the left. Drini's got to cook something up here. And wow, knocked away.
Ooh, he finally actually had a dot out there and he wasn't able to get the catch. I'm not a fan of his max protect right now. Ape is sending pressure, but it's keeping him in the pocket. You just want to get a hot read out there. Throw a quick drag, a table route if he's sending that pressure.
We've seen no delays, and that's sort of been his staple. They're absolutely disappeared now. They're non-existent. Drini on 4th down, has a man right down the field, and T.Y. hauls it in at the 24.
What a catch by T.Y. Hilton. Saves the game for Drini right there. If he drops that, that might have been the game. Huge catch.
Balanced offense, 10 runs, 10 throws. Just outside the red zone, goes to McKissick again. The speedster. Down to the 11-yard line. He could still get a 1st down there. It's 1st and 10 at the 11. And he throws it to the end zone. Touchdown, Drini. We got a ball game.
There's the dot right there. I don't know how Drini does it, but somehow, some way, he always finds himself coming up clutch, making the play, and now we got a tie ball game in the 4th.
Boy, look at this. It's Diggs dragging the toes on the back of the line, and we're tied at 13, and that look says it all.
Yeah, if you're Ape right now, you got to feel at least a little bit demoralized. You have him on the 4th down. You have the stop. T.Y. Hilton makes the play of the day, and he ends up giving up 7.
Sun going down in the DMV for Drini. Ape still got plenty of sunlight on the West Coast. And they got under 4 minutes to find out who's going to be the champ.
Huge tackle right there. That was one-on-one. That had house call written all over it. Huge tackle.
13 carries for 9 yards for Zeke Elliott. That's yuck.
Drini's run defense has been all over him today.
He had some success with Reese. I don't know why we keep going to Elliott here.
Yeah, I'd say Reese definitely. Reese might have more yards in the few carries that he does have. Zeke's had a struggling day.
Amos on the tackle. 3rd and 8. Remember, we still got the Xbox bracket coming up, including Drini again, taking on Clef the God. Buckle up for that one. And that's a dot. That's a laser.
Dot, man,
yes, that's a dot. That's a laser. That's a steamer. That's a hot one. Huge dot. He can milk this clock now. He's in position to milk the clock and take the game-winning field goal.
Gonna have to get a little bit closer. They hand it off. Zeke finally ping-pongs his way for 4. They're gonna count him with 3.5 yards. 2nd and 7.
Zeke might have heard you, Scott. He's starting to wake up a little bit. It's his time.
We're celebrating 3-yard runs. That's how bad it's been for Zeke Elliott.
Hey, he had to break a couple tackles to get there.
Yeah, he breaks one there, gets to the 40. It'd be a 57-yard field goal from there. I'm not sure.
With the kickers and mutt-drafts, I don't think this is quite field goal range. But to be honest with you, I'd probably run again. If you get a few, you're probably in field goal range. If you get the 4, which is possible, you could get the first down. I probably don't pass this ball.
Well, Drini's burning those timeouts. He's counting on a stop here on 3rd and 4. 2:20 to go. Everybody in the box. And nowhere to go, and he throws it away. I think you got to go for it.
Yeah, now you find yourself in such a tough spot because you're not in field goal range. If you get stopped, Drini needs about 25 yards for field goal range himself. I honestly think the play with the way Drini's played on offense is to punt the ball away. Looks like he's going for it, though.
Well, he's going to try to control his own destiny here on 4th and 4 from the 40. 2:14 to go.
He's bluffing a blitz here. He's not sending pressure, but he's got everyone in the box.
Playing coverage. Nobody open. He's going to have to throw somebody open. And he throws a pick. User. It's Amos, and it might be a pick 6. As he gets taken out of the 20, I don't think he wanted to score there.
Yeah, you don't. You want to go down. You want to take these last 2 timeouts away, get 1 first down, you win the game. I don't know how Drini does it, but somehow he always finds himself in a game-winning position.
I'm not sure I don't just throw it to the end zone and hope for an interception.
Right, yeah. It's better than giving him a chance at a pick 6.
Hands it off. McKissick. And now 8's got to use some timeouts. 1 remaining. 2nd and 6, 1:55 to go.
I'd say no matter what here, 2 more runs. I'm not passing this ball.
Back to McKissick. Working behind the tackle.
Here's the play of the game right here. If I'm Drini, I'm running 100%. There's no way I'm passing it. But 8 needs this stop.
8's out of timeouts. 3rd and 4 from the 13. Just got to get past the 10-yard line, about the 9.5 to move the chains. First down would be the game. And McCullough's going to pin on the spot. He's right at the 10, and it's 4th and inches.
Ooh, what is Drini going to do? I'm kicking here. I feel like Drini is a defensive player. You kick, you rely on your defense, you get a stop. It's only a minute. It's much rest. It's tough to pass. He's got no timeouts. I would kick this 3 if I'm Drini.
He was about 2 inches away from GG's.
We need that reach for it ability, Scott. That's what we need.
I'm okay with reach for it ability if you give me some fumbles. High risk, high reward.
I like it. I like it. I love the decision here from Drini to take this 3.
It'll be a 27-yarder, and he goes up 16-13. 1:15 to go for Ape.
Does the kid have a game-winning drive in him? Can he put one together? At least a game-tying one. He's going to have to pass the ball. We have to pass the ball. There's no timeouts. Less than 2 minutes to go. He's got to work the sidelines.
I'm just watching. My palms are sweaty. It's mom spaghetti time.
This is what you want if you're a Madden fan, right? This is what you wait on. Game-winning opportunities.
Both players out of timeouts, 1:11 to go. Drini in the second half has been phenomenal, using with Amos.
Nothing's open.
And there's a sack.
That's not how you want to start the drive. Clock's running and you're going backwards.
Second sack of the night for Melvin Ingram. Good job checking it down. There's Reese.
I know it's 3rd down, but I would spike here.
That's what he's going to do.
You want to get your best play out here. This is the play of the game. You have to get your best play out there. That's why I go for the spike. Take your time. Put together your best dot. Try to convert right here.
Bunch to the left. This could be the ball game. Can Drini win his 3rd championship in 2 days' time? With a chance to win a 4th. Ape looking on 4th down, finding. That'll move the chains, and that'll move the clock as well.
He's got to take that read, but now it's really just one pass out of bounds is all you got. That's the only thing you can do. If you're Drini, I'm putting you go to those coach adjustments, putting my curl flats on 25 to 30, putting my cloud flats at about 10 to 15, keeping everything in front, keeping everything in bounds.
He needs to get down to about the 37-yard line to even have a chance to tie the ball game. He's got enough time for 2 plays, though. Got to be quick. Zeke Elliott coming in motion. They'll bunch it back up.
He's got his out route. He's got his out route.
And it's sacked up, and that's going to be the ball game.
He had a chance out outside.
Has won 37 in a row. He's your PlayStation 4 champ, and he's not done yet. Wow, what a grind out, Kimmy.
Holy moly, Drini does it yet again. This is his 3rd champion win of the weekend. He won on both consoles yesterday in the Classic on both PS4 and Xbox. As we saw, he is now our Madden NFL 21 Challenge PS4 champion. That final score, 16-13. It came down to the wire. It was tied there at 13-13 for a little bit, but then we saw Drini do what he saw best. Y'all know what time it is. Highlight time. Talk us through it.
Well, the opening interception led to this field goal, and all of a sudden you're wondering, all right, is anybody going to score a touchdown, Chaos, as they go back and forth on these threes?
Yeah, I really thought the first person to break through and get a touchdown was going to win this game. It didn't end up happening that way, but it was great defense on both sides of the ball.
That was really Zeke Elliott's best run. He struggled all day, but this dot to T.Y. Hilton, remember that was 4th and 6, and then he finds Diggs in the back of the end zone, and we had a tie ball game. Then the pick, and this would just about do it, Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the play of the day was that T.Y. Hilton catch, saving Drini, converting that 4th down. But that pick, I just felt like Ape could have punted the ball away and played defense and then just lived with overtime.
And that's the way it would end, 16-13. Ape, I feel you, buddy, but it's Drini time.
Drini time. Here is a look at the bracket and how we got to a champion. We started it off. Ape taking on 2 Tenacious. That game going into overtime. 22-16. Ape moving on to the finals. Next up, it was Drini versus Wesley. A rematch. But this time, Drini came out on top. 20-3. Ape, Drini in the PS4 finals. Drini able to skirt by. Final score, 16-13. 3 championship wins for Drini this weekend. Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will come back. Stick with us. Thank y'all for watching. Drini, man, he's on a roll. We'll be right back. welcome back. Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We just watched the final round of the PS4 bracket. It was Drini versus Ape, and as you can see here, Drini taking home yet another win. That final score, 16-13. Drini, welcome back in, my friend. How do you feel? You just won your third championship of the weekend. Next up, you will play on the Xbox side of things, but let's not get too far ahead. Let's focus on this win you just had. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm feeling great. I mean, once again, I played bad on offense. So, also just getting the win just purely off, getting the stops when I need them. That feels good. Not playing a perfect game and still getting the W. But I feel like my next matchup in the next tournament is going to be versus Clef, and I feel like he's one of the best players in the circuit right now, so it's going to be a tough one, and I feel like everyone should watch this game.
Now, after the first half, we said that it was a little bit shaky for you, Chaos and Scott. We pointed out that there were some mistakes, some bad reads, some bad play calls, but I had said, I feel like you have the hindsight to really make adjustments and not get too much into your head. So what changed in the second half for you?
Honestly, he played good. I mean, he played good in the second half. I feel like he drove down the field. He almost got in field goal range when the game was tied. It was 13-13, and it was a 4th and 3. I got that one stop, and I got a pick to get myself in field goal range, and that's when the tides turn. And it's just plays like that where you see who's built, who's not. And I feel like the games that I've been winning throughout this whole tournament, it's just been clutch game after clutch game after clutch game. And I don't know, man. Hopefully this continues. Hopefully we'll see.
Speaking of continuing, now you are headed into the challenge bracket on the Xbox One side of things. You've already clinched PS4 on both Classic and Challenge. Now you're trying to make history, 4 for 4. Regardless of winning or losing, what do you want to remember about this incredible weekend?
I don't know. I feel like no one has ever done anything like this before, and that's just me. I'm not even a cocky person. I don't think anyone has ever done this recently, at least, that I've been alive for. So I'm just happy that I'm doing something that no one's ever done, and that means a lot to me because I just put in so much work, and to see that pay off, it means a lot.
All right, you don't have to say you're not cocky. Talk that talk. You're doing the dang thing, and we're having so much fun watching. Congrats again, Drini. I'm going to let you go because I know you have a game to go ahead and prepare for. Good luck, my friend. We're rooting for you. Clean sweep, 4 for 4. We will see in just a moment. But Drini, speaking of being a champion, let's take a look at the $50,000 prize pool. Drini just took home $15K. That's what happens when you're the #1 champion. Second place, 8 with $8,000 in the pocket. Wesley coming in third, $6,500. Last but certainly not least, fourth place, $4,000 to Tenacious. $50,000 prize pool. Congrats to all of our guys who played in the PS4 bracket. It's time to keep things moving and head on over to the Xbox One side of things. But first, a very quick break. You're watching Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We'll be right back.
Here we go. It's going to be Noah, the man from Maryland against the guy from Florida. It's Clef the God. We're going to give one of these guys their first belt here tonight. Mariota trying to buy time. Might as well chunk it up. It's a sack. It's a turnover on down near the goal line. And he goes across the middle. And it's picked off by Amos. Gets it to Chris Johnson. He finds a lane. All that speed. Will they catch him? Nope. Bob Felicia. Touchdown, Noah. Third down. They hand it to him. And he gets in there.
One stop ending. Man, let's go.
Has to pick up the first down. They cover A. He throws it anyway. And Reed hauls it in. Firing for the end zone. And it's picked off. And Noah's going to win the belt. Swagging around.
Hello and welcome to Madden NFL 21 Challenge. I am your host, Kimmy Checks. If you've been rocking with us all day, welcome back. If you're just now joining, welcome in. We have so much in store, but I'm not the only face or voice you're going to hear from. I am so excited to welcome in two incredible teams of casters. I'm going to introduce them right now. Here you got my guy, Bugs. Then you got my guy, a great user, Bugs, Madden Pro streamer and content creator. User known as the mouth of Madden. Happy Sunday, y'all. An Xbox One champion is going to be crowned here shortly. How we feeling about it, Bugs?
I'm feeling great. This is unreal what we're watching right now. I mean, Drini is 2 games away from taking his win streak to matching User's age right now. And this is crazy just to watch what he's able to do. This is such a special run. Clef the God put out the tweet, said he's honored for this opportunity to end the run. We'll see what happens.
Oh, User, I thought you were older than that. That's sweet. You look nice and young.
Wow. Y'all know black don't crack, but still y'all lying on my age, man. Don't do that. Look, it's going to be a great run. This is epic what we're watching here. Can the Jizzle man stop the historic run? The world is on his shoulders. This is our last hope. This really how I'm feeling. Or maybe it could be scheming and the other guys at the top half of the bracket. Dusty, we will see.
We will see, User. I always love giving you crap. This is so much fun. Not only do we have User and Bugs, we also have Scott Cole and my man Chaos, also known as Carson Wins. You probably recognize Scott Cole. He's a veteran sports broadcaster covering NBA, NFL, Madden, and oh so much more. And then my guy Chaos, Madden Pro streamer and content creator. Y'all just called the championship game on the PS4 for the challenge. Drini taking that one home. Now we're moving things over to the Xbox console. Is history going to be made, Scott?
Well, I think it only gets tougher. You got Clef the God coming up for Drini. That'll be the second matchup. KS and I will be calling that one. But don't sleep on this first matchup. Scheming is a guy who's got a tremendous story that I hope User and Bugs will go into. Overcome a lot. So this is nothing for him. I expect to probably see Scheming moving on to the final.
Ooh, we're going to get started here shortly. Chaos, how do you feel about this Xbox bracket? What's about to shake out?
I mean, I don't know how you can pick against Drini right now. Somehow, some way, he wins every game. He makes the play. I can't see anything different happening this time. He's going to go 4 for 4. He's going to win 36 straight. He's going to get it done one more time.
Clean sweep. We will see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. So y'all who are watching and tuning in know who's playing and what's going down. We have Clef the God facing Drini. Drini trying to make history and go 4 for 4. But before we get to that matchup, first up, we have Scheming versus Dusty. That game is going to be kicking off here shortly. That's the bracket. But what about the big bucks? What about the Benjamins and the money? We have $50,000 worth of prize money. But first, Users picks presented by Chunky. What do you see breaking down in this bracket?
Oh, this is going to be a tough matchup. We got Clef the God and Drini. Drini is on a historic run. All he has to do is finish. Like Noah says, finish. Finish. That's all Drini is thinking about right now. But he has a tough task in front of him with Clef the God. Clef the God, you know Jizzle, man, is not going to lay down. Then at the bottom, you got Bam scheming and Dusty. Dusty representing Dots and Laser. Trust and believe this young guy is going to be coming out here to fight. But you cannot sleep on scheming. So many people in the community sleep on scheming. I think scheming gets the job done, and Drini meets scheming in the championship.
Ooh, that's what user is predicting. Now back to the Benjamins, because that's what we all like to know. Ton of prize money out here on the line. $50,000 worth to be exact. If you come in fourth place, you get a smooth $4,000. Third place, $6,500. Second place runner-up, you can take home $8,000. And then if you are crowned champion, reigning supreme on Xbox, you take home $15K. Now, Scott, Chaos, Drini already swept the Classic on both consoles last night. We just saw him take home the championship. Oh, excuse me, I said user bugs. User bugs. We already saw him take home the championship, right, on PS4. Is he going to be able to truly go 4 for 4? Clean sweep. This is my sweep. Clean sweep, sweep, sweep. User, yes, no, maybe so.
Can you not smell it? Can you not smell it in the air? It's like Grandma's biscuits, man. You can smell it. Drini is putting together something masterful right now. It's epic what he's trying to do. I don't think anyone can stop him. Clef the God is my guy. The Jizzle, man, one of the best to do it. He's a surgeon on the field. But Drini is magical right now. They call him the Disney of the Madden community. Man, listen, he's special.
I don't know, but Bugs, we've seen him get in a little bit of trouble yesterday. Vose was the closest one to stopping him. That game went into overtime, but Drini, he got to take it home. And then we just saw a tough battle against Ape. Do you think there's going to be an upset alert?
I mean, you're right. Like, Vose definitely gave him the best game so far. He really pushed Drini to the edge and really had Drini on the ropes, and so did Ape as well. Like, both of these young guys really brought it to Drini, and maybe it's their youth that really helped them into really giving Drini all these troubles. Clef, we're gonna have to see what Clef can do in this situation and whether or not he can handle it.
Well, we are going to be seeing Drini and his 4th out of 4 brackets coming up soon. But first, let's get to our very first game of the night. The first matchup that we are going to see. It's Scheming versus Dusty. User Bugs. Break down these players and what we're about to see.
I mean, we have Scheming versus Dusty. Two guys that people really are kind of sleeping on, not really giving a chance. People are kind of staring at the bottom end of this bracket and assuming that whoever wins out of this game is really just playing for second place. But I think you guys should really kind of put some respect on these guys' names, especially Scheming, somebody that's really kind of proven that he's one of the more underrated Madden players. I think he personally is probably the toughest matchup in this entire bracket because you just don't know what he's going to bring to the table, and he's really shown the ability to be able to win games. And then you got young Dusty out here. This is his first competitive year competing in Madden, 16 years old. I mean, we're going to see what he's made of because he's going to have a really tough matchup, and young players typically struggle against players like Scheming that really hits you with something different.
Yeah, Dusty representing that Dots and Laser crew, young 16-year-old. Listen, this guy, no one knows who he is, so everyone's going to be disrespecting him, especially when these young guys first step on the scene like Bose. Nobody respects him. And Scheming, arguably one of the most disrespected Madden players in the Madden community. I'll never forget what Taylor Gaines said. I can beat Scheming 8 out of 10. And Scheming took that personally. He's on a tear to try to prove that he's one of the best Madden players in the community. He's always there, but for some reason, we just do not show him the respect he deserves.
Put some respect on his name. That's what you're saying, user. All right, here is our first look at the two in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. This game kicking off and getting underway in just a few seconds. User Bugs, I'm turning it to y'all. You're on the 1s and 2s to call it. Let's see what we can do in the first half.
All right, user. We finally got this game. The game, honestly, one of the more exciting games I feel like we could potentially see with Bam Scheming versus Dusty. We don't really know what we're going to see from either one of these guys. We already see Dusty's coming out in the trips tight end offset. We don't know what to expect from Bam. You know, he's always going to bring some wrinkles to the game. And that's the thing that I love most about watching Bam play.
Yeah, and you know the one thing about scheming, I'm not like these other guys in the community. Scheming, Bam has always had my number. You know, he's very unorthodox when it comes to offense. He's always going to be running around playing audible games. I'm like, listen, man, I don't have time. I can't stand playing scheming. But listen, he's a top Madden player. It's time to put some respect on his name. Dusty, young 16-year-old. I want to see if he's ready for the big stage.
And we're going to see right here as he throws a laser to the sideline. That's a dot on 3rd and 3.
Dot, man, come on.
That's a Snickers dot.
Oh, is it? Dusty really, he's in this formation, this trips tight end offset. We saw it kind of during the latter phase where people were running this trips tight end offset and really kind of pounding the rock user, really kind of pounding people and really giving people troubles to really kind of stop the run. You got that 0-1 trap that you got to deal with, the read option, the counter. You got the other little run, the little funky run, buck sweep that you got to deal with. But it doesn't matter when you got lasers.
Dot, man, come on.
That's another Snickers dot. And Dusty's looking hungry out here. He's saying, why wait? Let's go up top, baby.
And what you see right there, that's the thing that Bam is going to have to put in his mental notes. He's going to have to put that in his mental notes. What happens? What is his cover 3 bombs are like? Everyone has a cover 3 bomb that they eventually break out in a game. Now Dusty's already showed it to you. Are you going to give that up again, or are you going to know it or key in on it the next time it comes?
Yeah, Dusty coming right out here, looking to get big plays, going right down the field, putting up 7. Scheming's going to have to go out here and create some offense. And the thing about draft champs, you know, these guys, they don't get to pick their books. Remember that. Yes, this is what got them here. But all these guys would rather be able to choose, hand-pick their books. And they're just adapting to the playbook. And that's always one of the things that's made draft champs so challenging, trying to be able to adapt to any book that you get.
I mean, we saw right there that Dusty was setting up a little bit of double A gap action. So expect to see him send the dogs at some point and try to get some pressure on the quarterback. A little bit of it. We could potentially see it. We're going to see it. So you have Dusty is in the Jets playbook, and then you have scheming in the Titans playbook. If those of you are at home are wondering what playbooks these guys are in right now. Nice little 2nd and 10 run by Bam scheming, and that's going to be a common theme that you're going to see in this mode. You're going to see a lot of runs because that's really the thing that makes the ship run and makes the ship move in draft champs.
Dusty's showing some great defense, bringing up a 3rd and 10 for scheming, and this is not where you want to be in draft champs.
And Bam audibles right to the trips tight end offset. Dusty did not like what he saw and burns a timeout. I think Bam is thinking more of a big play. He's one of those guys that really loves to go deep and go downfield. I don't know if he's going to do that in draft champs, but we'll find out. But I know his tendencies, just from knowing him and playing him over the years, that Bam typically loves to go downfield. That's his thing. He likes to go downfield, make big plays. He doesn't really like to dink and dunk too much. He likes to take the top off.
Yeah, I like Dusty burning that timeout on 3rd and 10. He believes he can get a quick 3 and out. Make sure your defense is ready.
Watch for a motion slant here on Johnson over here in the motion. Put someone on a baby in route instead and has the delay, but throws a dot over to the sidelines.
Dot, man, come on.
Like I said, that's the one thing when it comes to Bam. He's not looking underneath. Although a lot of you probably saying, oh man, the delay streak was open. Bam, his eyes are going downfield at all times. And right there, you see him just make a big play and throw a laser downfield.
Dusty reading that run and going in the backfield, kicking him in the chest.
I mean, that's just great run defense, and that's one of the biggest things. Bam's going to keep hitting him with runs and switching it up and trying to make sure that he makes Dusty respect a run every single down. And Dusty's really just going to have to show him every time there's going to be a loss of yards if he wants to discourage him. Got Dusty on 2nd and 13. Looking like he's going to put Ertz in motion. I mean, Bam, I'm sorry. Once again, like I said, downfield. And he threw a book. A book to the sideline, Deion Sanders. That's what Neon Deion does. He makes the plays downfield. He gets those big plays. And Bam's going to have to kind of settle in, look short, take his time, And for those of you at home that aren't really aware of Bam's scheming and what he does, like Bam's scheming, he's from the Bay Area, a great dude from my personal experiences. Great dude, been through many adversities and stuff like that. Just a fighter. That's one thing you know about him. He's a fighter. Also, he played basketball with Dame Lillard, with Dame Dollar. As we get a look at scheming and Dusty in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge.
And you know what I'm starting to really notice, Books, you know, these 16-year-old, these guys that when they finally qualify to be old enough to play in the Madden class, in the MCS, these young boys are tough, man. You look at Bowles, you look at Dusty, Henry last year, Noah. These young boys, when they step on the scene, I tell you, they're ready to play.
And man, that's a great defensive adjustment that we just saw by Bam scheming. He's now going to that cover 4 show 2, and he's running man-align right now and giving us that same adjustment that we saw Drini doing versus Spoto, where he really had pick after pick versus Spoto and really just demolished Spoto in that game. So he really kind of took a page out of Drini's book and decided, you know what, I saw this bagging, I'm going to keep locking up.
And that's good adjustment by Bam scheming right there, making sure you got to stop him to get this ball back and stay in this game.
That's what Bam does. Like I said before, he's a fighter. He's been through adversity. He's one of those guys that he's not going to go away easily. He's not just going to lay down and tap. As he gives us the bubble gum. He's in the Wildcat right now trying to make plays usually.
Oh, now, you know Bam will run the bubble gum now. You know he will run the bubble gum. He runs all the trickery.
For the people in the chat that's wondering what's the bubble gum, please tell the people what is bubble gum?
Bubble gum, I don't like bubble gum. It's basically, it's not the meta. It's uncharacteristic when you're running like stuff like Wildcat, QB Power, all the goofy runs. That's why I call it bubble gum.
And for those of you that are fans of a lot of different formations and stuff like that, you're going to see a lot of that from Bam scheming. That's what he brings to the table. He's going to hit you with a lot of different formations. He's going to bring you a lot of off-meta stuff. You aren't going to see him running a lot of gun bunch, a lot of trips tight end. He's not going to be running a lot of that stuff. He's going to be running all the stuff that you really aren't ready for and that you don't want to play. You know when you're playing weekend league and you're like, yo, what is this? That's what you're going to get from Bam.
Absolutely, man. We got a lot of legends in the chat, man. Save Time, Bigfoot, Thrones, all you guys. What's good? That's a dot.
And that's a big blazer right there by Bam scheming on that play. Bam knows. Bam is one of those guys. He instinctually, he's always trying to make plays on the run. So you're going to see him do that a lot where he's going to get his quarterback on the move. He's going to try to throw the ball on the run because he knows playing from the pocket is it's risky business.
Absolutely. Books, I never did get, who do you like in this matchup? Is it Dusty scheming? What are you kind of leaning towards?
If I had to pick a winner in this game, I definitely would lean towards the veteran, the person that's been there, the person that's made a Final Four and Club Series before, the person that's won Madden tournaments over the years versus the inexperienced player in Dusty, although Dusty has shown he's very tough.
It's hard when you don't got no tape on the young boys, It's hard.
And right now, you see right now he's in the wing offset. Get your formation counter up because you're going to see a lot of formations from Bam scheming. It's really hard to pick up on his tendencies. Great run defense.
I've been seeing a lot of big hits, but they ain't letting that ball go.
And that's the thing with Madden these days. You don't get the fumbles as consistent as you'd like. You aren't going to get a fumble every time you get a big hit stick. It's really more so about are you checking your fatigue and your stamina to see if your guys are taking hits and how blue they are before they actually fumble. Nice little delay fade out the backfield on 3rd and 10.
Yeah, Dusty got to have a little better stick right there. He could have possibly made a turnover.
As we get a look at Bam, he's on his way into the red zone. We got the Verizon double coverage look at Bam scheming, trying to make some stuff happen. You see, he's really like a fighter. He's scratching claws. The drive hasn't been super impressive. He's really just scratching and clawing his way to try to get a first down. And you see he's gotten to 3rd and 10s multiple times so far.
Motioning that guy over.
For the tight end corner out, he's going to roll out and try to throw it to the tight end.
Spot?
Laser.
And see, that's why you got to
do that
pay
a lot.
Absolutely, you got to pay close attention to detail who they're motioning over, because you may mistake it from the outside to the inside guy. If you see that inside guy coming, most likely it could be a mesh post combination. Great run stick. Great run defense by Dusty right there. Dusty is blowing up the run consistently, and that's one of the struggles in this mode. If he can continue to play strong run defense, he's going to keep himself in a good position in this game.
I mean, that's one of the greatest keys to being able to have great success in Madden tournaments, especially in a mode like MUT Draft, where you know your opponents are going to run the ball a lot. He is blowing up runs in the backfield consistently. It's been so far the most impressive run defense so far early in this game.
Oh, good D.
And Bam was looking like he was eyeing down that seam streak and might have thrown a pick. I don't know if Dusty necessarily wanted that sack there. Obviously, sacks are always great, but it looked like Bam was about to make a mistake and throw a pick.
Yeah, if he was going to try to throw that ball, it was going to be a mistake. Just like we got coming up at halftime, Kimmy doing this giveaway with Steven Jackson, St. Louis Rams running back legend, 98 overall, man. Make sure you guys is in the chat being a positive force for good. Just might win that Steven Jackson. That's
and he threw a pick. Dusty trying to make something happen, trying to get a little sticky. Goes down at the 21-yard line. I mean, those are some of the mistakes.
I'm going to go ahead and say it, man. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm switching up my pick. I see something. I see something. I see something, Buzz. I ain't gonna lie. I like what Dusty's putting together. He's playing his great run defense and forcing scheming to throw the ball. If you can have great run defense in this mode, I like your chances.
Oh, for sure. That's one thing. When you have great run defense, you're definitely in a great position to win a game. But you see, Bam switched up the defense. It's going to be a struggle fest for Dusty to try to move the ball versus this defense, because he's using this defense that we saw give Spoto a lot of troubles. Great sack right there on 2nd and 4. He gets him to a 3rd and 11 here. And if you're Dusty, knowing that you're playing such great defense so far, what is your approach in this 3rd and 11 call? Is it aggressive?
I would still try to get there first, because if I get to a 4th down, I'm not going for it. Whether it's 4th and 4, and Dusty's going to punt right here and trust his defense. You know, that 2nd and 4, a lot of these guys, when they get to 2nd and 4, they're dropping back to pass like they're playing full MUT or rigs. Keep running that ball. You just got 6 yards. Be content with it. If you get 2 or 3, now you got a 3rd and short. But not running that ball consistently when you have that 2nd and short. That's what I'm not liking out of these young guys.
And right now, if you're Dusty, you've almost had a full half of information on Bam and what he likes to run. Although scheming is one of those guys where he's going to hit you with a lot of different formations, even players that play like that has tendencies. They have things that they like to do. So he's already seeing, great run defense. He's just blowing up the run. I mean, it is getting blown up in the backfield consistently.
Playing on the run, I'm telling you, he's committed.
I would love to be able to see the stamina on his running back right now. As much as he's getting his stick, that's another thing that Bam's going to have to be mindful of. You're taking a hit stick almost every time you run the ball. You got to be sure not to keep taking those.
Good D. Good D. Oh, that's good user. Good playmaker. Oh, my goodness.
And that's the style of play you're going to get from Bam scheming. He's going to stand around in the pocket. He's going to just try to make something happen. He's going to just freestyle his way and try to do something and make something out of nothing.
He needs to hurry up right here, and he has to get out of bounds because he's out of timeouts.
He's probably just going to chuck some up, or he tries to outrun him. He gets 2 yards.
He's at the 40.
No.
He can't kick that.
He has to get at least to the 36-yard line to be safe. I think the 37, I think I've made it from the 37 before. But what Dusty wants to do is play the sidelines. You cannot give up a sideline throw by any means.
I like to continue keep him in the pocket.
He loves smash return right here. Every time he's run bunch, he's run smash return, which is the tight end corner route. He has to watch out for that. So it's probably a streak to the outside guy. Oh, he has a corner route. Does not get it. Could have been a pick 6. Now he's in a tough 3rd and 8 spot, and it's going to be hard to get a first down and get a pass and get out of bounds and get enough yards.
In this situation, you try to catch him sleeping and go deep, or you think you can cook up a quick dot and get out of bounds and maybe have a second or two?
Oh, you can definitely cook up the dot to get enough yards. You just can't hesitate. You can't take too long. You don't have any timeouts, so you have to make sure you're smart with it. He might take his tight end out route, and he does. And he gets tackled in bounds. We're going to go to half. 7-0 Dusty. Kimmy, give the people the giveaway.
Happy halftime. 7-0 is right. Dusty up ahead. Pretty low scoring first half, but it is time for a giveaway because we all like the free stuff. Thanks to our friends over at EA Madden. I have another card giveaway. This time, it's Los Angeles Rams running back legend Steven Jackson, 98 overall rating. The very, very lucky winner of this Steven Jackson card is Pats Fan 11. Pats Fan with 2 S's, 11. Congratulations, you are taking that one home. Now the second half is going to kick off here in just a second. But we've seen a lot of excitement. Whoever wins this game will be taking on the winner of the next matchup between Clef the God versus Drini. Whoever wins that will take on the winner of this one. As of now, Dusty is ahead. 7-0. Scheming not yet been able to get on the board. Here we are, a live look at the two of them in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Scheming, even though he's down, he does look pretty locked in. Dusty probably tweeting or texting or, talking to his fans out there, looking to see if he can continue what he did in the first half in the second half. Now, Dusty, the strong points we've seen, he's been playing an incredibly strong run defense, which has allowed Scheming not to get on the board. User Bugs, I'm going to turn it over to you guys to call the second half of this game and see if Dusty can continue his lead or if Scheming's going to come back and take on Clef the God or Drini.
Me and User, as we take a look at these guys in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge, it's definitely the tale of two cameras right now, where you're watching Dusty looking like super chill right now. The youth it's almost like he doesn't even know any better. He's like, what tournament? Then you got Bam Scheming looking ultra locked in, looking like he's trying to figure out what he needs to do next.
Yeah, I feel like this next opening drive for Scheming is very vital. He needs to get some points here because Dusty, he may be starting to figure out that match defense, and I believe Scheming's going to have to put some points up right here. Otherwise, Dusty can actually run away with this thing.
All right, well, we're about to find out right now as we see the game starting in the second half with Bam Scheming with the ball, trying to make something happen. And he might have found a run. He goes to the 0-1 trap out of the wing offset. You see 10 carries for 14 yards already in this game. Dusty's played amazing run defense so far. Can he sustain it, User?
Yeah, and that was the first run I seen got off, but Dusty says, hey, we're not going to have that, big fella. Slow down.
I mean, the run defense has been impressive. Watching him just consistently hit every single run in the backfield, I mean, it's really an impressive thing to watch so far. So, and then you got Bam Scheming and gun bunch on 2nd and 12. His 2 calls has been mesh and smash return. You see that tight end swoop out, you know it's a tight end corner route. And he throws a dot to Ertz up the middle. That's the thing. Bam is it looked like he's starting to lean on the bunch. He leans on the bunch when he doesn't want to run the ball. He's taking some hits in the backfield with his running back. He does not have base in his gun bunch because he's in the Titans playbook. He only has draw. That was scary. He only has draw and counter as his run play, so you aren't going to see him do a lot of running out of this gun bunch. It's almost guaranteed he's going to pass. And he throws it.
There's the book. Oh my goodness. Oh, back-to-back bookers.
Bam,
somebody got a praying grandmama, I'll tell you that. Somebody got a praying grandmama, I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, he's playing around right now. He's throwing a lot of risky throws. He's putting up a lot of passes where he's really not taking care of the ball right now, and those are definitely recipes for losing games. He's almost in field goal range. Do you want to see him run the ball here on this third down?
I just want to see him not throw a bad pass where it's a book. Well, That's a die. I understand he left it for the delayed. He left it for the delayed fade.
And Bam going a little bit up tempo. He's going to hurry up here at the 27-yard line on 1st and 10. Come out in the gun bunch. He has 2 tight ends out here, so that means he can audible to any set that has 2 tight ends and 2 receivers.
Good D. That's good user. That's good user by Dusty. If you remember last time, Scheming ran that same play, except it was flipped to the other side, and he left that tight end coming back across on the inside. This time, Dusty baited it and made sure he covered the tight end coming in on the end route.
Like you said, that was exactly what he did. He did a great job of really just keeping in mind, okay, that was a route combo he hit me with before. And that's what you're going to see at the highest level. You're going to see these great Madden players. You might get them with it once, but you're not going to keep getting them with it. As Bam just throws a dot and gets himself to the 4-yard line. 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. Bam is starting to march and get things going.
I feel like this is his best offensive formation, what he's running up on the center right now. Adding that in there along with the delay fade, I feel like this is the formation he needs to stick with.
It's real. I think it's a little bit of him coming out in the gun bunch first, forcing him to respect the corner routes that you have to respect in the gun bunch, and he's really just using it as a diversion, just so that he can audible to these other sets and really kind of make things happen. The run defense is just immaculate. We have 12 carries for 9 yards.
Dusty has all the run D. And what I'm noticing the big difference, when I've been seeing Drini's run defense, he's stepping back. He's about 10 yards back and has his safeties and spies and kind of waiting and letting the run come to him. Dusty has all the gap shoots, chat. Stay focused because Dusty has the best run defense we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, he's really showing us how to really shoot every single gap out of 3-3-5 right now. I mean, every single one is blown up in the backfield. We got a 3rd and goal from the 10-yard line. So what do you think is the call right here? 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal from the 10 is tough to come by.
Cook up the hottest one you can ever cook up, because right now, if you get 3, Dusty gets the ball back. There's no pressure. You need to try to cook up a hot one and get 7.
The scheming just rolls out, throws the ball away. He's just going to live and kick his 3 and come out and play some defense. I mean, at this point, you got some points on the board. That's all you really need to focus on if you're Bam scheming. You got a solid drive. That's been his best drive so far. He has to keep it going and then now just come out and play some great defense.
And if I'm scheming, this is where I'm kind of counting on Dusty's youth to go against him. Him not being in this situation. Hoping that he's not great with clock management, not going to come out here, run the ball 2 straight times and take it to the 4th and just be smart with the ball. That's what you're hoping. The young 16-year-old, yes, he has all the stick. He's shooting the gap and looking crazy out there, real sticky. But does he have that mental fortitude to be smart and manage this clock right and get out of here with a victory?
And we see Bam scheming. He's sending some pressure. He's coming out in match right here. Coming out in match, having it. And he has a match beater. If you want to be able to beat match, you got to do just that. You got to have match beaters in your offense. You can't, otherwise you will struggle against match in any other way, because match can be a true problem.
Absolutely. I know all about the matchbox. Getting put in a cage is very tough. But, hey, right there, going for the bomb, it's a great play. It worked out for him, but not using that clock. We will see if this will come back to bite Dusty. Here's the handoff. A little sticky.
The one thing we're missing from Bam scheming's set and what he's doing defensively, he's not bringing that safety down into the box the same way Drini was. He did it for a second, but he's not doing it anymore. I think there's something to that. I'm pretty sure, knowing Drini and how he plays and approaches the game, he doesn't do things for no reason. There's a purpose behind bringing that safety all the way down to the box like that.
I like it. 2nd and 14, handing the ball off, catching them slipping. Now we're going to take this to the 4th. Okay.
He brings him down just a tad, expecting to run here. I mean, great decision right there to take it to the 4th. Get your 4s in the chat. We got a tight ball game between Dusty and Bam scheming. Dusty at the 3rd and 2 at the 14-yard line, user.
And the whole playbook is open.
Do you think about running it? He does go with the run here. He gets the first down.
He got the first.
Continues the drive, takes more time. Yeah, it was definitely looked like one of those runs.
Elliott able to get on his horse and get out of it and get the first down.
It is imperative for Bam on this drive to get a stop. He cannot allow him to get 7 here, because if he gets 6, 7, it's game over. He has to lock up here in this spot right here if you're Bam scheming. If you're Dusty, you're just going to keep the offense going. You're playing great so far. Keep taking your time. He's played great defense, so he's feeling really good about his spot either way.
Right here, Dusty cannot throw the interception. The D, big hit by scheming right there. Now he's gonna be tempted to throw this ball, but he gotta understand if it's not there, do not throw it. Don't throw a questionable, it's a tight window, maybe I can fit it. There's no maybe passes right here. It's either it's open or it's not.
So there's no one-eye user passes in this spot right here. It has to be nothing but lasers, nothing but dots and lasers. Shout out to Dusty and the squad.
Oh man, listen, man. Right here, you know I'm handing it off just like Dusty and trying to put it up in there. Ain't no way I'm gonna try to throw that ball right here. Take the 3 and trust my defense. Dusty's been playing phenomenal defense all day. I understand the decision.
Man, great decision. And you see, he's just taking his time. He's taking his time, chilling. I think you take more seconds off that clock there.
Oh, absolutely.
He kicked it with the 12-second mark. Yeah, Bam didn't even come out in the field goal block. Yeah, he didn't even come out in the field goal block, so there's no threatening. And I don't understand why these guys don't try to block the kick. You can't get the fluky if you don't put yourself in position for the fluky.
You got to go for it, right? I mean, of course you would know all about that. You would not be the Falcons Club champ right now if it wasn't for the fluke block kick, right?
Hey, if the shoe fits, own it.
And here's scheming in the bubble gum, running the Wildcat.
I mean, so now we're in that money drive territory. We got all the watch parties all going around. We got Joel with the watch party, Trey with the watch party, Stiff, Joke, Kiv, K-Mac. At this point, since we don't have the music, it's time for the people to cue the music, because it's seeming like it's time for a clutch money drive.
It's time for the ESPN music?
It is time.
Good D!
And he plays great defense right there on 2nd and 13. Give him to a 3rd and 19. It is tough. It is tough in draft champs. I think the call here in this spot, knowing Bam scheming, he's more of a guy that likes to go downfield. He's probably going to try to get it all on this play. But I think the smarter decision in this spot, is to try to just make this just try to get as many as you can on 3rd down. If you go to 4th down, you're fine. Clock's ticking. Has to hurry up and get a play call going. Snaps the ball. And
good D.
Look like
Watch the delay. Good D. He's going to scramble.
Smart call, and we got a 2-minute warning. Bam with a 4th and 9. Pretty much for the game. This is pretty much the game here. He does not get this. I think it's GG's in the chat.
This is for the ball.
Does he consider punting it here? I think that should be a serious consideration, honestly. He has
got
3 timeouts.
You can consider it. But we ain't gonna do it. You can consider it, but we ain't gonna do it. Let's go, scheming. It's time to cook up the hottest dot ever seen by man. And this is the formation I like him in. You know the delayed fade is coming. You're gonna see a cross and a slant. And guess what? Dusty's gonna have to show some stick and make a decision.
And he throws the crosser. He caught it with Mike Evans.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. The wings on scheming back. The wings on scheming back. That's how you keep the drive going, chat.
I mean, he just said, you know what? I'm just going to chuck it up and give Mike Evans a chance to make a play. Like I said before, you can't get the fluky if you don't put yourself in position to get the fluky.
That's right. Take note, Bugs. Take notes. Give your receivers chance to make plays. That's why we be getting popped in squads. Get the ball out your hands.
Clock's taken away. He goes right back into user's favorite formation. He does not catch it. Throws a seam pass to the tight end. I thought he caught it. It was definitely a risky throw. Trying to fit that in between those safeties. You do not have gunslinger. Definitely a risky chance.
Here we go again. Another 3rd and 10. Scheming's getting himself in these long situations with the game on the line. Still have all 3 timeouts. He's going to lead that crosser.
For a look. He's taking a shot.
That's a bad pass.
Might be
that's
a pick.
book.
And he caught it at the 1-yard line. But this could benefit scheming. Game's not over if you're Bam scheming. You have him at the 1-yard line.
Because he's at the 1. You have all 3 timeouts. Are you run committing?
I think you have to tap into your inner Dusty right now, and you have to blow this thing up in the backfield with your user. We're about to find out if he has
commit.
No run commit.
Organically.
blow
he
it up
does.
naturally at the 1 yard line. He burns a timeout.
He blows it up organically like Bugs' grassroots smoothies, chat.
Hey, natural is always the way to go. That's what Mama told me. Always go natural, baby. And Dusty comes out and he switches it out. He comes out in the trip side and audibles down to like single back. We in a single back wide trips. And he almost got it blown up once again. And it might be GG's in the chat.
Zeke Elliott putting his big boy pants on and running through everybody for the first down. As you see the look of disbelief for scheming right there. Cannot believe Zeke Elliott is running over everybody like this is Madden 20. GG's in the chat.
GG's. I mean, great game by these two. I mean, Bam scheming really kind of threw himself out of this game. He threw one too many interceptions in this game. He just couldn't help himself. I think if you're Dusty, you do not play with fire right now and run the ball. I think you get up out of here.
We gotta kneel.
You gotta kneel. Because I know what I know what the young guns like to say. If he gets his stick here and he fumbles the ball, the young gun, I got cheated. Well, you should have kneeled the ball and got up out of there.
Absolutely. We've seen, and this is a big victory for Dustin, 16 years old, first time on a live stage in a live event. This is big for him. He's going to take these mistakes and learn, and it's good that you can learn and win. Learn with that clock management. Learn with how to win these games, not being risky, handing that ball off, getting the victory formations way quicker than that.
Man, great game by these two. Bam scheming, fell short again, came to the Final Four and just lost the game. Young Dusty with a W. Shout out to Dusty for winning that game. Kimmy, take us away.
All right, our first game is wrapped on the Xbox One console. Scheming versus Dusty. The final score, 10-3. Young guy Dusty, he took it home. Scheming not able to put up anything other than a field goal. User Bogues, talk us through the highlights and what worked in that game.
As you see right here, Dusty coming out with a laser. Came out straight looking for the offense, then playing great defense, coming back with a pick, and he just started putting on a defensive clinic from the beginning of the game, and that's where you saw the run defense holding Bam scheming to 3 points the whole game, and that would be all the points Bam would get. And Dusty goes down and get 3 and just starts to lock up, playing phenomenal run defense the whole game right here. This was the fourth in the game. We thought scheming was going to bring it back. It was kind of fluky, but once again, he had a dot, but he overthrows it, and that's the pick, the game-sealing pick. He could not stop him with the game on the line. 2nd and 11, Zeke and Elliott. Zeke Elliott just putting his big boy pants on, running for the first down to seal the game.
All right, and that is how the cookie crumbled. Again, that final score, 10-3. Young Bull Dusty taking it home. Now, we're going to have an interview with Dusty in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the bracket so y'all can see how this is going to shake out. That first game, Dusty versus Scheming, 10-3. Dusty taking the dub. Dusty is going to face the winner of this next matchup. That winner is going to be either Drini, who's looking to make history and go 4 for 4, or Clef the God, who's looking to do an upset and dethrone this weekend's champion, Drini. We have so much more in store. Stick with us. That game, Clef the God versus Drini, kicking off here in just a few minutes. But first, a quick break. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We just saw our very first matchup on the Xbox One bracket. It was Dusty versus Skeeman. The final score, 10-3. The young one, Dusty, taking it home. I'm so excited to welcome Dusty in now. Congratulations on your first win of the day. How are you feeling after that first game?
I feel good. It's like, it was good to get that out of the way. It was super nerve-wracking before the game. You know, I was like super nervous, but I prepared and it felt good.
It felt good, and you were prepared. That is what got you the win. Now, the game started off a little bit slow. It was just 7-0 at half, and that was much due to the fact that you played an incredibly strong defense. Talk about your defensive strategy and how you were essentially able to lock Skeeman completely down.
Well, first of all, I want to shout out my boy Ragusa 6 Quick. He helped me out a lot with the Wildcat defense and did a lot of stuff for me to help with shooting some of the gaps. But it was mainly just like preparation, like knowing what he was going to do and then just executing.
And execute you did. Now, you will move on to the final round. That means that you are either going to be facing Clef the God or Drini, two fierce competitors. Their game is going to kick off here in just a second. But when you think about facing Clef the God or Drini, who is looking to do a clean sweep and go 4 for 4, what's your mentality and your mindset? You just had this win, but now it's time for you to look ahead.
Well, I already know what they're in, so I'm like prepared for them. But I just need to make sure to like just stay to my game, don't do stupid mistakes. They're both really good players, so it'll be a tough game.
Is there anything that you're looking to improve on in this final matchup? Things that you did in this first game that you want to kind of lock in and lock down on so that you can hopefully be victor and champion of the Xbox bracket?
Probably just like my clock management. Like I messed up in that game. I snapped my field goal with like 13 seconds left or something. Just a stupid mistake. And I feel like if I do that against Drini, he'll take advantage of it. So, or
he
Clef.
will. He's looking, Drini himself looking to go 4 for 4. But first, we have to see him face Clef the God to see who is going to face you in the finals. Congratulations on your very first win against Skeeman. Again, that final score was 10-3. Good luck, Dusty. We will see you in a bit. But before we get to our next matchup, let's take a look at the bracket. We just saw Skeeman versus Dusty. Dusty, the victor, heading into the finals. Now, it is time for Clef the God to face off against Drini. That game happening in just moments. But first, a very quick break. Stick with us. Keep rocking with us. We're having so much fun, and a champion will be crowned here shortly. You are watching Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We will be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Kimmy Checks, welcoming in my guys, Scott, Cole, and Chaos. We're about to jump into our next match to crown, hopefully soon, the Xbox Madden NFL 21 Challenge champion. The first match up was Scheming versus Dusty. Dusty was able to take that one home. But now we get to see who's going to face Dusty. Is it going to be Clef the God, or will it be the GOAT, Drini, looking to go 4 for 4? Scott, Chaos, break down the players.
Well, I know it's just the semifinals, Kimmy, but this is the match of the night. Drini Joka trying to go to the finals again, trying to go 4 for 4. Two-time belt winner. That money is on the rise, Chaos.
Yeah, this is the one that might trip him up. He has to get this one. If he's going to get the 4 for 4, he's got to get it done in this one.
And Clef the God, he's been so close. Congratulations to him. He's a brand new papa, and he's got quite the task. And I'm sure he's been up late nights playing Madden and taking care of that baby boy. And you can see this tweet right here, Chaos. He's ready to rock.
Here it is, Clef the God just tweeting, man, I'm excited at an opportunity to dethrone the hottest player in the game. As a competitor, I would not want it any other way. Let's get it. Hashtag why not me. Clef the God with a very tall task ahead. Chaos, do you think he can pull this off and dethrone the champ?
He's definitely capable. Now, if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with Drini. I've seen it time and again, but he's definitely capable. He's well known in the community. He's been a competitive player for a very long time, so I can definitely see him getting it done. But if you force me to choose, I'm going to go with Drini.
Drini all the way. Scott, agree, disagree? Upset alert with Clef the God taking one home?
I don't pick games, never have, never will. It's like 7-Up, but I tell you what, we are in for a good one. We are in for a treat right here.
We are in for a treat. Let's have our very first live look at these two guys who are going to be facing off in just a few moments. Clef the God over here on the left, Drini on the right, in the same seat, in the same sweatshirt he has been wearing all weekend long. He's been able to win and become a champion in 3 out of 4. This is his 4th out of 4 time playing this weekend. He's looking to take it home. I'm going to turn it over to Scott and Chaos to call this first half. Let's see what's going to shake out one step closer to crowning a champion. You guys, you're watching Madden NFL 21 Challenge Xbox Bracket. Let's go.
Well, it's the moment you've been waiting for all weekend long. Clef the God taking on Drini. Someone's got to trip him up, or can Drini keep battling through? Chaos, I can't wait for this one.
It's going to be an awesome one. Drini has continued to impress all weekend long, but Clef is definitely up to the task. It should be a fun one.
Drini looks relaxed and maybe getting a little fatigued. I mean, this is a lot of Madden. Yeah, go ahead and yawn it on out, young fella.
Yeah, add to the fact it's been a lot of Madden. He had to lab for regs, he had to lab for MUT drafts, and on top of that, he had to lab 2 different playbooks. He's not in the same playbook this game. He was in Washington in the last one. He's in Jacksonville for this one.
Of course, he was a Jacksonville club champion in memory of his friend Eli Clayton, aka True Boy, or Spot Me Please. 2 people we miss so much on this opening drive.
Rest in peace to them both, man. Never won't be tragic. Sad.
I tell you what, we've got some Madden goats that have been tuning in. Big Gene has been watching every snap. Big shout out to him, one of the best Madden players of all time. Top 5, top 10. There's no argument there. As Drini goes to work, rolls out and just overthrows.
Yeah, it's already been a struggle for Drini on offense. You see him come out on this gun tight doubles on, and it's going to be a little bit of a different game. He doesn't have the gun bunch with that H-back base, so he has to adjust a little bit.
Got different quarterback too, because it's MUT draft. You know, he's got Doug Williams now. Different personnel, different playbook. And boy, he squeezes one in there, but it just falls harmlessly to the turf.
Ooh, that was close. Big hit stick from Clef there to knock that one out.
And it's going to be a punt.
Excited to see Clef's offense. He's got one of the better books, in my opinion, with this Titans book. He's got a solid gun bunch. He doesn't have the H-back base either out of it, but he does have the gun trips tight end offset, which has some good runs in there as well.
Well, this is the moment Clef has been waiting for. He has been oh so close including last year in the Madden 20 challenge. He was the runner-up as Noah beat him through an interception with 6 seconds left to go in the game in the end zone.
That game was a battle as well. I'm excited to see another one here today.
I'd say Drini's tired. I'd say he's fatigued, but this is pretty much the look he's had for the last couple days.
It's hard to tell what's going on. He doesn't show a ton of emotion, doesn't have a ton of passion. You'll get a little bit out of him when he can really feel it, when he feels like he's got the game, but you don't see much from him as the game goes along.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's going for 38 or 39 in a row here. Yeah, that's a lot of wins. We'll check with the admin crew and our production staff, but man, he is rocking right now.
I lost track of the wins days ago, Scott. I don't even know anymore.
Well, here we go, Clef the God. What do you got for us? And Zeke Elliott, the Red Sea parts, and he powers his way to the 37.
And right out of the gate, that looked like that trips tight end offset. If he needs to pass, I expect him to go to the gun bunch, but when he wants to run the ball, since he doesn't have that base, I expect to see a lot of that gun trips tight end offset.
He loves them Bucks. Clef's played a lot of football IRL, too, in his life. Does a little coaching. And there's the Drini defense we know, but Zeke still gets a yard.
Yeah, there's that gap shoot that we might have saw 10-plus times last game. I expect to see it more here. If he's going to be running the ball, Drini's going to be all over it.
Mutton Claw makes a great point in the chat. This is the first time I've seen Drini not chewing gum. Oh, but hey,
wow,
we're all wrong. It's a pick by Ward, and just like that, Drini's got the ball back.
What a lurk right there. He faked the user rush, bounces back, makes the play with his user as he does time and time again. You don't want to make that mistake if you're Clef right there. You have a chance at points. You want to make sure you at least get 3.
RG Madden's chiming in. My guy RG says 35 in a row. That guy and me have called a lot of Madden football, and I hope to get back with him here soon, as that's a 5-yard gain. And finally, his first completion of the day, Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Drini pass the ball very well in these first games today, but if he can find that today in this game, he's going to do a good enough job defensively to get it done.
Doug Williams again, Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Washington football team. And a throw tiptoeing along the sideline at the 46.
You know, I actually like this tight doubles on for Drini. Drini in the past usually has been a little bit off meta, goes to the plays he's comfortable with, didn't just run what everyone else ran, and gun bunch was that for him this year. Tight doubles on is a little bit different. It might take a little bit for Clef to get used to it.
Little motion across the formation and those Navy cowboy uniforms that you don't see too often. He works it to the 41. Of course, Drini with Complexity Gaming, which is part of the Dallas Cowboys family. As I mentioned before, they got their practice facility right here where I live in Frisco, Texas. Just around the block. That thing is sweet, by the way. Real sweet.
I can imagine.
And there's Raheem. Boy, he's dinking and dunking now.
Hey, he's looking good in this gun tight doubles. Haven't seen anything too questionable yet. He's throwing open passes. He's running the ball well, which it does have a quick base out of this formation, which is probably one of the better runs in MUT drafts right now.
I got a hot take coming in from Nick Mazesco. Says this Drini kid's pretty good at John Madden football. Man, that's stepping out there.
He's out there on that one. I don't know.
I mean, if the guy can win like 35, 40 more games in a row, maybe.
I think I've won 35 solo challenges once.
I've had to restart a few times, I won't lie. 3rd and 2. Here's Doug Williams. And there's nothing there, and he pushed himself out of field goal range.
That's not a sack you want to take. You're a defensive player. You need to take that lead, get some points on the board there. But he did get stuck in the pocket. It's tough to make a throwaway if you can't get outside the pocket.
Get my guy Drini some gum, an energy drink, something. But Clef the God clutching up with a big sack. And now he's going to think it over. A little timeout at the 39.
Not sure how I feel about going for it on a 4th and 8 in a tough offensive mode when you struggled today. I'd probably punt the ball away, but we'll see what happens.
He's been able to clutch up. He's got a man. It's a dot to the 14.
Once again, that's why I'm in the booth. That's why I'm not in these tournaments. Let the pro do what he does. Let me just stand back and let him do it.
Well, doing it is what he's doing. I think LL Cool J said doing it and doing it and doing it well. He's in the red zone. 1st and 10. And Raheem Mostert will take it to the 11.
Loving the way Drini's looking in this gun tight doubles. He's done really well. The one mistake was the sack that he took, but outside of that, he's looked really comfortable.
Goes up under center this time. 2nd and 7. Might take it to the 2nd quarter, and he will. 0-0. It's the slugfest we guaranteed.
That's what you get in this mode. You're not going to see those 35, 31 games. It's going to be who can get the touchdowns and who's going to hold them to 3 in the red zone.
And Raheem lost 2 yards.
Got to be careful here if you're Drini. We've seen him make mistakes in the red zone before. They don't always cost him. We've seen some incompletions that could have been interceptions. You don't want to try to force something right here.
Speaking of good here and don't care, Troy Polamalu is the giveaway at the half. What's with all these Steelers guys? What are we doing? And he's got to throw it away.
I love it. I'm not going to complain about any Steelers fans. I mean, any Steelers players. I'm a fan. I'll take anyone we can get.
It's going to be a 30-yard field goal from the right hash. It's up, and it is good. And there's our first points on the board.
Good start for Drini. When you're a defensive player, you want to get an early lead. It's going to be up to Clef now to put together a drive.
He'll take it from the 14. Will Fuller, speedy wide out, former Fighting Irish, will take it to the 29. See what Clef the God's got here.
Came out on that trips tight end offset, ran the ball a couple times last time around. If he gets the run stop like Drini was doing before, I want to see him go to that bunch and see if he can put together some dots.
Here's Russell Wilson. Rolls out, has a man along the sidelines. That's Mike Evans.
And there's a dot right there. Big time play, already up close to field goal range.
Well, the real Joe Smo says he's about to pull a 16-pound brisket out from the smoker. I'm on my way. Let me just finish this game. Moss in motion, hands it off to Elliott. Elliott, one man to beat. Boy, that could have been a big one.
That definitely was close to a house call right there. The one-on-one tackle, big time play.
Ball at the 34 now, 2nd and 7. These guys have already locked in 4,000 here before they even played this game. They got a chance to double it up. Every game you go double, you get a win. Drini, the top money winner of all time in the MCS.
Continuing to add to it too, right? On this 3rd and 5, he looks like he's comfortable passing the ball to the trips tight end offset, so he's going to stick with it. But you don't want to make another mistake down here. You already left points on the board once.
Here's Russ. Little baseball pass, little sidearm to the 21. Was a heck of a baseball player at NC State. Finished up at Wisconsin at quarterback. And Zeke gets bottled up at the 20. Trips to the right. There's Randy Moss, one of the best wideouts of all time in motion. And he goes to him. Randy, one man to beat, and he gets knocked out of bounds at the 11.
Another dot there from Clef. He's looking comfortable right now. He's made one mistake off a nice user play from Drini, but outside of that, it's been clean passes. It's been running the ball effectively. And if he can get 7 right here, he's in a great spot.
It's time the trips is to the left. Haven't seen him utilize the tight end yet. Mostly been using them to block, and we hit the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, I like taking it to the 2-minute warning there. Don't leave Drini any time. The more time that you can take off, the more it might force Drini to have to pass, and you can maybe force another mistake on the next drive.
And he goes to run, little trap. Can't get a block, and he'll roll over at the 9. Here comes 2nd and 9. Let's just call it 2nd and goal. Can we be real with each other?
I mean, I feel like we've been in this situation double-digit times this weekend, and every time we'll never see a first down in this spot. It basically is 2nd and goal.
Oh, man, it's close, though. You see where the marker is? It's right at the 1. He's pretty much on the 10. I mean, it's like 9 3/4. Here's Russell Wilson. And he's going to scramble. And he slides down. It's going to be where the slide began, where the ball was. So they mark it at the 5. Here's 3rd and 4.
Yeah, this is a spot here where you don't want to make any mistakes. It's tough to pass down here. I wouldn't even be mad at a run.
And that's where he goes. Bounces around. No. I think it's a first down. It's 1st and goal.
We finally did it. We get to see the first down where there's about 2 feet of space. Great play call as well. I love the run call. Now let's see if he can punch it in.
Yeah, it looked like the marker was on this side of the 1-yard line. I mean, just a hair, and that's enough for a 1st and goal. That's huge.
Yeah, that's about best case scenario. Assuming Clef gets in here, that's the best case scenario. You take more time off the clock, and you're in a great spot now.
Come on, was that Gronk, a fullback dive? No, I'm just kidding. It's a touchdown for Clef. That's all that matters, and he takes the lead.
If you're Drini here, I'm playing this full conservative. You have no timeouts. It's down to 1:22. I'm running the ball. If you can break one, fine. If not, I'm not forcing an interception.
The players kind of talking to themselves. We got an update on Drini. We got some bubble gum in. So I'm expecting some offense here with no timeouts, 1:19 to go.
Got the gum in. That's going to change the whole game here, I think.
What's your go-to gum?
I'm a Trident guy, I think. I like Trident. Yeah, I like Trident. How about you?
It begins and ends with Big League Chew. I'm just saying. Got to get the pack. I like Gatorade gum too, but you always swallow it. It's like 15-second chew, and for some reason, you always swallow Gatorade gum. Trident's not a bad pick, though. And here's a pass downfield. It's hauled in. What did I tell you?
I'm just going to stop giving Drini advice. I'm not talking anymore about advice for Drini. He knows what he's doing. He takes the top off. Now he has a chance at maybe 7, at least 3.
Got 97 yards passing now. Clock on the move. 50 seconds to go here in the half. Trailing by 4. Kelsey moves across the formation. And boy, you better throw it away.
Yeah, Clef was coming in on that user rush. I like that play. Rolling out is the main way you want to pass the ball in this mode. So mixing in that user rush to make sure they stay in the pocket is a really nice tactic.
2nd and 10 from the 23, just outside the red zone. Out of timeouts. Quick throw. And Raheem will step out of bounds at the 17. Clock stop. 37 ticks left.
Able to make this manageable now. Was able to get out of bounds, so you can take your time, put together your best play. But I want to stress here, you do not want to leave points on the board. If you have to throw the ball away, you can do that. Or you can take the sack. You'll have time to get in your field goal formation.
How has Complexity not got Drini some sort of Complexity headband? Bandana Complexity? Yeah. I don't know. That's a marketing opportunity. I'm just throwing it out there. And Doug Williams is going to go down. That's a big sack.
Yeah, not mad at that. Makes Clef take a timeout. Doesn't make any mistakes. Gets his 3 points right here. He just has to make sure he keeps everything in front of the next drive.
When's the last time Drini scored an offensive touchdown?
It's probably since the Regs tournament. We haven't seen much of it today. He's done it all with his defense.
It's going to be 27 seconds to operate for Clef. Will Fuller gets a little space. This is a great return to the 39.
Clef has 2 timeouts here. He's got a chance to get points with this. He's only about 25 yards away. Everything's in play. He can work the middle of the field because of those timeouts. I expect him to go to a crossing route from B here and just see if he can, not make any mistakes, but see if he can pick up a big chunk.
Drini's toughest opponent of the weekend. No disrespect. Clef looking downfield. He's going to run with Russ, and his steps out of bounds at the 45.
Like the scramble there. You get out of bounds, so you save those 2 timeouts. Everything's still in play.
Needs to get about to the 37, 36-yard line to have a good shot at it. 2 or 3 big plays coming up. Wilson, Clef, he's got a man. That's a dot at the 34.
Man, come on.
Big time play. Looked like a smart routed corner route to the outside. Drini played hard flats, gets to a perfect spot. He even gets out of bounds to keep those timeouts. He's in field goal range.
Hands it off to Zeke. Zeke powers his way to the 23. And that's going to make the field goal a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. I like the conservative play there. Don't need to force anything. Take your points. The way Drini's looked on offense today, you feel pretty good about a 4-point lead going into halftime.
40-yarder. Yes, sir. 10-6 at the half. Let's head to Kimmy.
It is 10-6. What is up, everyone? Hope you are loving what you are seeing. This is a matchup between Clef the God versus Drini, who's trying to make history and go 4 for 4. But for now, Clef the God is ahead by just 4 points. Again, that score 10-6. Before we get to the second half, it is time for yet another giveaway. This time is real good, right? It is for Steelers legends Troy Polamalu, 98 overall rating, strong safety for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The lucky winner of this card is Big_I52. Big_I52. You are adding Troy Polamalu to your squad. Congratulations, my friends. Now, Scott, Chaos, this was a pretty slow-moving first half, which is to be expected in this type of gameplay, but there's still a lot of time left. Drini is down by 4, but looking to come back and make history by clinching himself 4-4-4. Here is another look at these 2 beasts going head-to-head in our Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Still a lot of time and a lot of game left to be played. Drini locked and loaded. Clef the God trying to stay ahead with his current lead. Again, the current score, 10-6. Scott, Chaos, I'm turning it back over to you 2 for the second half to see if Drini can do the thing or if Clef can dethrone the champion.
Appreciate it, Kimmy. Congratulations. I believe we got a dump truck coming up at the end of the show. That's what I might have to throw. I might have to get a burner account out there on Twitter to try to get a chance at that.
That's what I've been waiting for all day, Scott. Dump truck's the best giveaway of the day.
Well, these guys have already won $4,500 so far on this side of the bracket. Got a chance to go to $8 grand with a win. You win that one, you take home 15, plus you put yourself in the Madden Bowl with another $5K for just showing up. And big hit.
Nice user there against the run. Huge third down here to start this half.
That's the biggest hit I've seen since Nightbot in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, Nightbot can get you.
Nightbot's undefeated. You're not getting by there. It's going to be a 3rd and 4 here at the 36. Trips to the left this time. Clef the God leading by 4 here. He would love to take up a bunch of clock and go down here and score a touchdown. Throw to the sideline. It's hauled in.
Wow, what a catch. That was great defense. Drini was all over it. That's not a catch you're going to make every single time, but Clef will definitely take it, moves the chains.
And that's not Gronk 87. That's Travis Kelce here in Madden Ultimate Team Draft. 1st and 10. Big play for Clef. He's one of the best passers in all of Madden. But he goes to the run there and gets to the 40.
Like you said earlier, Scott, the best case scenario here for Clef, take clock, get 7, take the full 2-possession lead, and put Drini in a really tough spot where he has to kind of force the ball downfield offensively and try to score quickly. That's the ideal scenario. You want to take as much clock as you can.
2nd and 6 now. Trips out to the left, and he goes to run again. And he still twists his way to the 38. We got a big 3rd down, 3rd and 4.
Another huge 3rd down. Drini's been on the run pretty much all game long. Let's see if Clef can do it again, convert this 3rd down.
Back in the gun. He's already used 2.5 minutes here in the 3rd. And he'll hand it off. It's a 1st down for Clef.
I like the call there. He calls the run, has a chance at a couple yards. Even if he doesn't get the 1st down, he puts himself in field goal range. He's even able to move the chains here. Nice play call.
And field goal range as well. Bunches it up for a moment.
Down.
Yeah, he is. It's his world right now. And wow, squeezes his way through. They'll mark it at the 23 at 2nd and inches, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it gives him another opportunity to take more clock, and it looked like he might have found a run there that Drini didn't have an answer for. That he wasn't able to get the gap shoot, wasn't able to get a hit stick. A lot of space was there.
This is like 1980s style NFL. Line it up, punch someone in the mouth. Second and inches. And there's the big fella falling forward to the 20. He's in the red zone.
He keeps moving the chains. This is a perfect start to the half for Clef. Even if he only gets 3, that still puts Drini in a tough spot. If he somehow gets 7, it might effectively end the game.
Drini cannot have that happen here. Gotta hold him to 3. Drini's been down a lot in this tournament. Just no one's been able to knock him out. The stretch. Oh, wow. Stop and go. Clef. Like a man smoking at a gas station. He's about to blow up.
The stick work, Scott. The stop. The defender blocks it. He waits. The block resets. He's out. Great stick work. Great play.
About to be 17-6. Clef the God rolling here on Xbox. Unbelievable.
Phenomenal stick work. It was even better the second time. That stop right there. Most people would just hit that hole, take the few yards that they can get. He turns it into a touchdown.
I'm loving every minute of it. Clef, these hands. And now Drini's got a whole bunch of pressure. We got 6 minutes left in the ball game.
Yeah, this is the spot we've seen Drini come through time and time again. Let's see if he can do it one more time.
He has struggled. 100 yards plus on offense. Clef's doubled him up. And that ain't it, Chief. 2nd and 10.
Start this game off, Clef might have been a little bit thrown off by this gun tight doubles, but as the game has gone on, he's gotten a little bit more comfortable. You see the adjustments he's making. Let's see if Drini can maybe change it just a little bit to try to pick up some yards.
Fournette will come across. And there's a little tight end pass, but it's knocked away.
Tried to mix in that delay fade that he's had so much success with this weekend, but Clef's right there with his user again.
Got to be careful here, Drini. This might be the game. Starting to run out of opportunities here, Chaos.
Yeah, I have to think this is 4-down territory for him. If he doesn't pick this up, he's probably going to go for it, and I would agree with that.
Doug Williams, that's the hot pocket. And he gets hit, and down he goes, 4th down.
He worked the pocket well there. I'd like to see him step up and try to take off maybe. There was some space to gain some. Maybe not the 1st down, but 4th and 10 is a lot tougher than, say, a 4th and 3.
A lot of players have been so hesitant to take off. Haven't seen a lot of the quarterback scramble. I wouldn't call Doug Williams a speedster either. But here's 4th down. Drini got a guy wide open. It's Fournette.
And there's the dot to keep the drive alive again. Drini coming up clutch. He's got one more quarter here.
It's the wide receiver we never knew we needed. Leonard Fournette. As we check in the virtual players lounge, brought to you by Snickers. Clef on the left. Drini on the right.
These guys are locked in, man. They know what's at stake.
Keeps the Drini alive here. I mean, a field goal would still make it a 1-score game. But you almost feel like he needs a touchdown for momentum.
Yeah, momentum, the way Clef's been running the ball actually effectively this half. He's mixed it in well. He's going to be able to take a lot of clock. You would like to get 7 on this drive.
We're in the 4th quarter. Put your 4s up. And over the top. Yes, hauls it in. It's a dot at the 23.
Man, come on.
Drini's getting that rhythm again here. He's down close to the red zone. He can save a lot of time right here. And if he can get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, he's right there in this game.
Down to the 23 now. I'm a firm believer if you don't go for 2 until you got to. But let's don't get ahead of ourselves. There's a man. It's Mike Evans once again. Knee down at the 5-yard line.
I like 3 runs here if I'm Drini. I'm not passing the ball.
Fox on the move, 4:25, and a timeout by Clef.
Drini was taking a lot of time at that line of scrimmage right there. I didn't like the amount of time he was wasting. I would have just liked a quick run. Clef ends up using a timeout, which could come back to bite him later.
Saw something he didn't like. Thought it was worth the timeout. And Raheem reaches forward, but they're going to say he's down at the 2. Quickly back to the line for Drini.
Like to see another base again right here.
Right back to it, and he picks up the block. No!
We need
mark
to
him
reach
down at the
for
half-yard line.
Mostert, we got to reach for it there. One more run here. I probably just audible into goal line, fullback dive, see if you can just punch it in.
Yeah, but this is, 13 to 15, 17 seconds that you wish you had back. It's Fournette. Like a walk in the park. He's feeding the ducks, and we might have ourselves a ball game.
Game on. Here we go. I like to go for 2 here, I think. It's in the 4th quarter, but if he does take the 1, it's not the worst call. It's a little bit close. It's that in-between time limit here, whether you go for 1 or 2.
2-point conversion. Trying to make it a field goal game. Must have something he likes. And no, down goes Drini.
Just went to a full spacing concept there. Clef was all over it. Looked like cover 2. Now Drini needs another stop and another touchdown, which does not come easy in this mode.
And there's Moss. Cuts it back. You can mark him down at the 21-yard line. It's got to be a 3-and-out for Drini here.
See, Clef goes straight to this bunch here. We haven't seen a ton of this in this game. Surprised he doesn't go back to the trips, tight end offset, try to run the ball, try to take away this clock.
Can't afford to let Zeke get loose. Clef knows he's got the game in the palm of his hands. And Elliott will work to the 22.
Nice cut there to even get anything out of that. That was good run defense.
We've seen Drini use his timeouts pre-2-minute warning. Man, I don't know. I think you play this one out.
Yeah, you're playing good enough run defense here. I think you can play it out.
Different than the classic yesterday with the 40-second play clock, a little shorter. He runs it all the way down, and what a block, and there goes Elliott. Is he going to take it to the crib? Oh, it's his choice. Touchdown, Clef.
And that's a huge play right there. The one time Drini wasn't ready for the run out of that gun trips tight end offset, he breaks it for a long touchdown, and that might just do it right there.
Back to a two-score game, 24-12. He's doubled up Drini with 3:03 to go.
I hesitate to count Drini out, though. I mean, the things that we've seen him do over the course of this long win streak, you never know when he's going to pull out a clutch moment, but this is the toughest spot he's been in so far.
Yeah, user called Drini the magical. He needs some Madden magic right here. He's got 3 minutes, 3 timeouts. The key here, Chaos, is you can't use a timeout the rest of the way.
Yeah, you want to save those timeouts. You probably want to score with at least about 1:30 left on the clock. That's the most ideal. Of course, scoring is the main thing. You just got to make sure you get a touchdown here.
I never thought I'd see Drini give up these long runs. Got to tip your cap to Clef the God. Boy, I thought he had B for a moment before he started scrambling.
Yeah, it was tight coverage out there. I mean, Clef's getting used to this tight doubles right now. His adjustments look good.
2nd and 10, 2:52 to go. Drini has won the last 3 championships over the last 2 days. Here's Doug Williams again. And he's going to keep it. Can he get a block? He does. And the ball's loose. This game's over. Clef scoops it up. He's in field goal range. And Drini knows it.
The monster hit stick. I thought Drini should have just ran out of bounds. You want to save the clock anyways. Instead, he goes for the first down, and he gets rocked.
Look at that again, Chaos.
He wanted the first down there, Scott. I feel like that out of bounds there would have been the right play. Of course, hindsight's 20/20. You don't want to fumble the ball there, but regardless, great play by Clef.
He can't believe it. He knows how big that was. We haven't seen a lot of fumbles this weekend. But that might have been the exclamation point. And Drini got to... I don't know. I thought you had to use a timeout there, but I mean, I understand the thought of getting an onside kick is almost 0.
Yeah, regardless here, it's going to be tough. Probably now that he didn't call it there, you don't call one here either. But you're not going to be able to drive fast enough either. You're probably going to need an onside kick no matter what you do.
And Russ will go down here. He will use a timeout. 1:55 to go.
Yeah, so basically now you have to get the onside kick, which really you're going to have to get that anyways, whether you call the timeout or not, just because of the time here. You got to just try to work the sidelines, drive quick.
Well, he pushes it up to 27-12. 151. And Drini thinks twice about going out of the end zone. Little motion out. The throw to the sideline, a catch and a grab at the 37. Clock stopped, 1:47 left.
That's sending a little bit of pressure right there. I'd rather probably play coverage, just make him catch the ball in bounds. Every tackle's a timeout or 20 seconds off the clock either way. I'll probably just play a lot of coverage this drive.
Remember, we said it earlier. We're not saying it now. This would be the toughest test for Drini all weekend. And he's got a man. And he hauls it in at the 20.
Caught that.
And out of bounds. And out of bounds. You got to get to the end zone here quickly. If any catches, it's got to be to the sidelines. You have a lot of time left still. You got to try to get in the end zone.
I guess if you're Drini right now, you figure I got nothing to lose. Let her fly. Throws it again. Can he get out? And he will. Down to the 11 now.
Doing a good job right now, working the sidelines.
.97 seconds left for Drini. It's going to be a tough 11 yards right here. And he throws it across his body, and lucky that's incomplete.
Yeah, he tried it. He's honestly got to try something. I don't mind it. I mean, he's got to find some way to get in the end zone. If you don't throw a risky throw, you're probably not going to be throwing anything inside this 11-yard line, so I don't mind it.
3rd and 1. Needs 2 touchdowns. Also needs a 2-point conversion in there somewhere. And he throws it away.
Yeah, quick block shed right there. It's tough down here inside the 11-yard to really come up with a play. You probably just take a shot to the end zone here. You're not really worried about the first down.
I mean, I think the kicking it off and stopping them is over anyway. I think you also run the ball here and use a timeout, get into a set of downs. That's what he'll do. And he leans to the 7. You got to call timeout.
Yeah, at this point, you're committed to the onside kick. You run the ball there, like you said. Clock's running. You're committed to the onside kick. I wouldn't have minded the timeout.
And Doug Williams thought about running for a second. Buying time. And he'll step out at the 4.
He tried to scramble up the middle there. Clef's user said, turn back around, buddy.
61 seconds left. Drini again, looking, firing. It's a touchdown.
Come on, gang.
He's going to kick the extra point. Make it an 8-point game with 55 seconds left. And now you got a decision. Let's take a look at it again.
Works the pocket, rolls out, able to get the tight end late. This is onside kick time. Mathematically, you may have 15 seconds if you did kick it off and happen to get a stop, but that's not enough time to get a touchdown. Looks like Clef got it back.
Yeah, it looks like we missed the kick there, and it looked like it was a flag for maybe the ball not going 10 yards. Clef the God will have it at the 45. 2 timeouts remaining for both our competitors. And Drini, we got to sell out the house here. There's a timeout, 52 seconds left.
Yeah, taking into account the amount of time the plays are going to take. If you get the stop here, about 15 seconds maybe, but you got to get the stop first.
See what Clef does. Back to the run. It's been effective. He wraps him up to the 40. That's Drini's final timeout. Even if you get a stop here, you're not going to have much time left.
Yeah, and in a mode where it's tough to pass the ball, you're in a really, really tough spot regardless. Left here, I'll probably just run the ball. If you don't get it, punt the ball away.
Well, if he gets 3 yards, he might kick the field goal. That's too far from there, I believe.
Yeah, without the top kickers, you probably can't make it from 56. Just punt the ball away, try to pin them inside the 5, and then you just play prevent defense from there.
Yeah, I think you punt this thing high and as far as you can, even if it goes out of the end zone. Don't give Drini a chance to return, is guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you don't keep this in bounds no matter what. Touchback's better than kicking it to the 1 inbounds and giving Drini a shot here. That's one of the best ways Drini could score right now, because if he has the ball, it's going to be really tough for him.
Well, we haven't seen many great punts this weekend. Clef's kind of OG, though. He's going to go to the corner, and that's going to be out of the back of the end zone. Drini's going to have 8 seconds, no timeouts, and he's got to go 80 yards.
Yeah, you can maybe think about trying to get like a 5 to 10 yard pass out of bounds if you want to get a little bit closer, but regardless, you can't throw it to the end zone. So,
and he'll throw it away. This is it for Drini.
I doubt Clef gives up a big pass here. You probably just want to run the ball and see if you can get sticky.
Well, he won 3 in a row. He won 35 games in a row. And that's going to come to an end. Clef the God, it's not an upset, but it does wreck the story. 27 points put up by Clef. It's enough to move on to the final.
Yes, it is. That final score, Clef the God dethroning the guy who was trying to go 4 for 4. Drini, that final score, 27-19. This was a little bit of an upset, but Clef tweeted it out earlier. He said, there is a challenge and I'm ready to take it. Scott Chaos, talk me through the highlights.
Well, Clef was pretty smooth the whole time, Chaos, except for a couple big plays by Drini, but that running game proved to be the difference from Clef the God.
Yeah, he looked comfortable all game long. He only made the one mistake early, and from there on, he was almost flawless.
And that's a field goal fest early. That was a big 3 points right there at the end of the half. It was 10-6, but this is the biggest run right here as Zeke got loose for 20. Ever since that, it was Drini chasing, hoping for some magic, sacks after sacks. But this run right here, it was a 78-yard run, Chaos, and this would pretty much do it.
Yeah, Zeke broke the 2 big ones in the second half to put Drini away. Drini did a great job against the run all day long, just couldn't do it in this last game.
A couple plays in there made it interesting. Couldn't get the onside kick. Couldn't get the ball back. And the final play of the game, Clef the God, moving on to the final, very deserving of the win.
Yes, he is. All right, here is a look at our updated bracket for the Xbox console. Clef the God just beat Drini 27-19. He will be facing off in the finals against Dusty, the young guy who upset Scheming earlier, that game earlier, 10-3. Dusty, Clef the God, facing off in the finals here in just a few minutes. A champion will be crowned. Madden NFL 21 challenge on the Xbox console. But first, we are going to be able to hear from Clef the God after this very short break. Stick with us, y'all. Things are just heating up.
Gets it to Chris Johnson. He finds a lane. All that speed. Will they catch him? Nope. Bye, Felicia. Touchdown, Noah. They hand it to him. And he gets in there.
One stop, end this. One stop, end this, man. Let's go.
Clef the God looking, firing for the end zone, and it's picked off. And Noah's going to win the belt, swagging around.
Welcome back, everyone. You've been watching the Madden NFL 21 Challenge. We are going to be crowning a winner here shortly for the Xbox bracket. Whoever that's going to be, well, it's a chance for it to be Clef the God. He just dethroned Drini, who is trying to make history and go 4 for 4. The final score from that matchup was 27-19. Now, everyone, please help me and welcoming in Clef the God himself. Congratulations. Huge win over Drini. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, Drini's a great player. That run that he just had, you might never see that again. You know, I've been here before, made finals and stuff, so it's a good feeling to dethrone him. But I got to get the job done next game, boy. It really doesn't matter.
You got to get the job done, and you did just do the job against Drini himself. You just ended his 35-game winning streak, and you even tweeted it out before you two matched off. You said it's going to be an honor to face him and hopefully dethrone him, and that you did. What was your mentality and your mindset going into this?
So I played Drini a lot. Like, we labbed together a bunch of times, so I kind of know the game plan to play against him. He's so smart. You can't beat yourself, or you're gonna lose. Like, you can't make mistakes. So that was my mindset going in. Don't beat yourself. Make him play offense. Make him win the game. Don't give him the game. And I was the underdog, so it ain't too many times that I've been able to be an underdog. So I love that role, and it was no pressure on me, and I just played with house money pretty much.
You did, and the game started off pretty darn slow in that first quarter. It was just 0-0. We thought it was going to be low scoring, but then you managed to play incredibly well on offense. 27 points that you put up on the board. Now, mostly people know Drini as a defensive type of player, so you don't really see a lot of different players put up 27 points. What was clicking for you today?
Just running the ball. I threw passes when I needed to, and they were good passes. But I just ran the ball, and he couldn't. It's so hard to stop the run, so I just stuck with it. Why go away from what's working? You got to be versatile in this game, and I usually pass, but when the run's working, you stick with it.
You stick with what you got that you know works. That's exactly what you're going to be hoping to do as you head into the finals here for the Xbox One Championship. You will be facing Dusty. How are you feeling about this matchup you have kicking off in just a few minutes?
I'm feeling good. You know, I got to just play my game. Don't play the name. You know, don't have a letdown because I'm not playing like a Drini. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta keep that intensity up. It's easy to keep it up when you know you playing against Drini with that much at stake. So I just got to keep that energy and don't have a letdown because I won a big game.
All right, so for anyone who just thinks that was pure luck, that you just dethroned the champion, what would you tell them? Put some respect on your name. Let the people know who you are.
Oh, I'm CTG, a.k.a. the Jizzle Man. I'm one of the best players in the world every year. Year in, year out, I'm consistent. I make runs in every tournament. You know, I really never feel like I'm an underdog. I never feel like I should be because I'm always, like I say, year in, year out, whatever tournament I'm in, I'm one of them people you never want to play because I got that dog in me and I got fight in me, and not a lot of people got that.
I like that. Okay, put those shoulders back. Let the people know. Come on, pop the collar. You got this. And you are headed into the finals. Hey, there we go. You yourself are headed into the finals here in just a few minutes. Let's take a look at the updated bracket. Good luck to you, Clef the God. We rooting for you, my man. All right, the finals look like this. Clef the God versus Dusty. Well, how did we get here? Clef the God just dethroned Drini. That final score, 27-19. On the other hand, our first game today, it was Dusty versus Scheeman. Dusty took it home easily, 10-3. Scheeman only putting up 3 points and a field goal on the board. The final matchup is going to start here in just a moment, and we will have a champion after this quick break. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for our second championship match of the night. Xbox Madden 21 Challenge Finals between none other than Dusty versus Clef the God. A lot of people thought it was going to be Drini in this finals, but Clef the God dethroned him, and now he's looking to be a champ going up against Dusty. Y'all, user, Bugs, let's recap how these guys got here by looking at the brackets. All right, yet again, Clef the God beat Drini pretty easily, 27-19. Scheming versus Dusty first game we saw, that was 10-3. Now we see Dusty versus Clef face off against one another. Either of these guys are going to be the Xbox Madden 21 Challenge champion. User, Bugs, please break down who these two players are.
I mean, we got Clef the God. We just got a chance to witness what type of player and what he's built of and made of in that game against Drini. He's had great success, 5 EA majors. He's a Madden Challenge runner-up. So he's no stranger to the Madden Challenge and making runs in the Madden Challenge. He's the Bucks Club champions from Oak Hill, Florida, a great player. He has that dog in him, like he said, and recently became a father as well. He's a great young player, but he has an absolute dog in front of him in Dusty from Dots and Lasers. This young kid, he's really looking poised. I like the way that he looked in his first game against Bam Scheming, where he just looked confident. He looked like he wasn't shook from the moment. He looked like he was just locked in, just chilling and ready to go.
Absolutely, Bugs. You got Dusty right here, the young 16-year-old guy from Dots and Laser. He looked great in his first game. He's going up against a tough task and Clef the God, the Jizzle man. Can he get it done?
Can he get it done? We do not know, but we're going to find out in a second. Here is our two guys facing off. Kickoff happening now. User Bugs on the ones and twos. Championship round. Let's go.
That's it, user. We got the championship game. We got Clef the God, CTG versus Dusty, Dots and Lasers, representing his crew, Dots and Lasers, trying to put on. Those young kids are some goons. They're some beasts at the game of Madden. They've been putting on and trying to make some runs, man. He's out here trying to make a run and really make a name for himself. The question is, can he get it done? How does he play in this big game? And then how does Clef play in a game after such a high emotional game? Like, that's one of them. When you get high, can you sustain that high?
Bugatti Boots. The Jizzle man. The Jizzle man. You really thought Drini was going to come out here and just do what he wanted to do? You really think the Jizzle man was just going to let him go 4 for 4, Mr. Wendy's? Oh, man, that last game, the Jizzle man, wait to break Drini's streak, man. It takes like they said, I seen on Twitter, it takes a god to defeat a goat. That's a great win by Clef the God. Can he finish it out? We've seen him in this position before. Can he finish it out versus the 16-year-old Dusty?
Yeah, I mean, we seen it right here to start the game off. Dusty, the one thing that we know about Dusty, he has the most impressive run defense out of the entire field. Clef's not going to be able to do what he did against Drini and get a bunch of big runs against Dusty. Dusty is blowing all these runs up in the backfield. Clef is going to have to laser down the field if he wants to win this game.
Yeah, and I thought there was going to be a dot, but unable to get his feet in. Is bringing up a 3rd and 13, long yardage situation. Clef the God, it's tough. Like he said, he has to keep that momentum, that energy. He has to lock in just like he's playing Drini, and it's tough when you're playing against somebody that obviously he's going to be the favorite in this game. He cannot let this slip away like he's done in the past. Had Noah steal the Madden Challenge Championship belt from him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Chat, do not sleep. Just because Clef is the favorite and just because he just beat the new GOAT does not mean that he's a guaranteed bookend to win this game. Dusty's not just going to give him this game. He's going to have to earn it. And Dusty's already come out and gotten an early stop.
Whoa. I mean, you said that with real ease. You said new GOAT. You stamped it already? It's official? I mean, he didn't go 4 for 4.
It's official. I've seen enough. Even in that game,
you saw enough.
You saw the character.
Okay.
You saw the character. You can see what Drini was made of. Drini would not go away. As much as Clef kind of just kept fighting and all that stuff, Drini wouldn't go away. That is the sign of a true champion, a true GOAT, and somebody that's just special. And so, I mean, shout out to his run. He deserves all the praise in the world.
And he's the new GOAT in your eyes. That's it.
New GOAT.
It's not even
New
debatable.
GOAT.
Hang it up. It's over. New GOAT.
New GOAT. Put a stamp on it. Go ahead and put that stamp on it.
All right. I'll say okay.
So
Here we go.
Dusty running. He's running a similar offense as Clef in this game. Clef is running that trips tight end offset. Dusty's going to be in this trips tight end offset. We'll see who's going to run it better. It's really going to be who can run it better.
One thing we know about Clef is going to adjust.
And he comes out and throw an
Nice
early
little
dot. Nice little hitch, nice little dot. And those are the kind of plays that you have to set up when you're playing MUT draft. You have to set up those little baby dots. It can't be everything downfield. If you're going to play from the pocket, it has to be little simple hitches, baby hitches, flat routes. All those little baby dots is what's going to help you to have success on offense.
You know, and not to mention all these guys, both of these guys making it to the bowl, but also they're fighting to be a captain in the bowl. So it's a lot at stake right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first game in a while where we haven't had an automatic captain so far because guys were just in finals against Drini and they were automatic captains. So now we're not just watching a game where it's who can be the Xbox Madden Challenge champion, but now we get to find out who's going to win that captain spot, who's going to control their destiny in Madden mode. And Clef just plays great defense on that 1st and 10, had everything absolutely bagged. And one thing we saw in his previous game against Drini was that Clef is a great adjuster. For a while, Drini was just getting kind of whatever he wanted. He just couldn't score in the red zone. And then eventually everything started to become harder and harder for him because Clef was just adjusting to every little thing that he just got used to what Drini was running. Great defense.
Nice play.
Randy Moss making a play. Does he stop and go on? Gets inside the red zone at the 15-yard line. Randy Moss, the GOAT receiver.
And that's what makes that formation so tough to stop. The spacing and trips tight end. It's hard to cover everything, especially when they start being dedicated to those hitches and curls.
Yeah, that's really, you're absolutely right. That's the thing that makes this offense go. Trips tight end, those little baby dots, little hitches and curls and little baby out routes and stuff like that. Those are the things that really make trips tight end go. And we're seeing some gap shoots of our own from Clef the God, showing that he not only can he do it, but he can do it too.
Oh, Lucky Lucian, cool out, my guy. Now, you one of my guys. You gonna speak that? That's crazy. He said, Bugs, can you see Clef the God being Drini, then losing to Dusty right here? Can you see it?
I mean, that happens so often. Like, stuff like that happens all the time where guys, they come off those emotional highs, those big wins where they have a crazy game, and then they kind of had that letdown game in the next game because you just came off a great high. You had to beat Drini. You had to beat Drini, and in his run, he was on a 34-game winning streak, and you were the one to end that. Can you sustain it? So that definitely can happen.
Absolutely. Clef the God has to stay focused right here. 3rd and 10. He needs to get off the field. That's a nice playmaker. Does he get there first? No, he's short.
I mean, that was a great opening drive right there by Dusty. I mean, he's not looking rattled whatsoever by this moment, by having to play Clef the God. He went right downfield. That was even a great just ability to make a play right there. Not making a bad read, playmaker in a guy, and giving himself a chance to get a first down in that spot.
Absolutely, and Dusty getting ball at half, making sure he picks up 3 right here. Just playing smart, not turning the ball over. When you get stops, you got to make sure you secure the ball and get some points out of it. Hey, man, whether you get 7, make sure I get 3 off of this turnover.
And look for in this second drive, one thing about Clef is he's also a guy he's a freestyler. He's definitely on his 106 in Park. He loves to freestyle and really kind of cook things up. If he feels like he's in the bag, he's going to switch it up. So don't be surprised if he swaps out of that trips tight end offset and goes to like a gun bunch or something like that, just to kind of switch things up and really kind of get his offense going.
I want to see if Clef the God can get his run game going versus Dusty, because No one has been able to run on Dusty, and maybe he wasn't prepared for it. Maybe that motion caught him off guard. But usually Dusty is in that backfield when he's handing off that ball.
Yeah, that's one thing about Dusty. He has shown that he has the best run defense. He hit almost every single run that Bam Scheming had in the backfield. He was just hitting them in the backfield consistently. Clef's first run, he hit him in the backfield. We'll see if he can continue to do that or if Clef finds a run. He doesn't get it, does not get hit both feet in bounds. 3rd and 7 for Clef the God. Trying to get something going right now. Not looking the best so far offensively. He's looking a little bit rattled, looking a little bit shaky with what he's doing offensively.
Yeah, Dusty playing good defense, keeping good pressure on him, making them move out the pocket. Does he bring out the delay? That's bag. That's bag right there.
I mean, that's great defense once again by Dusty. The young kid playing great defense, giving us the thumbs up. He's feeling good right now. You've seen a little smirk from him, feeling extra confident. Clef is opting to go for it here. I think this is a mistake, user. This game it's a defensive mode. You don't want to go ahead and go for it early and give your opponent quick momentum. And he screamed at him off that edge and gets a stop.
Oh my goodness. Dusty is coming to play. He says, I don't care what Clef the God just did. I don't care that he just stopped the GOAT Drini in his tracks from going 4 for 4. At the end of the day, whoever was going to come out that top half was going to have to see Dusty, and you see he's prepared for it.
Yeah, he is looking good so far right now. I mean, he doesn't look like he can make a mistake. He just missed a laser. Yeah, he just missed a big dot right there. That was his opportunity to go ahead and get his 10-point lead and really try to take full control over this game.
Boy, everybody in the chat saying they done seen this before from Clef the God. Man, y'all better stop it. Yoshi, what's good?
Dusty comes right back out. He's just running his trips.
Oh, that's a hot curl. That's a hot curl.
He sent the guy a little bit too soon there. I didn't think he needed to send that guy. I don't think Clef needed to send that guy right there because that guy was in perfect position to kind of guard that curl. But once he sent them, it was no way. Maybe he was trying to send them and then click on, but he was just unable to make a play.
Clef the God has to get on his hold door right now. He has to hold the door and make sure Dusty does not get 7, because if Dusty gets 7 and gets ball at half, it could be danger. Yeah, danger close.
This is huge right here for Clef to hold him to 3, because if he gives up 6, it could get scary because he's not looking the best on offense. One thing, like I said, we know he's definitely going to freestyle and find something. Just like Noah is with the run, where Noah's just going to find the run. Clef, he's just going to find the offense. He's going to find what he needs to run. Smart, patient dot right there by Dusty. Don't force anything. He just throws a flat. Great defense by Clef the God to just go ahead, hold him to 3. Now we got a 6-0 ball game, barring him making this field goal here. Does he have the field goal block juice? Can he come around this corner with Fitzpatrick and make a play?
No, Bugs. Only you the only one getting fluke stuff like that, man.
I mean, hey. Look, never leave home without the 4-leaf clover, all right? Never. All right? Make sure that thing is in your pocket, ready to go if you want to have success on blocking field goals. And the key is really kind of just knowing the proper PSI on that right trigger to make sure that you can get those consistent field goal blocks. As we check Clef the God and Dusty out in the Snickers
and that's what you're gonna tell people. And that's what you're gonna tell people, huh?
I gotta make it sound like I know what I'm doing.
And the crazy thing is, you're really still trying to bluff the people like you clutched up, like you took skill to make that play. Mo said it best. It was fluke. You should have never been the Falcons Club champ.
I gotta make it sound like I know what I'm doing, baby.
The thing about it is he has guys open, but he does not have the ability on the quarterback. You know when he tries to throw that streak or any one of those lasers, that ball is going to sail, and he's not going to get the trajectory like he wants.
Yeah, he has Clef on another 3rd and 7 here, and you look at that vert hook that he put. Oh, he just switched into a man up, but he had him on a vert hook at first. I was about to say, that's the thing you want to keep your eye on that play. Well, that's risky to take that hit. I don't think he got the first down here, user.
That's 4th. 4th and 1.
And honestly, that was a very smart timeout by Clef. If you guys are wondering, why did he burn that timeout there? He burned that timeout because this is draft champs. He has to make sure he get his energy and stamina back up.
Oh, but he gets the first. That's great D by Dusty. Unfortunately, he gives him just what he needs to get that first down. And coming up at halftime, you know Kimmy is bringing the dump truck. Make sure y'all guys are being a positive force for good, and Kimmy gonna look out and get us a winner.
Hey, we got the dump truck. I mean, honestly, I need that. I need that for myself. It's rough out here. You know, it's hard to come by cars. Yeah, I need that.
Oh, absolutely.
Clef is going to really have to start. He has to bring some more of these baby dives. I don't think he intentionally kept that with his quarterback. I think that was an accident. I think he intended to hand the ball off there. It was never really there. I think he intended to hand that thing off.
Bringing up another 4th.
Another big 4th down. I mean, it's been scary hours for Clef all game long. He hasn't really been getting anything he wanted. He just gets an inaccurate throw on his end route. He gets stopped once again. Dusty's already across the 50 with an opportunity to put some more points on the board.
Oh my goodness, that was major, because now Dusty, all he needs is about 7-8 yards. He can get 3, be up by 9 going in 2 possessions, and get the ball at half.
Yeah, that's huge right here for Dusty, being able to get that. And smart to just step up in the pocket. Nothing really there. I think he was going to try to take off eventually. He just wasn't able to do it. These quarterbacks don't have escape artists. There's no abilities on draft champs. You're just playing. Everybody's out here just butt naked trying to make plays.
Absolutely, fresh out the shower, nothing on. And that's the difference. Dusty is hitching and curling the mess out of Clef and making sure Clef is respecting that. But that's Clef on the opposite end. He's not doing that.
Yeah, he's really kind of relying heavily on that PA crosser play where he has the crosser on the inner slot guy and then has a backside drag or a backside in route. That's really what he's kind of been relying on, whereas, like you said, Dusty, he has the curls. He had the curl right there, speaking of. Is he in field goal range? 36-yard line? I think he can. It's telling him to punt, but I'm pretty sure he can make this field goal right here. We'll see. You got Justin Tucker on the kick. Can Clef come around the corner? He cannot. Kick is up.
And it's good.
It's good. I didn't know what that was right there. Those one of the ones where you really don't know. You got to wait for the ticker to pop up the score.
Oh, yeah. Clef the God putting himself in dire situations, down by 2 possessions, 15 seconds before half. He has one timeout. He really, this is a time you can see somebody put themselves in a bad predicament, but it's 15 seconds. Clef the God, he can't afford to make any mistakes right here. Worst case scenario, just going to half 9-0.
He's motioning this guy here. He's probably going to have him on a streak and try to roll out and throw a crosser. He definitely has him on a crosser. He has a streak. He didn't throw anything up, just throws a drag, get as many yards as he can, goes out of bounds. And expect to see him do that once again. He's probably going to do that same exact setup to try to just see if he can catch him slipping with that deep crosser and maybe potentially get in the field goal range. But he snapped it fast. Nothing there, throws it away. Clef is 1 of 9 for 8 yards so far. He's not looking comfortable on offense right now, user. Before we hit half, what do you think are the things he's going to need to do to kind of really get himself right before we go into this half?
First thing he's going to have to do is come up with a stop, because Dusty comes out with the ball at half.
All right. Kimmy, take it away.
All right, it is officially halftime. That means in the second half, a champion will be crowned. The current score, 0-9. Dusty, the 16-year-old, currently ahead 3 field goals on the board. So much more to come, and there's still the second half, so Clef the God could sneak back and become the champion. You have to tune in and wait and see who will be crowned on the Xbox console. But first, it's time for yet another giveaway. This is our last one of the night, also the best one of the night. It's dump truck time. You can win all of these cards. Ryan Shazier, Michael Dean Perry, Dante Hall, Troy Palumalu, and Steve Jackson. The lucky winner of this dump truck is that dude Sonny. Dad Dude Sonny, you have just won yourself this incredible dump truck. 5 players are now yours. Now, the second half is going to be kicking off here just momentarily. Kind of a low scoring one in this first half, but still a lot of game to be played. Live looking, brought to you by our Snickers Virtual Players Lounge. Clef the God looking a little bit frazzled, but still pretty calm. Dusty completely locked in. The 16-year-old leading in the first half, 9-0. User Bugs, I'm tossing it to you guys. Very soon we will have a champion, but the question is, who is it going to be? Let's play ball, y'all.
All right, thanks, Kimmy. We got a ball game in the second half where Dusty is really kind of dominating this game. He's really kind of dominating CTG, aka the Jizzle Man right now. CTG has really struggled so far in this first half. User, what is he really going to need to do in this second half? You kind of touched on it just a bit before the end of the half, but touch on it a little bit more. What is Clef going to have to do to really kind of switch things around and win this game?
I feel like this drive is pivotal right here. Clef has to at least make sure he only lets Dusty get 3. Worst case scenario, if Dusty gets 7, this could be over. Dusty hasn't really been running the ball effectively like we've been seeing in his previous game, but he's being patient and making reads and trusting his curls and hitches, having proper spacing, and I'm noticing we having a lot of dots and laser guys starting to trickle in the chat. Jay Raz, they saying, hey man, we prepared Dusty for this moment. We think he's gonna be another young phenom.
God, he has a laser over the top.
Going up top. Dusty, I tell you, he's not afraid of the moment. Dots and lasers might have a young phenom in the crew. Who knows?
I mean, he caught him with that same cover 3 bomb that he got Bam scheming with, and you see his quarterback just heave that thing down the field, and he's able to make the play. That, honest, in some shapes or forms, is almost kind of fortunate because you don't really get that pass off often in Mud Draft. That's a really tough throw to get off because he had so many bodies around him, and he was still able to chuck that thing all the way down the field. I mean, is it safe to say that Josh Allen is the best? Or no, that's not even Josh Allen. My fault. That's Tannehill.
It's Tannehill.
Amazing.
Absolutely. And Clef the God, fortunate for him to make that tackle right there, to make sure he doesn't give Dusty 7, because that could be night-night. It could be a 1 in the chat. You feel me, Skill?
I mean, and the thing is, if you're Dusty, what do you do? If you score a touchdown here, do you go for 2 to try to make it a 3-possession lead, or do you just go ahead and accept your 16-point game, your 2-possession, make them have to get 2 extra points or 2-point conversions?
I'm gonna go for 3. I'm gonna go for the 2-point conversion, try to make it a 3-point game if I'm Dusty and I get 6 right now.
I'm typically, in other modes, I consider it, but in Mud Draft, with it being such a defensive mode, I'm going to lean towards make them have to kick, get 2-point conversions. But 17 definitely it ends the game, but we're not going to get that. He's going to go ahead and kick his 3. And you see he's taking every single second off this clock.
And that is what Clef the God needed to make sure he held Dusty to 3. Now, this right here, chat, is the drive. Clef the God has to go down here and get 3. The reason why it's going to take so much time off this clock, most likely when Dusty gets this ball back, it's going to be 4th quarter. So Clef the God cannot walk away with 3. Anything less than 7, it is GG's in the chat.
Yeah, this drive is pivotal right here for Clef the God. And I'm shocked that he's sticking with the trips tight end offset. He hasn't looked the best so far. Maybe he's going to start mixing in those quick curls and stuff like that. He doesn't typically do stuff like that, but we'll see right here.
Oh, good shit.
He throws it up to the crossing. Did he get both feet? He does not.
It looked like that ball was about to sail on him.
Got him on 2nd and 10. I mean, he's really struggled to really complete some passes. You're seeing now he's finally in the gun bunch. He's going to try to make things happen and just adjust out of this.
Nah, I thought he had a
This is what he
streak, but
does.
he didn't.
Great
Oh,
pocket.
my goodness.
Almost an unfortunate pick right there.
You know, my eyes a little bit bad, you know what I'm saying? Don't tell nobody, you know, I got that catacorneus. I thought he had the streak on the right side, but it was a bag.
Yeah, I mean, we're well aware that you definitely would have threw that streak, and then Dusty would just continue the flood at this point. So now, fortunately for Clef, he can see.
Cut it out.
I like the adjustment right here by Clef. He came out in the gun bunch and then audible to the trips tight end offset. Now he's switching things up just a tad. Even if you are going to stick with the trips tight end, at least make him respect the gun bunch. Was Randy Moss in motion. Look for a potential Z spot and him possibly rolling out right here on this spot. And that's exactly the call. He has Z spot, rolls out, tries to throw it to Randy Moss. Randy Moss hesitated for a second, but he throws a dot and he got too greedy and Rat caught it. Made a big mistake and actually dropped the pass. He has the possession catch that. That throw was too important.
He has to possession that.
And now he's going for it once again, down 12-0, 4th and 10. I mean, this is almost 4th in the game at this point. It's still kind of early in the game, but it has those 4th in the game vibes. He throws a laser to Randy Moss on a motion.
That's a
second completion on the game.
That's a big time play. The Jizzle man is not going to come out here and just lay down and get flooded by Dusty. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, Jack.
It goes with the double move from the tight end, and it's just not there. This play is just not working for him right now. He's struggling to really get completions. 2 for 14 right now. I know Clef prides himself on being able to make reads and be an offensive player and just dot up. He's going to have to find the freestyle dot at some point soon. He has more drags on the field and just nothing open. He takes a sack on 2nd and 10, down to 3rd and 13 at this point. I mean, Dusty is just playing great defense. I saw some of the DNL guys in the chat saying, oh, you think you're going to use our glitches on us? You think you're going to use our offense on us? It's just not going to work. And that's really kind of what it's looking like right now, user. Like, it's looking like Dusty just knows this formation too good and knows all of the dots. He's giving him trouble.
Dot, man, come on.
Dusty's looking great on defense, but Clef the God is not gonna lay down. You know what type of DNA that man has. He's a dog. He's a fighter.
Yeah, that's one thing about him. He's not gonna go away easily. He's not gonna just lay down and let Dusty have this game. We're gonna go to the 4th quarter. Get your 4s in the chat. We got Dusty versus Clef the God. 12-0 Dusty right now. If Dusty was able to really get touchdowns, this game would have been over a long time ago. But Clef is really keeping himself in this game just by holding him to 3. Those 3s are so huge for Clef.
Oh. And a lot of people saying this game is reminiscent of last time Clef the God was in the championship, in the challenge, facing a younger player and Noah, first time on the live stage, and Noah was able to get it done. They want to see if Dusty can do it. Will Clef the God once again come up short when it comes to these championship games?
And you see just great pocket right there by Clef, trying his best to extend the play. Tried to roll out, throw the ball away. He probably it looked like he took a hit with his quarterback. So really kind of keep your eye on the quarterback and whether or not he's able to make this next throw. Because in draft champs, we all know they throw kind of ducks. That was a laser.
Oh my goodness.
He does not get it. Once again, this goes right through his hands on 2nd down. It was a nice little play right there.
Yeah, I would love to hear the audio right there from Clef. As you see, he's upset. He feels like that was a touchdown. We was ready to stamp it with the Snickers dot. Unfortunately, he doesn't catch it. 3rd and 10. Here we go.
And he goes with the run call again. Tries to catch him slipping on 3rd and 10. It just didn't work. And no surprise here. Clef is going for the gusto. He's going for it right here. He has to go for this call. See what he can cook up. Has the tight end corner out. It's just not there. Nothing's really there. Dusty's showing great lurk. He's not giving them anything. He sent the zones. Clef has to throw something. Nothing's there. Another stop for Dusty on 4th down.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Dusty coming up once again with a big stop. People in the chat saying this is deja vu. We've seen this before. We've seen this before.
Yeah, he's just playing great defense. like he said in the chat, D wins championships. If you have defense, you can win championships, and that's what's getting it done for Dusty so far. He's just playing great defense on Clef in this game. Everything has been an absolute struggle, and Clef just can't get it together. Hopefully he's thinking he has to make a mistake here.
Yeah, Gizmo, that's a great point, Boogs. How do you feel about Clef running that ball right there on 3rd and 10, trying to catch him slipping? I know if that was me, you would give me all types of hell, but how do you feel about Clef the God with that play call, especially him being known for being a surgeon?
I think it was a great call. I really do. It's MUT Draft. You got to play the mode. He doesn't expect to run there. Hit him with a run, see how maybe you get the 1st down. He got a couple read options where he got him slipping, and he was able to get 10, 15 yards. Maybe you can get him there. So I don't mind the call there because you're going for it on 4th down anyway.
I understand. But
there's a difference.
What was the difference? Is Clef the God and it's me, huh?
No, there's a difference. Clef has the ability to dot, so he knows that, okay, I can run the ball here and then cook up a dot on 4th down. You just know you can't dot, and so you're just gonna run because you're blind in one eye, which is fine. You just gotta know who you are as a Madden player.
Oh my goodness! Just when I thought you was about to give me a pass, there you go. But look, Clef the God came up with a big stop. He still has all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. If he can get 7 before a minute, maybe minute 15. He still possibly has a chance because he has all 3 timeouts.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing for him. He has to really kind of maintain and keep these 3 timeouts right here as best as he can. As we hit the 2-minute warning, 2nd and 9 for Clef, he's gonna have to cook up something because it's tough for him right now. Every yard is he's just fighting and scratching and clawing for every single yard right now.
Dusty trying to put this thing away, and he's been blitzing Clef all day long, sending the pressure, making sure Clef does not have time just to do whatever he wants.
And expect to see Clef. He might hurry up here, and he might just snap the ball. Don't be surprised if he just snaps something to try to maintain as much time as he can. He does just that, snaps it, gets a couple routes out. You don't have to just throw something. Throws up the delay fade, doesn't get it.
It's that pocket dead eye. I know he wish he had, but abilities out here.
That's the gift and the curse of MUT Draft. You don't have the ability, so you aren't going to have that ability to save your bacon right there and guarantee you the perfect accuracy on that spot. It sucks sometimes. You just gotta just wipe it off, keep moving, and go on to the next play.
Yeah, I would say this is a shocker, but the way Dusty has been playing all day today, I knew no matter who came out between Clef and Drini, Dusty was going to give them a hell of a game because he's been playing great run defense and being real smart and spacing and efficient on offense. That's a recipe to win a championship.
And the thing is, this game is not over. If he can get 7 on this drive and hold on to these 3 timeouts and get it within at least the next 20 seconds, I think it puts a lot of pressure on Dusty. Does Dusty make the mistake and throw a pick and try to end the game and throw Clef back into the game?
I mean, it's tough. You saying 20, you saying about 50 seconds after kickoff, 40s, then burning the plays. Screamer. Oh, yeah. That could be GG's with that intention.
Just the intentional grounding, that might just about do it for Clef. That's a tough break right there. 3rd and 21 at the 45-yard line. It's going to be tough to really kind of make something happen, make something shake on this spot. Dusty's not going to make it easy for him.
Definitely not going to make it easy for him. And Clef the God, putting on a great run, upsetting Drini. It's tough to see him, you want to see him finish the job. And he spoke about that in the interview with Kimmy. Yeah, I got to make sure I stay focused. And he's under pressure. Here it is. He's going to chuck it up.
And that might be GG's. Does not get it. 4th and 21. And I know you guys is already saying it's GG, but 4th and 21. You don't get it. Africa. You can throw those in. You can actually throw them in the chat.
Yeah,
I've seen crazy things happen. 4th in Africa.
That's compliments to Noah.
All right. You already know what's coming here. Moss is going to be on the street. He's going to have the crosser. You see Dusty's already on it. He has the crosser manned up. Doesn't matter. The crosser just fries him. He's really going to just rely on a playmaker. Does he get it?
And
does not. It's going to be GG's in the chat. Clef the God, I think he's going to tap.
Oh, he's tapping.
Oh, and Dusty waves at the camera and says bye-bye. That'll do it. We got a ball game, 12-0. Wow. Kimmy, that was a great ball game. Take it away, Kimmy.
When I was 16 years old, I don't know if I was throwing shade like that, waving bye to people, but there you have it. Dusty, the 16-year-old, is the champion in the Madden Challenge on the Xbox One console. Clef the God, he put up quite the show against Drini, but then he just couldn't deliver in this one. Again, that final score, 12-0. User Bugs, talk us through the highlights. What worked?
Well, everything was working for Dusty on defense. Offensively, he was just being real efficient. He got inside the red zone multiple times, and he took his 3. Clef the God could not produce any offensive points, and that was the thing that really the deciding factor in this game. His defense played great. 12 points should never be able to beat the Jizzle, man. Clef the God is known as an offensive genius, a surgical, a doctor up under the offensive helm, but unfortunately, he could not put any points on the board versus Dusty. He played great defense, held him to 3 every time, did not let Dusty put 7 up. Right here, big play with Randy Moss. Randy Moss almost got Dusty 6 to seal it early, but unfortunately, Clef the God just could not produce any points. We thought that was going to be the dot, but he could not get a touchdown right there, and basically it was a bag. Dusty had that bag. He had the game plan for Clef the God from start to finish.
There you saw it, and a wave to finish it. Let's take a look at the updated bracket, because you may be wondering, how did we get here, and who did Dusty have to beat to become the champion? This is how it shook out. The very first game was Dusty versus Skeeman. That score 10-3. That got Dusty to the finals. Who was he going to face? Well, he's going to face the winner between Clef the God and Drini. Clef the God was able to put up 27 offensive points as opposed to Drini's 19. That got him into the finals. Clef the God could do it against Drini, but he could not do it against Dusty. He was completely shut out, putting just 0 on the board. Dusty is our Madden Challenge champion for the Xbox console. We will be able to speak with him in just a moment, but first, a quick break. Y'all, thank you so much for rocking with us. Keep rocking with us. We got more heat coming your way. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Madden NFL 21 Challenge. You just saw a new champion be crowned. This was our final matchup. It was Dusty versus Clef the God, a low-scoring one. Dusty putting up 12 points unanswered against Clef the God, who could not put anything on the board. I want to go ahead and welcome in our champion now, Dusty, 16 years old, and now you are in the #1 spot. Talk me through your feelings after that incredible game, and you're a champion.
And I mean, it's incredible. Like, if you told me like 4 weeks ago or whenever this all started that I would have won this, I would have called you crazy. Like, honestly, and like, also GG's to Clef and Scheming. They're two hell of players. Like, they're really good. I was in my bag today, so I mean. Yeah.
Dusty, congratulations, my guy. I want to know, how does it feel your first time on a live stage, coming down to the last bracket? You know, you're playing Clef the God. You could have been playing Drini, but you're playing Clef the God on the big stage. First time on a live stage. You're 16 years old. How did it feel? Was the lights too bright for you? Were you a little bit nervous?
Oh yeah, I was extremely nervous. Like, all the days leading up, like I was just like, I was preparing nonstop. Like, today I was so nervous too, but a lot of people that like helped me prepare, like J-Wall, Ragusa, my crew DNL, Gabagool, they all helped me through, and yeah, I got it done.
All right, Dusty, I mean, I want to kind of see, like, what was your feelings and thoughts going into that game? After you beat Scheming, were you kind of rooting for Drini silently, where you felt like, you know what, I want to be the guy that puts an end to all this madness and really just go ahead and stop this 4-for-4 stuff?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I wouldn't say I was rooting for Drini to win, but it definitely would have been cool to beat Drini and end a streak. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would have been really cool. But yeah, definitely Clef was a good player to play.
All right, now, Dusty, I think we all saw it at the end there. You gave him a little wave bye. You said, boy, bye. You were the champion. Talk me through that little petty moment, because I like it. I wasn't that spicy when I was 16, but like you said earlier, you were in your bag, so talk me through the little wave bye at the end.
I mean, that was nothing. I was just messing around. Like, there's no disrespect to Clef. Like, I respect the hell out of him. He's a really good player. You know, sometimes you just have to add something at the end.
Gotta add a little extra flair, a little this and that. Congratulations to you, Dusty. You are our champion on the Xbox console. Give yourself a huge pat on the back. Like you said earlier, you were in your bag and you did the dang thing. We were rooting for you, my friend. Congratulations. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool money, because he just won some coin, y'all. Coming in 4th place with $4,500. That was Scheming. Then 3rd place, a shocker here, Drini taking home $6,500. 2nd place, Clef the God, $8,000 in his pocket. #1 spot, 16-year-old, now champion, Dusty, bringing home $15K. Not only is he bringing home some coin, he's bringing home some hardware as well. This is the trophy that will be heading to his home. He can show off and clout chase all he wants, because he did the dang thing, and he is now the champion of the Madden NFL 21 Challenge on Xbox. Now, there are some other things that went down today, like some guys qualifying for the Madden Bowl. So, Scott, Chaos, can y'all break that down?
Yeah, this is all it's about. I mean, a lot of congrats to everyone that played well this weekend. But, hey, we got Ape. He's going to be a captain. Being a captain is a big deal. Tenacious got in as well. Clef the God is in the draft pool. He might be the #1 pick. Maybe him or Wesley, Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, your goal going into this is to win the tournament. But if you can't win the tournament, the next goal, making Madden Bowl, making the final tournament. And yeah, it's going to be a great pool to pick from. We got a lot of players that are great that aren't going to be captains, so it's going to be a really good tournament.
And congrats to Dusty there, winning there at the end. He is now a captain with that Xbox One win, Kimmy.
All right, and y'all, even though Drini was just shy of going 4-for-4, you cannot ignore what he did this weekend. He earned, look at him. Okay, yeah, look, he's like the Beyonce. Y'all know Beyonce broke the Grammy record. Anyway, I'm a Beyonce stan, but I'm also a Drini stan, because he won 3 out of the 4. Even though he did not go 4-for-4, he was in his bag. He earned over 1/4 of the combined classic/challenge prize pool. $51,500 out of $200,000, which was on the line. That's $50,000 total for each of the 4 tournaments. Drini, his career earnings are now at $364,300. That's a lot of money, and as User was saying earlier, that's a lot of winning 4 for 4s as well. Y'all, thank you so much for rocking with us all weekend long. Be sure to follow at EA Madden NFL on Twitter for more live Madden action. I was your host, Kimmy Checks. Thank you so much for watching the Madden 21 Challenge. Rock with us again. Let's get it, y'all. Peace out, guys.